Prologue. I want to have enough money to decide for myself if money solves everything. E-card. Georgia. 13 years old. Hey! A girl's voice called from in front of me, causing me to look up. The Hispanic girl smiled at me, walking forward. She'd been at tryouts today with me. I thought her name was Nikki, but I wasn't 100% sure. My brain was still a little foggy from having to run 2 miles in a time limit I'd never had to meet before. Nikki, right? I asked for confirmation. I'd meant it to come out a little cooler sounding, but nothing really sounded cool when you had to fight to breathe. I'd at least made it, though. The poor girls that didn't make it had to run an extra mile. I'd have collapsed. She nodded, walking up to me with her soccer cleats in her hand. Yep, you're George, right? I snorted. Actually, it's Georgia, although I've gotten George before, too. She walked at my side through the gym door, laughing when we got an eyeful of butt crack when we entered. There was, apparently, a problem with the ice machine, according to the man's shirt that said, "Will always keep you cool even when you're hot." Under that denoted him as working for Freeze Me. Classy, I thought. So, I know this may sound really weird, but do you want to go watch a soccer game with me? Nikki asked as we turned into the girls' locker room and stopped at our prospective bags. We didn't have actual assigned lockers, which was why the room itself looked like 35 girls exploded all over it. When? I asked hesitantly. I had to walk home. If I had to walk home after a soccer game, it'd be even later. Then my dad would probably be really, really mad. She looked at her watch. Oh, about 15 minutes or so? It's on the soccer field we just got off of. I thought about it for a moment. My parents weren't expecting me until later, and, up until now, I'd never had free time to do anything. Cattle like to be fed on time. But I'd gotten the day to myself because my father had hired an extra hand to help out when I started soccer. I'd begged and begged to start on a club team, and he'd finally relented. Although it was only because my mom had begged him until he'd relented. Mom had convinced him that it'd help with my college tuition. I, on the other hand, was just doing it for fun. If a scholarship came out of it, cool. If not, no big deal. I was going to bust my ass and get out of this town no matter what it took. Sure, I said softly. I think I'd like that. She smiled. So, where do you live? I could see if my brother will give you a ride home. We both grabbed our bags and were walking out to the parking lot before I replied. Off of 31, on Country Road 3311. I answered hesitantly. We'd just moved in there, and I wasn't 100% certain on the actual address yet. I caught her gasp and turned to see her staring at me like I'd grown a second head. You live at the old pool place, don't you? I nodded cautiously. Yeah, we moved in last month. That's where I live. Well, not there exactly, but down the road from you. She grinned. I turned to her. You're kidding me. I'd never gone further than our mailbox in all the time we'd been there. I literally never got any time to myself. All of it was spent doing chores of some sort, although I had noticed all the tractors moving around the land to the side of us, just yesterday when I was riding the fence line. She shook her head. Nope. That's awesome, I muttered as I walked to the back of the cars. My eyes lingered on a really pretty truck. It was an old Ford with a lift on it. If I could have a truck right now, that'd be the one I'd choose. Nikki sniffed. Yeah, this is my brother's truck, she said as she saw my eyes lingering on the beauty. She grabbed my hand and led me down the hill that would lead to the field, and I was surprised to see the stands on the opposite sides already filling up. Wow, they were cutting it kind of close with our tryouts, weren't they? I asked. Nikki snorted. Yep. Who's playing? I asked as we walked through the gates. Nikki scanned the rapidly filling stands for a seat and spoke. Kilgore and Hallsville. My brother plays for Kilgore. The whistles started to blow and both teams spread out to their team's side of the field. Hurry, she said, dragging me forward. I hurried or I would have fallen on my face. Nikki was strong. I was on the first row of bleachers and walking directly behind Nicky when I saw him. Tall, dark, and handsome. Long, strong legs, big, broad hands, narrow hips, hard jaw. His hair was clipped tightly to his scalp, and the jersey he was wearing fit him perfectly, unlike the other members of the team. I watched as, with one swift move, he reared back with the ball over his head and threw it to the referee that was in the middle of the field. My jaw dropped with the sheer amount of force he was able to put into the throw. He'd flung it clear across the field. I'd only be able to do a quarter of that, on a good day, with the wind blowing. He further impressed me when he scored only seconds after the referee blew the whistle, signaling for the game to start. His way of celebrating after scoring made me crack up. He was running in circles with his hands above his head, and I wanted to laugh out loud, but managed to control it. Barely. He was walking back when it happened. My world shifted on its axis. Nicky yelled, "Yeah, Nico!" This Nico, the one I'd been practically drooling over since I'd made it here, looked at the girl beside me and smiled. Then his eyes turned to me, and he stopped, blinking rapidly, before one of his teammates jumped on his back and got him moving again. He grunted and started walking, but his eyes, oh my God, his eyes, they stayed on me the entire way, and I could do nothing less than stay connected with him. "Who's that?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly when I said it. Nicky snorted. "That would be my brother." Her brother. Shit. Honest to God, the last thing I needed to know was that boy lived less than 4 miles from me. Sweet baby Jesus. However, during halftime, when Nicky dragged me out into the field, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I had eyes on me. Turning to chase a ball that had been kicked off the side of the field, I stopped as it came to a stop at just this side of the home team's benches. What I hadn't expected was for Nicky's brother to pick the ball up, just as I bent to do the same. I didn't expect him to hand the ball to me and not let go. I didn't expect to fall head over heels in love with him. I didn't believe in love at first sight. But right then, in that moment it took for him to finally let go of the ball, I was a goner. 5 years later. "I don't want to go, Nicky," I groaned. "Come on, please. I'll love you forever," Nicky begged. I sighed and got up, slipping my feet into the slippers I'd brought with me from home. "You totally owe me. Like, big time," I snapped as I walked out of her room and down the hall. I found the stairs easily, having taken them quite a few times in my 5 years as Nicky's best friend. We stayed over at each other's houses quite a bit. Today just happened to be Nicky's day, so we stayed at hers. Her brother had come in for leave this weekend, and Nicky wanted to spend some time with him. Not that I'd seen him do more than sleep in the past 24 hours. When I'd come over Friday night, he'd been asleep on the couch. When I'd woken up this morning, he'd been sleeping on the floor beside the couch. And when we'd eaten dinner, he'd moved to his room because we were being too loud. Now, it was nearly midnight, and I fully expected him to still be sleeping. Not standing at the open door of the refrigerator in his boxers, drinking directly from the milk carton. "That's gross," I said, as I walked into the room. He looked up at me over the carton and winked, drinking deeply before he put the cap back on and shoved the carton back in the fridge door. "I was thirsty and there were no cups," he explained lamely. I glared at him. "I'm sure there's some in the dishwasher, if you cared to look." He wrinkled his nose and crossed his arms over his muscular chest. My mouth went dry as it only served to bring my attention from his face, where I'd been doing a damn good job at ignoring his near nakedness, to the bulging muscles of his arms. He looked drool-worthy. Nicholas, Nico for short, was 23 to my 18. He was Nicky's big brother and so far out of my league that I couldn't help being slightly depressed about it. I'd been in love with Nicholas Giuliani Pena for 5 years, and was just as much in love with him now as I was when I first saw him. He had no clue, of course, because I was incredibly good at hiding my emotions. I had to be, with my father, otherwise I'd be dead meat. Well, pulverized meat was more truthful. My dad liked to hit me. He liked to hit my mom, too. But that was neither here nor there. What was here was Nicholas and his sexy as sin body.
Yeah, but I can't see in the dark and I left the light off so I didn't wake you up,
he countered. Oh, Diablo, you're so thoughtful sometimes. I teased as I started filling up a glass of water. I brought my blow-up mattress, though, so I wasn't out on the couch today. There were times that I didn't necessarily plan on staying over, and those were the days I stayed on the couch. It was nice that he didn't want to wake me up. The man was considerate, I'd give that to him.
Why do you call me Diablo?
He asked inquisitively, leaning his lean hips back against the counter. The motion really accentuated his abdominal muscles, and try as I might, my eyes slipped down. The light from the fridge gave off a soft glow that seemed to make Nico's golden-brown skin glow. It made the deep ridges of his abs seem more pronounced, or at least, that was what I was contributing it to. There was really no way that a man, who had been beyond ripped before he entered the Navy, could come back looking that much better. When you're playing soccer, it's like the devil's on your heels. You leave everyone behind like you're running for your life, I answered him honestly. Did I mention that Nico was a soccer star, too? He could have gone pro, but he'd decided to go Navy instead, much to his mother's disapproval. Rosa Pena was a hell of a woman, but just like any Latino mother, she loved her children with a fierce protectiveness that bordered on going overboard. She wanted what she wanted for her kids, and that wasn't joining the Navy. I walked up to the kitchen counter and grabbed a glass from the cabinet, the kind that Nico hated because they were too small. A waste of my time, he liked to say. It happened to be the one directly in front of where Nicholas was standing, so my body grazed his as I leaned up and over him. He didn't move, and I didn't ask him to as our bodies grazed. Goosebumps started to chase down my spine as I felt his overheated skin against mine. I held back a shiver as I stepped away from him and started filling up the glass. Once filled, I closed the fridge door, plunging the room into darkness. Then I leaned back against the counter next to him, shoulder to shoulder. How do you like the Navy? I asked into the dark. I felt him take a deep breath next to me.
It's okay, I guess. I don't really know what I expected. Not what I'm doing, that's for sure. I've met some really good friends, though. One of them actually lives fairly close to me. The others live in Las Vegas. 2 brothers, if you can believe it,
he murmured. He didn't see how the sound of his voice sent goosebumps dimpling all over my skin. My elbow hit the digital camera I'd left on the counter earlier, and I grinned. I'd been wanting a new picture of him for a while, but he never let me take one. Something about national security and all that BS. My camera was my pride and joy. I'd saved up for nearly 2 years to buy this bad boy, and I'd just gotten it last week. I couldn't think of a better subject. I turned the camera switch to the on position and backed away from the counter, aiming it at where I thought his face would be. I depressed the button, and a bright flash lit up the kitchen. I smiled when I saw the picture. It was a good one of him, most definitely with it being dark.
You know,
Nico sighed.
You can't post that picture anywhere. You can have it, just don't put it on any social media or anything. Ever. Okay?
Curiosity got the best of me, and I couldn't help what I asked next. You're not like a hitman or anything, are you? He chuckled.
No, I'm not a hitman. I'm a SEAL, and we can't just have our pictures floating all over the internet. Our lives could depend on it.
A SEAL? That was new to me. When did that happen? I asked. Setting the camera down on the counter, I leaned up against the counter again. This time we touched from shoulder to thigh.
A year or so ago,
he said. I could practically feel him roll his eyes. So when do you have to go back? You practically wasted your first 2 days on the couch, I teased. He sighed.
I have had a week. I go back on Friday.
I turned to look at him. You're going to make our graduation? He looped an arm around my shoulders.
Yep.
I shivered at the touch, a touch that I'd wanted for so long, although not quite the touch I yearned for. It would do. I leaned my head onto his shoulder, staying like that for a few long moments before he pulled away. Except it wasn't to let go of me, but to turn so his body was in front of mine, leaning into me, pushing my hips into the counter. "You're legal now," he whispered. I felt his breath on my lips. If I leaned closer, I'd be able to touch my lips with his. I leaned. Our mouths touched briefly, but just as quickly, he was gone. And Nikki was in the kitchen, the lights flaring bright. "Water, woman! How hard is it to grab some water?" "Oh!" Nikki exclaimed. "Nico, you're finally awake!" We both blinked at Nikki's impeccable timing of turning on the lights. Then we both got our first good looks at each other. I was in my usual of a long t-shirt of my brother's that reached my knees and some really short shorts, ones that could pass for panties, if I was being truthful. He was in a pair of boxer briefs, the type that left very little to the imagination. His hair was shorter than I was used to, buzzed closely to his head. He had on a pair of dog tags that hung between two defined pectoral muscles, and his smooth, toffee-colored skin looked gorgeous, although he did have a new scar that ran the length of his arm.
"Well, my clock's a little backwards from what I'm used to. I was up all night last night, but I didn't have the energy to wake up with y'all this morning," he said, explaining away his tiredness. Nikki walked into his arms and hugged him fiercely. "If you can manage it, Mama's making chorizo and eggs in the morning. The kids miss you." The kids were Nikki's and Nico's sisters. There were 6 of them in total, including Nikki and Nico, ranging in age from 9 to 18. Nikki was the second oldest, and one of 5 girls, similar to what I was with my own family of all brothers. That's why we got along so well, because we both had overprotective brothers that didn't like that their baby sister was old enough to date. "I'll try, sis. I really will,"
he promised. I was looking down at my hands, trying to will them not to shake from the moment we'd almost shared.
"If Georgia tries a piece of the chorizo, I'll promise to stay up," he declared.
I made a gaggy sound. I hated chorizo, a Spanish form of sausage. It made me want to barf every time I smelled it. Nico, however, loved it. He loved it so much that he wanted me to love it too, except it smelled like ass and I didn't want anything to do with it. Nikki laughed as she grabbed her cup of water and left the room, leaving the two of us staring at each other. I'd planned on leaving before breakfast. I had to go help my brothers with the farm work because they couldn't get it all done by themselves. "I can't stay. I have to be out of here by 5. We're moving the cattle to a different pasture in the morning," I explained. I was already tired. It'd be a long day tomorrow, but I'd get through it. I only had 4 more days. Then I was away to college. I could do 4 more days. Nico smiled at me. A warm me to my bones and more kind of smile.
"Maybe a graduation dinner before I leave on Saturday, to celebrate."
"Friday afternoon is the only day I can do," I said. "The other 3 days I'll be branding cows," I explained. He nodded.
"Friday."
Except the next morning. Something happened that would change the course of my life, taking away everything that I thought my life might be. Even my dreams. Nico being one of them. I never made dinner.
Chapter 1. Jingle bells, twilight smells, Edward ran away. Jacob cries, Bella dies, Harry Potter all the way. Hey! T-shirt. Nico. 8 years later. "Nikki, I can't talk right now. I'm swamped," I said, as I continued filling out my paperwork. "She's back!" my sister crowed loudly into the phone. "Who's back?" I asked distractedly. "Georgia Brienne!" my sister yelled. That was enough to make everything freeze, even my blood. "What?" I asked for clarification. "You heard me, big brother. She's here. I saw the farm's gates unlocked when I walked past this morning on my morning walk. You know how curious I get, so I had to walk up there and see," Nikki explained. My keys were in my hand, and I was walking out of the bullpen moments later without actively thinking about it. On the drive to her house, I thought about that night. The night I'd gone to her house to find it burned to the ground. The 2 youngest of Georgia's siblings, as well as both of her parents, perished in the fire. It had been a murder-suicide. Her father had tied each child up, as well as his wife. Colt, Remy, Jasper, Hanson, and Georgia had all been shot by their father, but lived. Rain and Dell, the babies of the group, hadn't lived from their gunshot wounds, dying within minutes of being shot. Georgia's mother was burned alive, the father having doused her in gasoline and set her on fire to initially start the blaze. It had been while their father had set the fire that Georgia was able to get free, and their father had shot himself while Georgia untied her siblings. The 5 remaining Valentine children had disappeared the next morning, and it wasn't until a year later that I was able to find Georgia again. They'd moved to Houston. All but Georgia had been taken into state custody. Georgia had followed her brothers, taking any job she could get to help support herself. The family that had taken in the brothers was a good one, a rarity. They'd taken in Georgia, too, or would have if she'd have let them. I pulled up to the gate that led up to the Valentine farm, stopping at the bottom to walk up the long driveway. She'd get spooked if she saw the KPD squad car, and I didn't want to freak her out. The farm looked much the same as it used to. The last couple of years it had spent abandoned, yet now the pastures were mowed, and there were a couple cows mulling about on either side of the drive. Almost like the last 8 years had never happened. The large, charred farmhouse was gone, though. I'd seen to that. There was nothing left but the bare bones. I'd gotten a pleading letter from Georgia around a year after the incident, asking me to take care of the house, and then a letter from an attorney giving me the right to do so under the law. Since that time, I kept the property directly around the homestead free of weeds and overgrowth, keeping it ready, just in case. Although there was only a barn left, there was a huge loft that they used to rent out in the summer to an extra ranch hand. That was probably where she was staying. I spotted her the moment I topped the hill. She was wearing jeans, skin-tight jeans, that made my heart skip a beat. She looked exactly like I remembered her. Long legs that went on forever, small, dainty hands. She was around 5'8" and had a killer ass. Her hair was the only thing different. It used to be long and brown, down to her waist. It was the same beautiful brown color on top, yet now there was a barrage of colors added to the layer underneath the top brown layer. It was shorter as well. Short, as in to her shoulders short. In fact, it really did it for me. I made sure to scuff my boots on the gravel to let her know I was behind her, and she froze, turning slowly. Her face was exactly like I remembered it. A smattering of freckles still covered her nose and cheeks, and her beautiful lips were still round and full. And God, her eyes were to die for. Crystal fucking blue. She was gorgeous. Those gorgeous baby blues widened when she saw me, but it didn't take her long, and she was running. I widened my stance and caught her as she launched herself into my arms. She was my world 8 years ago, and now it felt exactly the same. I wanted her so bad it hurt. Wrapping my arms around her, I buried my nose into the crease of her neck. "Nicholas," she breathed into my neck. She smelled like the sun and felt perfect in my arms, like she was always meant to be there. 8 years ago, I'd made the first move, letting her know that I was interested. I'd waited too long, though. I should have done it earlier, but I was worried about propriety. I worried that she'd been too young, that I should wait until she was graduated. Maybe if I'd made my move earlier, she'd have stayed. But I didn't, and she'd disappeared. Then I'd gotten deployed, and we'd lived on the occasional letter to keep in touch. My favorite letter, the one that had saved me, the one that was the first thing I'd read after the death of nearly my whole unit. The one I still carried with me to this day. It was nothing special, just a short one from Georgia telling me she'd taught a boy, in a park she ran at, how to do a sliding tackle. But it had been the words at the end of the letter that had pulled me out of whatever zone I'd been in. 3 simple words. I need you. The letters had gotten me through a lot of years and a lot of scary days. She probably didn't realize it, but she saved my life. "Georgia," my roughened voice croaked. "I've missed the hell out of you." She leaned back, giving me her eyes. "I've missed you, too. Did you get the message I left you at your place?" I shook my head. "No, I haven't been back there in nearly 24 hours. She frowned. "You work too much." I grinned at her. Right back to telling me what I should and shouldn't do, and we'd only been in each other's presence for a little over 3 minutes. "Are you here for good?" I asked, setting her back on her feet. She nodded and led me over to a tree that had recently been cut down. "Did you do this?" I asked worriedly, staring at the large sections of wood and the chainsaw that was on the ground beside the pieces. She shook her head, the movement revealing a large amount of red, blue, and purple in her hair. "No," she said, nodding her head to the barn door. "The boys are home with me." "So you've moved into the loft with your brothers?" I clarified. She grinned. "Yeah, we've been staying together, on and off, for the last year or so since their adoptive parents died. Their real children never really got along with the boys, so we decided it was time to come home." She looked good, really good. "And you're okay with being here?" I confirmed. She pursed her lips and looked down at her hands. "Yes. No. I don't know yet. We've got a mobile home coming tomorrow. I don't plan on staying in the loft or Granny's old place on the back of the property. I don't think I can. But the boys, they were younger. They don't remember as much as I do." "If you ever need a place to stay, I'm right down the road. You know that, right?" I asked her. She nodded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears at my announcement. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm scared to be here," she admitted. My eyes didn't leave her face for long moments as I stared at her, ascertaining her feelings. "Have you spoken with anyone?" I asked quietly. All of these questions were burning on the tip of my tongue. So many things I wanted to know. She nodded. "Yeah. I haven't told them exactly what happened, but I have given them the gist. They say I have a mild form of PTSD, one that doesn't really make itself known until it's the dark of night. I usually can circumvent any flare-ups by leaving lights on and making sure I can leave a door open or see the outside." Once she said that, she frowned. "Why is it, after 8 years of not seeing you, you can still get me to talk? That's really, really not fair." I grinned. "Maybe if you ever come out to dinner with me like you promised you would, we can compare notes on PTSD. Because in all honesty, I have enough PTSD to share with just about everyone in the Kilgore area, and still have some to spare." She looked down at her hands. "I'm not the same girl, Diablo." I snorted. "I'm not the same man, Nina." She shot me a quelling look. "I'm not a child." I laughed, remembering how much she hated being called that when she was younger, too. "Why do you think I kept calling you that then?" I asked. She didn't get the chance to answer because my pager went off. Fucking again. "Jesus Christ," I hissed, pulling it off my belt loop. She looked at me worriedly. 911. "Fuck," I hissed. "I gotta go. Call me in the morning, Nina. I have a present for you." Without waiting for a response, I started running down the driveway, making it down the half-mile dirt road in less than 2.5 minutes. Not bad for jeans and boots. The last thing I saw as I pulled out of the driveway was Georgia standing at the top of the hill with a huge grin on her face. She waved when I held my hand out of the window, and I couldn't help the stupid little grin that stayed on my face the entire way to the station. It was also there when I came into the station and walked to the back room where the SWAT team usually met. I was the last to arrive, the others having been there like I was supposed to be, but wasn't. Once I arrived, Luke, our boss and leader of the SWAT team, started talking. "All right, boys, we have a hostage situation at the Quick Stop. A man with a gun is holding 2 older men hostage, as well as the teenage clerk," Luke said, wasting no time getting down to business. That was the good thing about Luke. He knew how to handle his shit, and I valued that in a man. He outlined what we were going to do when we got there, and we were released to get dressed. It was as I was slipping the Kevlar vest over my chest that Bennett, my best friend, walked up to the locker beside me and shot me a sideways glance. "The men are talking," he said, as he stripped his shirt off and replaced it with the department-issued black one. I shrugged. He grinned. "You're not going to tell me, are you?" I shrugged again. "No." He sighed and finished dressing, while I sat down and relaced my boots. "I don't think I've ever seen you smile, man," Michael, another member of the SWAT team, said from the bench in front of me. He was lacing up his boots as well, but his eyes were on me and not what he was doing. I shrugged again. "That's too bad." He grinned. but I just stared at him blankly. He didn't take it personally, though. That was just how I was. My family had me unconditionally, but it took me a while to warm up to people after my stint in the Navy. Michael and the other men on my team, as well as 2 other men in this world, would always have my back. If I was being honest, I knew they were curious about me. I wasn't one to share my feelings with others, though. I was a private man and had been so my whole life. It was hard to keep anything private in a family of 8, but I somehow managed it. It also showed in my everyday life when I didn't let people in, being let down one too many times to truly rely on anyone. "All right, boys, let's do this," Luke called. I stood and walked out to the armored truck. Let's do this indeed.
Chapter 2. I put the hot in psychotic. T-shirt. Georgia. I decided to run to Nico's place instead of calling. It was nearly 6 and I'd been lying in bed for over 2 hours, too tired to get up. I'd thought that I had a fairly demanding job in Houston, but now coming back out and doing the things I'd done every day of my life when I was younger showed me how truly wrong I'd been. Running was supposed to work out the sore muscles, and it did, to some extent. I'd made it to just about halfway, having hit the huge oak tree that curved over the road, denoting it as being just a mile more, when I heard footsteps behind me. My heart rate started to pound for a reason other than exertion, and I lifted up my shirt just in case I needed to access my weapon. However, my paranoia was unwarranted as I looked over my shoulder and found Nico behind me. He was in nothing but shorts and some tennis shoes. Sweat poured down his beautifully bronzed chest and disappeared into the black waistband of his underwear. The wide band that stated he wore Hanes was clearly visible, and I had to fight the urge to lick my lips. "Little early for you, isn't it?" I called back to Nico. It was only 6:30 in the morning. I'd hoped that I'd wake him up, but this worked too. He grinned, showing me his perfectly straight white teeth, the ones his mother liked to complain put her in debt to buy for him. "I have to get up this early or I don't get my workout in before shit needs doing," he said. I shook my head, feeling my hair swish at the top of my head. What little of it there was sticking straight up in a ponytail. I could feel strands falling out of the ponytail, not long enough yet to stay up. But I loved the short hair and would deal with the mess if I had to. "What's with the colored hair?" he asked all of a sudden. I glanced at him and shrugged. I wanted it. That's the only reason. "Did they allow that hair at your job?" he asked in curiosity. "When I have it down, you can't really tell that it's colored. My new job knows that it's colored, though. They didn't seem to mind overly much," I puffed. His eyes moved from the road in front of us to me. "Where do you work? Is it not going to be on the farm?" I shook my head. "No, that's the boys' wish, not mine. I'll help when I'm needed, but it won't be mine anymore. It took me 8 years, but I finally got my degree." "You graduated?" he asked sharply. I nodded. "Yeah, last week." His mouth dropped open. "And you didn't tell any of us? We would have gone." He sounded outraged that I didn't tell him, and I frowned. "It was online. You wouldn't have been going to a ceremony. I think they send me my degree in the mail." He kept pace beside me as we continued the last mile to his house. I could tell he was holding back, probably able to nearly double his pace, but he stayed with me out of some sort of courtesy, as he'd done when we were younger. "What's your mile time look like now?" I asked out of curiosity. When he was in high school, he was able to run the mile in a little more than 5 minutes. I'd never gotten better than 7. He winked before answering. 6.5 or so. More muscle means less speed, unfortunately." I snorted. He was still better than my all-time best, much to my annoyance. I made it about another 100 yards before I couldn't do any more. "You've ran the whole loop, haven't you?" I asked in suspicion. He shrugged. "Would have if you hadn't stopped." I backhanded him in the bicep, causing him to laugh. "So what's my present?" I asked after the silence continued. "You'll have to wait and see now, won't you?" he teased. I should have known he wouldn't tell me. He was always like that. I'd get him a present every year for his birthday and Christmas, and I'd try to taunt him with it. He never fell for it, though. He liked getting his presents on the day of the special occasion. He was so weird.
I saw your trailer getting delivered as I was running by. Your brother was outside talking to the man driving the truck,
Nico informed me. I nodded. I'd known they were coming early, but my brothers were there to handle it. I just hoped they didn't run over the septic tank. That'd be a mess to clean up. My brothers, however, had said that they had it, and I took them at their word. The cows are being delivered today, too. You'll have your friends back, I teased. Nico's parents' property had bordered ours. Now, I guess it was Nico's property, since his parents had moved into the city, according to Nicky. They'd been tired of doing ranch work and wanted to be in town closer to their grandchildren, something I couldn't blame them for. Not one single bit. We arrived at his house, finally, and I sighed in relief. My legs were screaming now, and I could really use a drink of water. He walked me up the steps to his place, but instead of walking inside like he used to, he punched in a code next to the door, then walked in, disarming the alarm once he was in the entranceway. "What's with all the security?" I asked in surprise. He grimaced.
"I've seen too much shit as a SEAL, and a cop, not to be a little cynical about my property and life. I won't ever not have it locked anymore. I value the peace of mind."
The house on the outside looked exactly like I'd last seen it. The inside, though, was totally redecorated. "Wow," I said, taking in my surroundings. He grinned.
"I'm not a big fan of the Susie Homemaker shit Mama had up."
I loved the way his voice lilted when he wasn't trying to contain his accent. Although all the kids had been born in the U.S., both of their parents had instilled in them their history, had taught them that, even though they were Americans, they had Spanish roots. Each child spoke fluent Spanish, as well as French, at their mother's insistence. I suspected that Nico knew even more than that. He was always a fast learner, and was the one to help me with my Spanish course while he was home. He had the patience of a saint when it came to teaching, and I'd always felt he'd make a great teacher. But I'd heard that he made a great SEAL and an even better cop. The first room I came to was the living room. It didn't even look the same. It was completely remodeled. The large cabinet TV that used to take up half the living room was gone, and in its place was a huge flat-screen TV that dominated nearly the whole wall. There were huge plush brown couches facing the TV, and the large fireplace was refinished with beautiful new stonework. "This place is looking great," I said, eyes snagging on the wall of pictures on the side of the room. I walked to the pictures slowly, two catching my eye right off the bat. One picture was of me and Nico standing on a large branch that overhung the pond on their property. It was the year before I graduated. I was 17 to Nico's 22. In the picture, he'd had his hands around my waist as he prepared to shove me off, but I'd gotten a hold of his shirt. The picture captured us just before we went over the edge, and our happiness showed. The second picture was of me giving Nico a hug the day he deployed for the first time. I'd been a hot mess the entire time, and it had taken everything I had not to cry. He'd known I was upset, too. The picture was of him hugging me close to his body, his nose skimming along my brow. He had his hand fisted in my hair, and our bodies were plastered close together. If anyone else were to have seen these pictures, they'd think we had been in love. And to a point, we had been. It had been the kind of love that one has for another person. It had been innocent and fun, but it had never progressed past kissing. Kisses I'd remembered and compared for the past 8 years, against everyone. It was also why I hadn't had sex with anyone. My body knew what, and who, it wanted, and wouldn't accept anyone else. Then, my eye was snagged on the other picture, the one I'd taken of him the day he'd left for deployment for the second time, the one that had been a month and a half after my parents and 2 brothers had died.
"I knew you were there,"
he rumbled. My head hung. I hadn't been ready to talk to him yet. Hell, I hadn't said more than a word in nearly a year after I'd witnessed the murder of my brothers and mother. "I know you did," I replied weakly.
"I loved the pictures. This one was my favorite,"
he said, eyes scanning the picture from behind me. It had been my favorite, too. I'd taken it as he was entering the military transport that was taking him to his boat leaving port in San Diego, California. His hand had been resting on the side of the plane as he walked inside, and he'd turned, just before going in, scanning the crowd one last time. He'd been looking for me, and had found me. The moment I'd captured his picture, memorializing it for all time, was the moment a slow smile had crept over his face. The men that had been in the background I'd blurred out, so you only got the sense of the people surrounding him. He'd changed a lot in the years since that picture had been taken. I had another one nearly identical to the one I'd sent him of the day he'd returned home from his deployment. His eyes, those melty chocolate-brown orbs, had turned cold and hard. He'd been sporting a new scar on his jaw, and I'd captured him as he scanned the crowd once again. Not in a way that he was looking for someone in particular, but in a way that showed he was searching for danger. It had been heartbreaking, and both photos had hung in my apartment, side by side, ever since. Now, though, they were packed away in moving boxes, but as soon as I had my new place livable, they'd go right back on the wall. "Let me go get some jeans and a t-shirt on, and we'll head back outside. My present is in the barn," he said as he walked away. "Make some coffee, por favor." I laughed as he slipped in and out of Spanish. When he was relaxed, his words became intermingled, much the same as his mother's did. I followed directions and went to the kitchen, happy with what he'd done in there as well. Gone was the checkered patterned floor, and in its place was dark cherry hardwood floors. The red cabinets had been replaced by a nearly black wood, and the appliances had all been upgraded to stainless steel. There was a new bar instead of a kitchen table, and in the table's place was a bay window seat that overlooked the backyard. I made coffee, pouring 2 cups into travel mugs just as Nico walked in, pulling his shirt over his head. It was a definite tragedy to have him covering up that fine body, but it was probably for the best. I wasn't able to talk coherently when it was on display, and it didn't matter if he was trying to make it on display or not. He could be cleaning up puke, shirtless, and it'd still be on display. He took the cup from my hand as he passed, heading straight for the back door that had a path leading to the barn. The entire property was lined with barbed wire, the only exception being the front that was lined in steel fencing. A cattle guard at the base of the driveway kept the livestock in much the same as mine used to, only I didn't see any of the cows that used to be such a big part of the farm. "No cows?" I asked. 2. Only milking ones, though. With none of the kids wanting to work the farm, the cows were sold out slowly but surely. That's mainly the reason our parents moved out. They didn't see a reason to be here if they weren't raising cattle," he explained. I nodded in understanding. The place was mighty big for an older couple with no reason to be there anymore. The upkeep alone was astronomical. He opened the door to the barn and I looked around in surprise. "Wow, you've updated this, too." He nodded and showed me what he'd fixed and remodeled. "There's an apartment off this side of the barn. It's not in use anymore, though. Natalie moved out about 2 years ago." Natalie was 2 years younger than Nikki and I, which would put her at about 24. It was a surprise that she moved out, though. Nico would have let her live here as long as she wanted. Something large started to make a racket at the far stall, and I raised my eyebrows at Nico. "You have a new colt, or something?" He shook his head, a private smile tipping up the corner of his lips. "No, I'm sure it's your fault that she's going crazy." I followed behind the excited Nico, coming to a sudden stop when I saw what was inside. "Nautica," I whispered. It had been 8 years since I'd seen my beloved horse. 8 long years that I'd thought she'd been sold along with the livestock we'd had on our land. I looked at Nico, my eyes leaking, and said, "You kept her?" He nodded. "Yeah, we've just been waiting for you to come home." I burst out crying, walking to the edge of the door and placing my hands up against the stall door. Nautica pressed her velvet nose up against the bars and whickered. I giggled and reached down to work the lock open. The other horses hadn't had the bars on their stalls like Nautica did, and I knew why. Nautica was an escape horse. If you built it, she could get out of it. No exceptions. Although it looked like Nico had figured out exactly how to keep her in her stall when she wasn't outside. Once the door edged open, Nautica pushed her nose through and clopped up next to me. I curved my arms up and over her silky black coat, laying my head down on her thick neck. "I've missed you," I whispered fiercely. Houston wasn't the best place for a horse. I'd lived in an apartment the entire time I'd been gone, working 2 jobs just to stay ahead of everything. I'd gone to school when I could. What little money I had saved would go to the boys for their college educations. I was proud to say that none of us had debt, but that had come at a price, one that meant I couldn't have what I wanted, one of those being my horse, the one that had been my pride and joy. Nico's hand reached up and ran down Nautica's nose, scratching her between the eyes with his blunt fingernails. She gave a snort, blowing a few hairs off my face, and I giggled. Nautica was still the Spitfire she used to be. "Oh, Nico, you've just made me one very happy woman," I said, turning into his arms. He hugged me back, and I felt Nautica's large head butt me in the back, looking for attention. I let Nico go, so beyond happy that I couldn't stand it. "You so deserve a cookie," I said over my shoulder. He winked.
"I'll settle for dinner, to celebrate your graduation."
Something passed between us in that moment. A long time ago, he'd made that same offer and something horrid had happened. This time, I'd make that dinner if it was the last thing I did. Deal. The first thing I did when I got home was tell my brothers about Nautica, and they were just as ecstatic as I was. They'd never had a horse of their own, unlike me, so I'd shared Nautica with them. Everyone was thrilled, that is, except for my youngest brother, Darby, who was an ass no matter what happened.
"You're kidding, right?"
Darby asked in disgust. Ace glared at him.
"Don't be an ass. He could have sold her with the cows like we'd told him to. We're lucky he didn't. He should have listened. That could have been an extra $2,000 that we could have used to buy clothes and food," Darby snarled. Although their foster parents had been nice, they weren't the wealthiest on the block. There'd always been more money at the end of the month, and they had lived nearly paycheck to paycheck. The boys had all had to get jobs once they were old enough, and I helped them where I could, too. It had never been enough, unfortunately, which had been a large factor in the deaths of their foster parents. They'd neglected themselves to feed their kids, and in the end, when their immune systems had become compromised, they'd both died within a year of each other, leaving everyone alone.
Chapter 3. You know you have the key to a man's heart when you have the keys to his truck, 'cause there's no fucking way he'd give those up if he wasn't planning on taking payment in orgasms later. Life lesson. Nico. "No, Mama, I will not bring her to your house for dinner. We have a date, one that doesn't include my family," I growled into the phone. It was a futile gesture. It'd be happening with or without my consent. I just had to be smarter than my mother. "Hijo, I don't really care what you do with yourself, but she'll be coming to my dinner table tonight. You just wait and see," my mother declared. I sighed, long and loud. If I didn't bring her, my mother would just go over my head and ask Georgia directly, which meant I needed to act like I was, or keep the phone away from Georgia. "Yes, Mama," I conceded. "I'll see what I can do." She hung up moments later, and I hung the phone up as Bennett walked into the office. "Did you hear about the shooting at the Starbucks in Longview?" I looked up in surprise. "No? Any casualties?" Bennett shook his head and took a seat across the desk from me. I leaned back in my chair and looked him over. "You look tired," I observed. He grimaced. "Reagan had the stomach bug last night. I can deal with almost anything, but puke and phlegm just really gross me out." I grinned. Reagan was his daughter. She was a quiet and overall nice little girl, which didn't seem like it fit Bennett at all, since he was so outgoing. I'd met Bennett when we'd both been in the Navy, finding out only when we went into basic training that we were from the same area of Texas. When I'd first come to know Bennett, he'd been going through a rough spot with his ex, trying to get custody of their child, a child that the mother had tried to abort, but Bennett had convinced her not to. She hadn't, and then went on to gain full custody of the child that his ex never wanted. Bennett had gotten custody, though, with the help of his family. "Didn't she just have that last week?" I asked in surprise. He shook his head. "No, 2 weeks ago she had the flu." "Oh," I said, shaking my head. "Poor girl. I guess that means you'll be getting it soon?" He shrugged. "I always do. It's like clockwork." I couldn't help but laugh. "Guess that's part of the game of child-rearing." He flipped me off. "So are we invited to dinner to meet your mystery chick?" I shook my head. She's not a mystery chick. She's the same one I've wanted for forever. I've known her for what feels like forever. His eyes flared. Is she the chick that used to show up at all those deployments and welcome homes? I nodded and sat back to pull my cell from my pocket. Then I opened the phone and scrolled to the picture I'd taken the previous morning, the one with her and Nautica. Handing it over, I smiled when his breath inhaled. Holy shit, she's hot. Of that, I had no doubt. Then, of course, he started flipping through the pictures on my phone. Why do you have pictures of soccer cleats on here? He asked. I yanked the phone out of his hands and shoved it back into my pocket. I handed you my phone so you could look at one picture, not swipe left and right. Next time I hand you my phone, be courteous, I snapped. He chuckled and sat back in the chair. No, really, why the cleats? I shrugged. I wanted to buy Georgia a pair of cleats, but I didn't know her size. I had to ask my sister. She used to play soccer? He questioned, scratching the back of his head. I nodded. Yeah, we both made All-State. She was pretty good for a girl. One of the only ones that could keep up with me. She's even better than my sister. That's how I met her. She used to challenge my sister like a wildcat on the field. That competition morphed into a relationship. Their senior year, I think they spent the majority of the time at my parents' place. She never left, from what I heard. I'm glad you think I'm pretty good for a girl, an amused female's voice said from the doorway. I turned to find Georgia leaning casually against the doorway, arms crossed nonchalantly over her chest. Today she was wearing black slacks and a purple button-down shirt that matched part of her hair. Her shoes looked sexy as hell, too, tall black heels that made her legs look a mile long. I stood and walked around my desk. Georgia, this is Bennett. Bennett's on the SWAT team with me and an officer here. Bennett, this is Georgia. Bennett stood and offered his hand to Georgia, shaking it once before letting go. It's nice to meet you, Georgia. I've heard a lot about you over the years, Bennett greeted her. Georgia blinked and then turned. This Benny Bear? I winced and looked at the man beside me. He did not look pleased. Seriously, man? I don't understand. My sister called me that one time in front of you. One! Bennett growled in frustration. Georgia giggled. Don't worry, Bennett. I won't tell a soul. He only told me because he knew I was sad. Bennett's indignation froze, and he studied Georgia like a bug under a microscope. I used to play soccer. You were in my grade at a different school, from what I understand. Do you remember Corrine Brady? She wrinkled her nose. Yeah? I could tell she wanted to say all kinds of rude things, but that was the thing about Georgia. She didn't talk shit. About anybody. You can acknowledge your distaste, I said, gesturing to the seat beside the one Bennett was previously sitting at. Corrine Brady is Bennett's baby mama and ex. They don't get along. I knew the moment she became aware of just who we were talking about, and her perfect little mouth formed a cute little O. Bennett's eyes twinkled. I can see my reputation precedes me. We'd grown up in a small town about 30 minutes outside of Kilgore, Texas. However, we'd gone to Gladewater, while Bennett had attended Kilgore ISD. We were very loyal to our school, hanging out with our own, but everyone had heard about the incident involving the fake rape victim. Even me, and I'd been halfway around the world. That had been the topic of many letters back and forth to Georgia while I was overseas. It had rocked our small town then, was still doing so 6 years later. Years ago, the incident had spread like wildfire through our schools. A girl had been raped, and her boyfriend, Bennett Alvarez, had let it be known far and wide that retaliation would be coming to those who'd done it. Well, weeks went by, and nobody ever heard another thing about it until, one day, it became known that Corrine had lied about being raped and had actually been an accomplice in the entire charade. Bennett had later learned that he'd gotten the girl pregnant, and they'd had a lengthy battle for custody that had continued even after he had gone into the Navy. Bennett was awarded custody of his child, against all odds, thanks to his family's help. Georgia had told me that she'd secretly been rooting for Bennett at the time of the incident, and was glad that Bennett and I had become such good friends. It was always interesting to see Corrine, which didn't happen much, but it did happen. I can't say that I haven't heard your name come up in a couple stories before today, but anyway, I just wanted to see if I could borrow your truck, Nico, for a teeny-tiny minute, she said, eyes twinkling. I blinked. Sure, but why? She grimaced. I need a fridge. I plucked the keys out of my pocket and handed them over. Just don't hit anything with it. It's brand new. She stuck her tongue out at me. That was one time. I grinned. One time too many, pequeña. She glared at me, and I didn't hold back the urge to laugh this time. What? I asked innocently. To normal-sized people, I'm normal-sized, she grumbled and walked out. Her ass looked fantastic in those pants, too. What'd you call her? Bennett asked, wondering why she had such a reaction. Little one. She doesn't like being referred to as small. It was a major point of contention when we were younger. She's got a major anything you can do, I can do better complex, I explained, as I headed out behind her. I can't believe you just handed over the keys to your truck, Bennett said, following me. I wouldn't have given it to anyone but her, not even my own mother. Georgia had always been different, though. If she asked for the shirt off my back or the boots on my feet, they'd be hers. We watched as she walked out to the parking lot and walked directly to my truck, a new F-150 that cost me a pretty penny. It was lifted and sitting on 35-inch tires, and it amused the shit out of me as she hopped on one foot a couple of times to launch herself into the front seat. I really thought those pants might rip, Bennett murmured under his breath. I looked over at him and glared. Keep your shit to yourself. She's mine. Bennett leered at me. I don't see a ring on her finger. I punched him in the shoulder. She doesn't need a ring. She's been mine since the moment we saw each other 13 years ago. He looked at me closely before saying, You're serious. I nodded. I was being serious. Very serious. I'd given her the time she needed, and had taken the time I needed. Not a day went by that I didn't think about her. The sad thing was that even if I was with another woman, I was thinking about her. Whether it'd feel like that between her thighs, whether she'd have the same reactions. I even closed my eyes and envisioned her when I did those things. I haven't, however, had sex with any of them. I could never go that far. It was hard enough on my conscience to do everything but sex. Sex with any other woman, when I knew in my heart that Georgia was mine and I was hers, went against everything I believed in. Yeah, dead fucking serious, I answered instantly. He sighed. You and Roberts got them before I even saw them. How's a man supposed to find a woman that's worth something if y'all move in before I even see them? I grinned. Maybe if you'd start looking for quality instead of quantity. He flipped me off. Why is she so dressed up to pick up a fridge? I think she had a meeting today with her new boss, I said, watching as she pulled out into traffic. I laughed when black smoke started pouring out of the tailpipes. That's not very eco-friendly, he observed dryly. You should have gotten a Dodge. I shrugged. It came down to the two, but this one was about $3,000 cheaper. Yeah, but I'll always rather be comin' than strokin', Bennett said bodily, referring to the names of the Ford and Dodge engines. I looked him dead in the eye. I'd rather be stroked than rammed. All right, boys, let's keep it classy and stop talking about which diesel engine we bought, Reese reprimanded, coming up beside us. Bennett winked at Reese. So tell me, Reese's Pieces, would you rather be strokin'? Do not finish that sentence. Luke's deadly serious voice lasered out like a whip as he walked up to his wife. It, of course, didn't have the intended effect. Bennett still finished his sentence. Or comin'. Luke growled, and I stepped out of the way, taking Reese's arm as I went. Reese didn't object, going with me while keeping a close eye on her husband. Lucas Roberts, you leave that poor boy alone. He was only playing, Reese snapped, when Luke made the step in Bennett's direction. Luke stopped, but his glare said it all. You're going to get it. Bennett's grin said, You can try, old man. Luke nodded, accepting the challenge, neither of them saying a word. Who was the chick? Luke asked, as he wrapped a beefy arm around Reese's shoulder. Reese leaned into him and smiled as she looked at me. I didn't smile back, and she scowled. Bennett answered Luke's question for me. That's Diablo's new woman, Bennett teased. I hated when he called me Diablo. I hated when anyone besides Georgia called me Diablo. One time my sister calls me that in front of Luke, and now the whole fucking world knows. That had been my special name given to me by Georgia. Who's Diablo? Reese asked in confusion. I sighed. This is Diablo, Luke said, pointing in my direction, although he doesn't like to be called that. Why do you pester him when he looks so scary? Reese whispered to her husband. I snorted, and Reese flushed. Sorry, she muttered. I waved it off. I got the whole "you're scary" thing a lot, especially by women. It wasn't something I could help, though. It was just who I was. I didn't smile because I didn't want to, and people kind of got freaked out when my lack of facial expression finally dawned on them. It was who I was made to be, though. The Navy SEALs had trained us, and it was just something I continued doing out of habit, even though I'd been out for years. So when's the kumbaya this week, and where? Bennett asked. We had it at my place last week. It's one of y'all's turns, Luke said, leaning against the brick of the building. We can have it at mine, I said. Y'all just better not fucking drip on any of my furniture. It's new. Bennett grinned. That wasn't me, it was Michael, and Downey. It wasn't me, boy, Downey said, walking up and joining the group. I'd seen him walking up, but Bennett had had his back to him, so he couldn't see when he'd pulled up and started walking towards us. Downey exchanged handshakes and gave Reese a messy toss of her hair before looking at me. Some woman's drag racing a couple of teens in your truck, Downey said without preamble. I looked down at my toes and pinched the bridge of my nose before slipping my hand into my pocket and withdrawing my phone. Hello? Georgia answered. All right, Niña Mala. I don't know if you realize this, but everyone knows my truck around town. I'd appreciate it if you save the racing for when you're in a vehicle of your own, I growled, while still looking down at my feet. And what did she do? Fucking laughed. Bad girls all you could come up with? Come on, even your teenage self could have done better than that, Georgia giggled. I sighed. I swear to God, if you hurt my truck in any way, I'm going to give you the spanking of a lifetime. She hung up, and all I could do was shake my head, while laughing softly to myself. She'd always been spunky, and it was nice to see that side of her again. When I finally looked back up, it was to see everyone around me staring at me as if I'd grown a second head. Hell, even some of the other officers milling about were looking at me the exact same way. What are you looking at? I asked one of the rookie officers who'd frozen in his tracks. He shook his head hastily, and Power walked inside, not once looking back. I turned to find Reese staring at me disapprovingly. You just scared that poor kid to death. I bet he's going to go into a bathroom stall and cry, she scolded. I shrugged. If all it takes is me staring at him to make him cry, then it's obvious he doesn't need to be a cop. This job will chew him up and spit him out. I got murmurs of agreement from the rest of the men surrounding me, and I couldn't help the grin that spread over my face. That woman would be the death of me, but it'd be one hell of a ride on the way down.
Chapter 4. Admit it. You sleep with your feet covered because you're too afraid of something touching them in the middle of the night. Food for thought. Georgia. Something annoying was playing with my foot. Creep. It had to be. Creep was my cat, and he was the biggest bastard in the world. Every morning at 5, he'd start tumbling around the house. If I didn't get moving within 10 minutes of his gymnastic session, then it'd get worse. For instance, he'd lay on my chest, placing his ass towards my face, and slowly swish his tail back and forth until I either knocked him away or got up. The feet-ticking thing was new, however. So was the way he started running his fingers up my leg. Fingers. Leg. I sat bolt upright, gasping in terror. My mind was locked in a horror I couldn't get out of. They were fighting again. They always fought. Why the hell couldn't I have a normal fucking father? His angry, drunk bellows were loud, so loud that they had to be in the hallway next to my door. The hard thunk-thunk of something hitting the wall had me standing in angry indignation. My mother wasn't a fighter. She'd sit there and take it like it was her duty. When I didn't hear anything else, I decided to get back in bed. There were no more angry shouts, no whimpering, and no crying. I deluded myself into thinking that she was fine and laid back down, pulling the covers up over my head. Today had been a long day, and my father hadn't helped one damn bit. It had been me and the bigger boys moving the cattle. My father just sat on the front porch, drinking like he normally did. It wasn't until I was nearly asleep that I felt a hand around my ankle. It was strong and relentless, as I tried hard to stop myself from being pulled down the bed. My struggles were for nothing, though, because my father had a death grip on my ankle, and he was about 5 times stronger than me. My legs swung free of the bed, and my upper body soon followed as my body hit the floor with a strong thump. My head slammed against the floorboards, but I had no time to react as I was dragged like a bag of trash down the hall and into the living room. I wasn't screaming. I was trying to, but I couldn't catch my breath. My father's face looked thunderous as he threw me down onto one of the kitchen chairs. I ended up next to one of my brothers, and then my father bent down, looping my hands together with one of his and threading a zip tie around my wrists. He pulled it painfully tight, grabbed me around the shoulders, and sat me upright in the chair. My head was spinning as I started to struggle, but it was too late. He had my legs tied to the chair legs, surprisingly smooth for a man that I could smell the whiskey pouring off of him. That was when I finally looked around and saw all of my brothers in much the same predicament I was in. They were all strapped to the chairs, them with duct tape and zip ties instead of just the ties. They all looked incredibly frightened and were looking at me to tell them what to do. "I don't know," I cried. Then my dad stopped and pulled a gun out of his shirt. "I don't know," I pleaded, shaking my head. Then he pulled it up and aimed. "I don't know," I whimpered. "Mi amor." Nico's voice intruded in my dream. God, Nico, what do I do? My head thrashed back and forth as I tried in vain to get my hands free. "Georgia, despertar, mi amor." Nico's voice cracked through my horror like a thunderclap. "Wake up!" My eyes opened to find Nico over me in the bed. He was straddling my hips and he was hunched over me. His beautiful brown eyes were wild as they stared down into mine. "You with me, Georgia?" he rasped. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm with you." His head dropped so his forehead rested against mine. 10 years off my life, Nina." I smiled sadly at him. They never get easier. They, meaning my dreams. They never lost their intensity. My dreams were vivid and real, and I relived the worst day of my life over and over again, when something triggered them. He shook his head. "No, they don't." His voice held the pain of 1,000 sins, and I so desperately wanted him to know that he had helped me, that he was the one that made me live. "You know why I survived that night?" I asked, staring at his neck. He shook his head as my eyes closed and then reopened. A lone tear trailed down my face as I exhaled. "You taught me how to get out of cable ties. I watched you do that 100 times when we were younger. I remembered your voice as I did it. I replayed exactly what to do 100 times in my brain. I blanked out my thoughts and just did it. It was your reassuring voice that got them out of the house alive." "You're the reason we're all alive today," I whispered brokenly. I saw the muscles of his neck work as he swallowed thickly. "That was supposed to be a party trick. I thought you'd find it cool." I gave him a watery laugh. "Well, your party trick worked, and I'll forever be grateful." He leaned down and pressed those full lips against my forehead, then fell over to his side and gathered me into his arms. "So, obviously, I know not to wake you up by grabbing your ankle again," he replied jokingly. I snorted. "Yeah, let's not." He stayed silent for a few moments, and my eyes started to drift closed, but his voice made me open them once again. "If you ever wake me up, make sure you don't do it while standing over me. Do it, preferably, with a long stick by the doorway," he said dryly. Or at least I thought he was kidding. "You're kidding, right?" I asked. He smiled. "Sort of. Just don't stand over me and you should be fine. Bennett tried that one night after I fell asleep at his place after a ball game. He got power slammed into his coffee table when he went to wake me up." I rolled until my face was level with his. "What the fuck are you doing in my room at—" I looked at my clock on the nightstand, then back to him. 5 in the morning? He pointed to a box on the end of the bed, and I gave him a good long glare before I moved to grab the box. The blanket that was covering my legs slipped until my lower half was revealed. I'd thought that the simple pair of cotton shorts that covered my butt was conservative, but obviously I was a little naive when it came to my clothes. Moments later, When I sat back in my original position with the box in my lap, I stifled a giggle when I saw Nico conspicuously readjusting the large tent in his soccer shorts. I tossed a look at him, and he shrugged, not apologizing at all. I opened the box to try to cover up my nervousness and stared at the contents in confusion. He grinned unrepentantly at me.
You up for some soccer?
I ran up the length of the field with a large man at my back. His name was Michael, and he was incredibly competitive. He also didn't like when he was losing against a girl. My new pink cleats tore into the spongy grass, trying my hardest to get into position to accept the pass that I knew Nico was about to lob at me from his position across the field. My lungs were screaming at me for oxygen, but I pushed harder, practically feeling Michael's pounding feet catching up to me. My heart was beating quickly, and my hair was sticking to my damp forehead. Then the moment I was expecting to happen happened, and he side-footed the most beautiful arcing pass I'd seen. It hit the sweet spot of my foot like it was meant to, one of the most perfect passes I'd ever witnessed. I juggled the ball 10 more yards, coming to a stop and firing off the shot at the goal. The goalie blocked it like I knew he would. He was too good. However, Nico, my Diablo, was better. He was there, bouncing the ball off his chest, then firing the shot like a bullet from a gun. The ball slapped against the back of the net, and I screamed. I was tempted to pull a Brandy Chastain, ripping my shirt from my body, but that'd look bad against a bunch of amateurs. Nico and I were playing the rest of his team, which included Bennett, James, John, Luke, Downey, and Michael. Bennett, of course, was the best on the other team since he'd played in high school and had kept up with the sport as Nico had. Sadly, they were no match for Nico and me. We'd played together no less than thousands of times. Literally. We'd done this so many times that I knew instinctually what he'd be doing. They never stood a chance. I was, however, dying. Once he scored, I fell down in an exhausted heap, laying my head down on the cool grass. Shadows, one by one, fell on me, but I still didn't move.
I think you broke her,
Downey the cute red-headed giant said. I snorted but continued along my path, thinking that a nap sounded pretty darn spiffy right now.
She used to do that during high school, too. You wouldn't even realize she was tired until she was laying on the field after the game,
Nico said, dropping down to one knee. I rolled over onto my back to see all 7 men leaning over me. I'm getting too old to play like that, I panted. He grinned.
You're only 26.
I waved an ambivalent hand. Yeah, but I don't recover like I used to. He grinned.
I have excellent stamina. Enough for the both of us.
Before he could reply, the women and children entered the field, effectively putting a stop to any more sexual innuendos. Holy crap! Shiloh, James's wife, exclaimed. I want to be you when I grow up. I'd been introduced to the other members of Kilgore SWAT this morning before we started playing. The 2 wives, Shiloh and Reese, had showed up at halftime with their kids, Reese belonging to Luke and Shiloh belonging to James. I doubt it. I have arthritic knees, and I'm pretty sure my lower half won't function for another half hour, I gasped. They all laughed, except Nico, who was busy staring down at my exposed stomach. I looked down and noticed my scar was revealed, so I yanked it down quickly, covering it before anyone could ask where the scar had come from. I wasn't embarrassed about it, nor was I ashamed. I just didn't want to ruin the good day by explaining the scar, which I knew would be a mood killer, especially in front of a bunch of macho men that I knew wouldn't like the fact that little old me had been hurt once upon a time. I think I need a hamburger, I groaned as I sat up. Nico didn't move, which made the new position a very intimate one, seeing as we were nearly face to face and he was still kneeling over me. He moved, albeit slowly, as the rest of his team spread out and started talking about what Nico was making for dinner. Nico and his teammates apparently had get-togethers once a month to promote team health, as their chief liked to call it. There they were supposed to go over the past month's events and talk about them, making sure everyone's emotions were on track and in working order. What apparently happened was that they drank beer and ate fattening food. Coincidentally, I like to do both, which was a bonus since Nico had practically demanded that I be there for it.
Anything you want, Nina,
Nico teased as he stood up and helped me to my feet. I must have underestimated my ability to stand because the moment my feet straightened and I put weight on them, I caught a Charlie horse in my leg that nearly took me down to my ass again. Nico caught me up to his chest, and I started to whine. Oh my God, it's in my butt. Ow! I was drawing attention to myself, but the pain of the cramp was excruciating. I tried in vain to work the cramp out of my left ass cheek, but gave up when Nico's hand replaced my own, rubbing in a slow, rough circle on the cheek of my ass. I sighed as he slowly worked the Charlie horse out, with movements that could rival a god. I can't say that I've ever had one of those before. I sighed when the cramp became little more than an annoying discomfort, allowing me to finally realize just how close Nico and I were standing. My wet, sweaty body was plastered up against his, and I reluctantly withdrew from his arms. It might have been just me, but I almost felt like he was reluctant to let me go, too. What are you doing, Georgia Valentine? This is a bad, bad idea.
Chapter 5. Does it feel weird to have a penis between your legs? Georgia to Nico. Nico. What's going on? I asked as I walked up to the closest cop. His name was Goddard, and he was one of the most experienced cops on the force. We were at the site of a traffic accident, and it looked like everyone was okay, and all the cars were moved, save for a few patrol cars and an older model truck, which was why I couldn't figure out what the holdup was. I'd parked nearly 30 cars back and pulled off the side of the road. There's an altercation between a few of the motorists. The guy in the truck refuses to move his truck because he says there's something down in the river and he wants someone to look at it. Goddard shook his head. He threw his keys down there in hopes that we'd look, and now I'm waiting for a tow truck. I walked to the bridge, scanning the water. What does he say is in there? Goddard walked up next to me and looked down at the muddy water of the Sabine with me. He says he saw something black when he was driving by, but I don't see anything. Black as in a vehicle or black as in a fish? I asked. The man in question started yelling, pointing down at something in the water. At first I didn't see it, thinking the man was batshit just like Goddard did, but then I saw what looked to be like a rounded something, covered in black, bobbing up and down with each current of water. I walked down the road and rounded the edge of the bridge, staying along the bank as I continued to scan the water in the area I'd last seen the flash of black. From this angle, though, I could definitely tell that something was there. A man had his boat docked on the edge of the boat ramp, waiting for the commotion of the accident to settle down before he left. I walked up to him and offered him my hand. He looked like he'd been on the river for the last 40 years. His skin was craggy and sun-drenched. Deep laugh lines lined his mouth and eyes. His hair was a bleach blonde, and he had so many freckles covering his face that I couldn't tell where one began and the other ended. "How are you doing?" I asked, offering the old fisherman my hand. He took it, shaking it once, before dropping it again. "I'm good. How about yourself?" he replied. I shrugged. Not even 8 in the morning, and I'm already busy. He laughed with me, nodding his head in agreement. "What's going on?" he asked, gesturing to the commotion up above. I nodded to the area of the river where I kept seeing the bob of the black bag. "Do you mind taking me out there to see what that is? I have a man up there that swears there's something down there, and I want to show him it's nothing so he'll move his truck." I don't know what it was, maybe instinct, but for some reason I just had to show that man that it was nothing. Had to. I couldn't not do it. The man nodded, and I found myself trailing up the river at an extremely slow pace. The old boat was fighting hard against the minuscule current. The water was low for this time of year, but lack of rain and a drought would do that easily to this river. There were places that it was little more than a swift creek. "Do you have a fish hook or anything?" I asked, gesturing to the bag. He shook his head, and I sighed. Of course, it'd be me reaching in without any gloves on or anything. That's exactly what I wanted to do, was stick my hands in a bag of trash. Except it wasn't a bag of trash. In fact, it was a fucking body. 6 hours later. "I'm going to be late, Mama," I sighed. "I'm in the middle of a shitstorm of mass proportions, and I don't have time to make it to dinner." My mother grumbled about me having a job that demanded too much of me, but there was little I could do. We'd had a homicide in our small town. In fact, it had been multiple homicides. What Officer Goddard had been trying to convince the poor man was nothing was in fact a dumping ground. It looked like it had been used for going on years, and the only thing that had made us privy to it now was that the river was low. The river was dragged for nearly 5 hours, 2 miles upstream and 2 downstream, and in that 4 miles of river, 3 bodies were found. My next call was to Georgia to apologize. "Hello?" Georgia's sweet, husky voice answered 2 rings later. "Hey, Nina. I'm going to be late, if I even come at all. I've tried to get out of here for the last hour, but it's not looking good," I said remorsefully. I heard her exhale. "It's okay. I heard what happened on the news. Are you okay?" Her concern for me was touching. "Yeah, I'm okay. It was a surprise, that's all. I'd seen dead bodies before, and I'd seen mass graves. However, that had all been overseas, not at home, and certainly not in my own backyard. That was something that happened anywhere but here." "Okay, I'll set up a different day with your mom. You should come over to my house when you're done. It doesn't matter what time it is," she whispered. I looked down at my hands and squeezed them into fists. "Sounds good, Georgia. Thank you." "Be safe," she whispered, then hung up. I placed the phone down in the receiver and then collapsed into my chair. I had about 18 more reports to fill out, and I could really tell that it'd be fun. Not. It was when I was in my 9th report that I heard a soft knock on the door to my office. I looked up to see Georgia there. She was wearing black leggings, a baggy Gladewater soccer shirt that looked remarkably familiar, and a small smile graced her lips. "Hey," I said, setting my pencil down. My hands screamed in relief, and I stood up to clear my chair off. She sat before she said anything, handing me food that smelled mouth-watering. "Oh my God, how'd you remember?" I asked, as I dug into the gas station bag. I had a soft spot for these chiquitos that the gas station near our place sold. It was probably unhealthy as hell, but fuck, the taste was out of this world. She rolled her eyes. "Nico, I remember everything. The way you roll your tongue when you're concentrating. The way you crack your knuckles when you first wake up in the morning. Everything. Even your love for these vile things." I dug in and started to write again while she ate what looked to be a taco salad and played on her phone. That was another thing about Georgia. She knew how to be silent. I'm not saying that in a mean way or anything, but I'm not a talkative person, and she accepts that. She accepts me, bad attitude and all. I finished my last 3 reports in silence, getting down to the very last report before she finally said something. "You'll have to give me a ride home." I nodded, continuing to write. 10-4. She snorted, but didn't say anything else, only started gathering up our trash and tossing it into the garbage can beside my desk. "I'm going to be tired tomorrow," she giggled, once everything was cleaned. I flicked my eyes up to her and back down to my report. "It's only 8:30. She nodded. "Yeah, but I have to work at 8, which means I have to get up at 5 to work out, feed all the animals, and get to work." "Work?" I asked, raising my head. She nodded. "Yeah, they want me to start tomorrow. Something about one of their other case managers being on maternity leave." I signed the bottom of my report and sat it in the stack of mail that I'd take by the chief's office before I left for the night. "I didn't realize you were starting so early. You've only been here less than a week." I stood. "Not to mention it's the middle of the week. Who starts work in the middle of a week?" "Social workers, obviously. Foster kids don't take the weekend off, FYI," Georgia said dryly. I waved a dismissive hand. "That's not what I meant, you little shit." God, it was like the last 8 years hadn't even happened. We were fighting and sparring just like we'd done 8 years ago. As if all those horrible things in her life, and mine, never even happened. "All right, let me drop these by the chief's office, and then we can go," I said, gathering up the large stack. She nodded and fell into step beside me. I closed and locked the door, and she followed behind me sedately, taking in the still busy bullpen. "Why is it so busy?" she asked. I put the reports in the chief's box and led her outside to my truck. Opening the passenger side door for her, she hopped in, and I couldn't help staring at her sexy, toned ass and her skin-tight leggings. It looked fucking amazing. "Crime doesn't just stop at night, you know," I said mockingly. She stuck her foot out and pushed me back with her foot firmly planted in my gut, then slammed the door. I chuckled and walked around the front of the truck to my side and hauled myself in, starting it up. I'm in love with your truck, she purred, as the new diesel motor purred. I want to ride in it forever. I looked at her, and with as straight of a voice as I could muster, I said, This big boy would allow you to ride him forever. She burst out laughing. I was serious, though. However, I wasn't talking about my truck.
Chapter 6. Alphas. Because who likes making your own decisions anyway? Georgia's inner thoughts. Georgia. Can you give me a little more info on this little girl's case? I asked Mary, the woman who was going over all my new cases with me. I'd started my new job, on a Wednesday no less, and I was getting the info on one of the children that would be under my supervision in the immediate future. I currently worked for a nonprofit agency that provides a multitude of services throughout the state of Texas. Full Hearts Adoption Services, FHAS, had several child emergency shelters for children who need a place to stay. There were also after-school programs I'd learned only moments before for the youth of the community to have a safe place to stay if they needed it. In addition, there were services provided for pregnant women who were thinking about giving their children up for adoption as well. Mary nodded and flipped her file open that she had on the 4-month-old infant. No family. Grandfather is in prison for money laundering. No other living relatives. Mother died 4 months ago. This one is a really high-profile case because it was one of the local police officers that was forced to shoot the mother. The officer involved performed life-preserving maneuvers on the mother until the ambulance arrived. The baby was delivered via emergency C-section in Good Shepherd ER, Mary confided. My eyes widened. Wow, that's a tough one. Who was the officer? The question was an idle one that I was just curious about, but the next words out of Mary's mouth froze me in my tracks. Officer Nicholas Pena. He's a SWAT officer with Kilgore Police Department, Mary said, flipping through the pages in her folder. She didn't notice when I froze, and by the time she looked up again, I'd composed my shocked features into a cool mask of indifference. Holy shit. Nico had shot someone. A pregnant woman at that? Double holy shit. They're calling her Angel. Angel's being funded, however, and we're fairly positive it's related to the case somehow, but we're not ones to deny help when it's given. Angel's currently at her foster mother's place inside the city limits. She has 4 other children, 2 of which are also fosters, Mary continued. I started taking notes again, my mind still reeling. I'd heard the rumors around town about the pregnant woman killed by a cop, but never in a million years would I have suspected that it'd be Nico. The Catholic man who went to church every Sunday and loved kids with a fierceness that bordered on overprotectiveness. The man that did everything within his power to defend human life. He had to be torn up inside. Do I need to do a drop-in with that family? I asked, trying to divert my attention away from Nico. My primary responsibility with FHAS would be to find homes for any and all children in the FHAS Child Directory. Initially, I'd find them a foster home, then I'd find them permanent homes through adoption. The children under my care, as of right now, were already placed in their foster homes, so it was now my job to find them their permanent homes. The homes where they'd be truly loved for the rest of their lives like they deserved. I'd suggest it. Go introduce yourself to all of them. At least that's what I would do if I were you. She nodded, standing. Okay. Anything else I need to know? I asked. She shook her head and then seemed to hesitate. These are the children that have been here the longest. The ones that have the least hope of finding a home, besides Angel. I hope you can find them homes. I really do. I smiled sadly at Mary. I'll do my best, Mary. Thank you, I whispered. That I would try to do. I knew on first-hand account what the label of foster kid could do to a child. My brothers had been scared to death after the death of my parents. I'd tried my hardest to keep a positive outlook for them, and none of that would have been possible if it wasn't for the social worker assigned to their case. Maya Minoa was truly my hero. Speaking of the devil, Maya walked in with a large smile on her face, bearing lunch in her arms. Hola, Mary. How are you doing? Maya asked. Maya reminded me of Mrs. Pena. In fact, There was a lot about the two that were similar, even their facial features. That must have been why she was able to get into my circle of trust so easily after our ordeal. If it hadn't been for that, she wouldn't have stood a chance. Not to my distrusting 18-year-old self. "I'm well, Maya. I see you found Georgia's weakness," Mary said with a smile. That would be because I'd already started digging into the bag of food that had been in Maya's arms. I was positively starving. Running with Nico, even if it was for a short period, was most definitely a workout. He didn't let me slack off, even going as far as to taunt me to get me to run further or faster. I'd nearly died in my front yard once we'd made it back. Then Nico had gone on to run the rest of the loop around our streets, which was over 6 miles. He was such a loser. No, really, though, he was in great shape for 31 years old. Amazing shape, in fact. All the while I was scarfing down an obnoxious amount of Chinese food and not feeling the least bit guilty. The girls always had the ability to eat and stay skinny, Maya said dryly. I snorted. That was the best lie I'd heard in weeks. I ran so I could eat. I ate a lot, so I had to run a lot. End of story. "Well, I'll let you to finish lunch," she said laughingly. "Have a good day, honey, and let me know if I can help you with anything." I just opened my mouth to take another bite when Mary turned abruptly. "I forgot!" she exclaimed. I raised my brow since my mouth was currently occupied by an egg roll. She grinned. "Angel's had someone interested in adopting her, but they're waiting on legal to get back to us on whether the family is actually gone. I'll have Missy call you with the details. They expect them to get back to us by Monday morning." I held a thumbs up, and she grinned. As Mary left, I turned my accusing eyes on Maya. "You didn't tell me that all the hoopla with the cop shooting the pregnant woman was Nico," I hissed. She grimaced. "I didn't want you to worry. You were in your last months of school. What would you have done if you'd known?" I deflated somewhat. She knew exactly what I would have done. I would have been there for him. Now I felt like a complete shit. I may have been avoiding this place like the plague, but I wasn't avoiding him. Or at least, that's what I told myself. My mind wandered back to that night. The night before my life was ruined. My eyes were closed, and I was trying in vain to go to sleep. Nikki was snoring away beside me. Her glass of water sat untouched next to her bed. She'd ruined my potential kiss for nothing. I rolled over on the couch, and my eyes snagged on the muted light pouring out from underneath Nico's door. My eyes went to the wall clock in the corner, noting that it was less than 3 hours until I had to get up for the day and be back home. I don't know what made me do it, but suddenly I found myself in front of Nico's door. I listened to the sound of the TV through the closed door, wondering what exactly he was watching. It sounded like a comedy of some sort, because there was laughing in the background. I found myself knocking without conscious thought, and I froze for a solid 2 seconds before I decided to make a run for it. I was 2 steps into my flee when a steely arm slid around my belly and pulled me into the room. I gasped in surprise and stared at the closed bedroom door in shock, the wrong side of the closed bedroom door. I could feel the hard length of Nico at my back. My bare thighs, the ones no longer ensconced in shorts, were pressed up against the thin fabric covering Nico's lower half. I started panting in anticipation of what he'd do next. "Why are you running?" he rumbled against my back. I shook. I licked my lips. "I forgot to put my shorts back on." I felt him pause, and then, very slowly, he let his free hand slip down the outside of my thigh. He started at my hip, where my t-shirt came to a stop, but it ended just below the curve of my ass. Then, nothing but my panties. I hated sleeping in restrictive clothing. If I didn't live with a house full of brothers, it'd probably be even less than panties in a t-shirt. His hand froze once he felt the smooth expanse of my thigh. Everything I'd ever thought was true about Nico was put into crystal clear clarity in the next moment. For instance, his beard did feel wonderful against the soft skin of my neck. Also, his body felt perfect around my own. His arms felt like they were made to wrap around me. And his penis. There were no words. His penis was definitely large, larger than I'd ever imagined as I felt him pressing against my backside. I swallowed thickly and took the chance. I turned in his arms. He let me, and suddenly I had an eyeful of hot, sexy Nico. My best friend's brother. The man I never, ever thought I'd have a shot in the dark with. His hands froze as I turned and slowly returned to where they'd been before, which had been the front of my thighs, except now they weren't the front of my thighs anymore. It was the back of my thighs, and he was extremely close to the part of me that felt like molten lava was pouring out of it. I inhaled, and the smell of him entered my lungs, spicy, like I'd always imagined he'd smell up close. I leaned forward and kissed his collarbone, causing him to inhale as well. "You're playing with fire, Nina," he rumbled darkly. I looked up at him, saw his taut, clenched jaw, and the tick at the corner of his eye. I held my hand up and ran the tips of my fingers along the scruff of his beard, coming to a stop when I reached the seam of his lips. His mouth opened, and the tip of his tongue licked the pad of my thumb. I hissed in a breath and pressed more fully into him. He growled, and suddenly I found myself not standing anymore. Instead, I was on his bed with Nico between my thighs, and he was kissing me. Kissing me well, too. "I've wanted this for so long," he breathed. I concurred. It was awful to want your best friend's brother. I felt like I was betraying Nikki by wanting him. Right now, though, she wasn't even the least bit on my mind. Only him. Only this. Only now. "All right," Maya said, standing up. "I've got to go to work again. I just wanted to run your lunch back." I jolted back into the here and now, surprised that I'd not had a spontaneous orgasm like I usually did when I thought back to that night. How embarrassing would that have been? I stood hastily and smiled at her. "Thanks for lunch." She smiled at me warmly. Maya knew how I was. I was what one would call a dreamer. I spent a lot of time inside my head or admiring the world around me. That was why Nico and I worked so well. He didn't talk, and I didn't care if he didn't talk. "No problem. I'll see you later," she whispered. The rest of the afternoon was uneventful as I worked through the mountain of paperwork, getting to know each individual child that would soon be under my charge. They were all cute kiddos, ranging from ages 4 months all the way up to 15 years old. The 15-year-old would, by far, be my hardest to place. From what I'd learned over my time interning and then my rotations during school, I'd found that potential adoptive parents weren't looking to go with teenagers, especially older ones. They wanted something new, something that wouldn't be hard to handle, and teenagers were already set in their way at their age. I'd do whatever I had to do to find her a home, though. She deserved nothing less. Chapter 7. I hope you fall down with your hands in your pockets. E-card. Georgia. "I've missed you so much, hija," Mrs. Pena whispered fiercely. Lolita Pena was a beautiful woman. She didn't look a day over 40, and her personality made her seem even younger. She was 2 inches below 5 foot, and she looked like a child from behind. She liked to say that it was her kids that kept her young, but it more contributed by her good genes, because even her mother didn't look much more than 60, and I knew for a fact that she was nearing 70. I hugged her back fiercely. I've missed you even more. The smell of her perfume was like a soothing balm against my bruised soul, and I was so happy to be back in her arms that I couldn't begin to express my happiness. Our missed Friday dinner had been rescheduled for today. They'd gone to church, and I'd met them back at Lolita and Sol's new place in the city. Sol was Nico's father, and the spitting image of Nico. Nico, surprisingly, had gray hair when Sol didn't. Not that I'd remind him of that fact. Sol's face was much more weathered from being out in the sun day in and day out for the previous 45 years. He was a third-generation farmer. I'd heard he'd been upset when none of his children had expressed a desire to continue with the family business. But he wasn't bitter about it. He loved his children fiercely, even though he denied their legitimacy every chance he got. Apparently they acted bad and embarrassed him, which I couldn't deny. They did, whenever they could, just because it drove Sol insane. Me, however, he loved, which he proved moments later when he gathered me up in a bear hug. Sol was smaller than Nico as well, more of a whipcord body type rather than bulky. He also talked. A lot. "Oh, Iha, how I've missed you," Sol crowed. I giggled and wrapped my arms around his shoulders, giving him a kiss on the cheek. "Hi, Daddy Sol. How are you?" I asked. "I see that you still look just as young and vibrant now as you did 8 years ago." He winked. "So you've decided to come home. I've been waiting for forever to see you again. You owe me a race." Lolita rolled her eyes and started a diatribe in Spanish that I didn't even try to interpret. The woman could talk about 1,000,000 miles an hour. "I'll see what I can do about the race. I'm not promising anything, though. I haven't been on the back of a horse in over 8 years. Nautica will have to be gentle with me later this week when I finally take her out for a ride," I whispered. He looked at me solemnly. "You're okay, though." I nodded. "I'm okay. I promise." His eyes scanned my face for the longest time, but he must have found what he was looking for because he let me go, setting me gently down on my feet. "All right, Lolita, let's eat," Sol demanded. Lolita shook her head. "Nicholas isn't here yet." "Nicholas obviously isn't hungry. He knows what time we eat lunch. Besides, he didn't come for Mass. He doesn't deserve lunch," Sol informed her. A snort from behind us had us all turning to see Nico strolling up the front walk. He was dressed in his Sunday's finest. Black form-fitting slacks, a black leather belt, a royal blue button-down shirt, and a blue and white striped tie. He looked edible. I'd always admired him when he got dressed up. Then he'd been merely handsome. Now he was captivating. He grinned at me, then stopped to give his mother a kiss. He repeated the process with me, except instead of a kiss on the cheek, he gave me a soft, lingering kiss on the mouth. "Afternoon, Nina," he grinned. "Hey," I breathed out. He leaned down and gave me another kiss on the nose before holding the door open for all of us to walk inside. His parents were both frozen, staring at us in shock. I was frozen too, though only because I couldn't seem to make my legs work. Nico chuckled and pulled my arm. I became freed, mostly because I didn't want to fall on my face, although he wouldn't have let me fall. He never had and never would. I heard both of Nico's parents speaking 90 miles an hour to each other in Spanish, and I couldn't interpret what they were saying. I was fairly good at the language when they went slow, but at the pace they were setting, only the most fluent could understand, which obviously Nico was, because he had a killer smile on his face. "What are they saying?" I asked. It came out huskily, breathily. "They're saying something about babies in the future." Nico grinned. My mouth opened and shut like a guppy searching for food on the top of a pond. What? I asked. He didn't answer, but I distinctly heard the word percado, mainly because Lolita had shrieked it, and I'd heard it all the way into the kitchen. And I knew what percado meant. Sin. Oh, dear. We entered the kitchen, and every one of the Pena children, adults and teenagers alike, were all staring rapturously out the window, speaking 1,000,000 miles an hour to each other. This, at least, I could understand. They used English. Nikki was sitting on top of the counter, trying valiantly to see outside. Nikki looked like a younger version of her mother. Her hair was shorter, though, cut right above her chin in a stylish bob. She was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, and had what I suspected was a flower handprint on her ass. There were 6 kids in the Pena bunch: Nicholas, Nikki, Natalie, Noel, Nova, and Nina. Nina was the youngest at a little over 16. Nicholas the oldest at 31. Sol liked to say he was lucky that he got his boy first, because if the girls had come first, he'd have been too crazy to raise Nico to be a real man. "What are y'all doing?" Nico asked loudly. All 5 girls shrieked in surprise. Nico grinned. Then I was pulled into a hug that was both humbling and perfect. I'd missed these ladies like crazy. "Oh my God, Nina, you're taller than me," I squealed. Nina laughed, reminding me of Nikki at that age. She was beautiful, and I bet her big brother wasn't too happy with how she'd attract the eye of any man. He'd have to be gay not to see these ladies' beauty. "Oh, you're exactly the same," Nina replied. Our little huddle was pushed over, and we all tippy-toed walked to the side as Nico pushed by us so he could get to the refrigerator. He reached inside and withdrew a beer, walking over to the bar stools to the side of the kitchen and sat down. He grabbed the TV remote off the counter and turned on what looked to be SportsCenter. What a surprise. Not. It was either that or a soccer game. I guess we were lucky. "I can't believe he kissed you. What the hell, ho?" Nikki whispered quietly. Well, whispered was a relative term. She more said it in a normal voice, but the high-pitched tone of it brought everyone's attention in the room. Nico and his parents alike. Lolita joined our hug, fitting herself in between the counter and the fridge door. "Oh, Nina, I'm glad you've finally come home." "Me too, Lolita," I whispered fervently, laying my head down until it rested on Nova's shoulder. Nova laid her cheek against my head, and we all shed a few tears. It felt good to be home. "Did you and my brother have any hot sex yet? I always knew you liked him, you know." Nikki whispered in my ear. Jesus. The girl always spoke what was on her mind. I swear she didn't have any filter. "Nikki," I said, looking into her beautiful brown eyes, "do you remember that time when you told that huge man at the corner store that he needed to take a shower because he smelled like ass?" Her eyes twinkled. "Yes." Nico snorted, remembering the story well. He'd been on leave from the army that time as well. He'd just finished basic training and was home for a week before he was expected to go back. We'd been on the way to the lake, and he'd been pumping gas at the time while we'd gone inside for snacks. It all started out innocent, of course, like it always did with Nikki. I'd gone to the bathroom and had to wait in line while Nikki had chosen our snacks. When I'd waited a really long time, I finally got the nerve to ask if everything was all right from the woman in the stall. She'd said that she was fairly sure she was having a miscarriage, and that her husband was outside, and to please ask him to come in there. I ran out, only to find the man in question putting the moves on Nikki. Nikki had thought it was funny, because Nikki had particular tastes. She didn't like anyone that wasn't a bad boy, so to speak. This man was about as uptight as you would expect any country club boy. So it had struck me as odd at the time that she was even giving him the time of day. But, of course, Nikki was a bitch at times and liked to play tricks on her brother. She liked to lead young, unsuspecting men on where she'd then tell them wild stories about her brother, where they'd then try to defend her honor. Only this time the man's woman was in the bathroom having a miscarriage, and she wasn't dealing with an unsuspecting man, but a real asshole that didn't care that his wife was in there having a miscarriage, only that he had a sexy woman willing to give him the time of day. I'd told the man about his wife, but he hadn't cared. Nikki had, though, and had let him know what kind of piece of cow shit he was. It had escalated and turned into a screaming match where they'd both gotten nearly violent. I'd called an ambulance and had opened the door to the convenience store to gesture to Nico that shit was going down. He'd looked at the sky like he was in pain, and had then proceeded to beat the shit out of the guy because the man had put his hands on his sister. It had gone downhill from there, and needless to say, we never made it to the lake, and it had all been because Nikki had a big fat mouth with no filter. You'd think that 8 years had given her a little more control, but alas, it hadn't. In fact, I was fairly sure she was worse. You really need to learn control, my best friend. One day that no-filter thing is going to come back and bite you on the ass. I shook my head. Her eyes lit, but it was Nico's voice that had me turning in my huddle. Michael likes to say the same thing all the time. The two of them fight like cats and dogs, Nico muttered as he took a sip of his beer. Goal! Sol yelled loudly. Did you see that shit? The question was asked to no one in particular, and we all watched as he stood and moved closer to the TV. You pussy, get off the ground! Like I said, things never changed, which made me happy. So, what's for lunch? I asked, eyes bright. Lolita opened the oven and removed what looked like a year's worth of tamales, and I groaned. I hadn't had a good tamale in forever. 20 minutes later, I was on my 3rd glass of milk and my 4th tamale. These are burning my lips, I mumbled, tearing open another husk and revealing the delicacy. Nico shook his head.
You know, even I can't eat her hot ones for long. That's going to come and bite you in the ass later. Didn't I know it?
It'd probably torture me for hours later. Spicy food always gave me a raging case of heartburn, but I'd deal with it since they tasted so damn good. Lolita sold these once a week at the local farmer's market. She even entered them in competitions around the state and had won blue ribbons. Michael can eat them, Nikki said. I was surprised by that, but didn't see the big deal that caused nearly everyone at the table to freeze. What? I asked. Nikki had looked like she swallowed a bug. What? I asked again, louder this time. Michael's never had any of my hot tamales, Lolita said with confusion. Uh-oh. Lucy, you got some splainin' to do, I teased. The sisters cracked up with me as Nikki and Nico glared at me. I held up my hands and proceeded to stuff my face with more tamales. I couldn't wait to know more about this Michael and Nikki story. I could also tell that Nikki didn't want to have anything to do with any talk that was going to come. She kept giving me covert glances, and when she'd catch my eyes on her, she'd look down again. Oh, she was going to talk, even if I had to torture the information out of her. Who's ready for dessert? Lolita asked a few hours later. I moaned, not able to think about dessert. I'd had so much food that I'd have to roll myself home. Oh my God, I think I ate so many tamales I might very well blow up. This heartburn is going to be a bitch later. But it was so good to have those again. I gushed to Lolita. Lolita grinned at me. You'll be happy to know that I made extra for you, she said. I blew her a kiss. You're the best woman in the world, she smiled sadly. That hadn't been true when my mother had been alive, and she knew that. My mother had been the best. I remember the way my mother used to bake bread every other day. She used to sell it at the local butcher shop in town. She made so much that it took up nearly her entire day. She used to love to bake, and I used to help her when I wasn't needed with the cattle. At one point in time, my mother was my whole entire world, and although Lolita was a wonderful woman, my mother was better. And being here, it reminded me of what I'd been trying to forget for the last 8 years. To get my mind off of my sorrow, I pushed down into my chair and groaned as I rubbed my hands over my belly. Next time, I want enchiladas. I'd already unbuttoned my pants, which Nico had zeroed in on the moment I'd done it. You could, Lolita started. No, Mom. George and I are going out tonight. Can't stay much longer or we won't make it on time, Nico said, standing. He moved quick, totally disregarding his mother's disapproving look. But, Lolita said, but he was already pulling me to my feet and throwing my bag at me. I caught it with a small oomph and started walking with him, mostly because he was dragging me again. He seemed to like doing that. But, Lolita tried again. However, he was already giving her a peck on the cheek and strolling out of the door before I'd even had the chance to say goodbye. Oh my God, Nico! What the hell? I asked, glaring at his back. He didn't answer, not that I expected him to. I drove here, I said, as he opened the passenger side door of his truck. We'll get it later, he muttered, picking me up when I refused to get in. I squeaked as his palms went to my hips, and he set me down on the seat without the least bit of effort. But my car's behind theirs, I yelped when he started to slam the door. I swung my legs inside just in time for him to close it. He walked around the truck quickly, eyes blank, jaw hard. Nico, I trailed off when he looked at me. It allowed no room for argument. Was he mad at me? Are you mad at me? I asked. He didn't answer. In fact, he didn't answer at all until he was pulling into his driveway 20 minutes later. Well, answer wasn't really the right word for it, per se. When I released my seatbelt and turned to look at him, it was to find him staring at me. Without another word said, he reached for me, dragging me bodily over the center console and slammed his lips down onto mine. I gasped at the sudden movement, melting into him willingly. Once his tongue hit mine, I lost all sense of self. All that was left was him and my infatuation with him. He tasted just as good as he had all those years ago, the day before my life changed forever. When his mouth finally disengaged from mine, I was gasping and panting. My chest heaved in excitement, and I must have looked rough because he looked exceptionally pleased with himself. "I'm tired," he said roughly. I blinked. Tired of what? His hand went down the length of my leg, then back up. When his hands met the waistband of my pants, instead of going over it, he went under it, tunneling down. My synapses started to fire rapidly. His fingers felt like fire as they found their way down between my legs, coming to a rest at the edge of my panties. His brown eyes looked molten as he stared into my eyes. When he raised his eyes in question, I knew this was about to change our lives. I knew the consequences. I knew what could happen. And I wanted every single fucking thing he could give me. Every one of them. I wanted him. I wanted him as my husband. I wanted him as the father of my children. We'd been denying it too long. We'd been together since the night he nearly took my virginity. We'd waited only because we wanted to be married first. Then that had happened. That one single, horrible fucking night. He waited for me to finish, to make sure my family was okay before he pursued me. Given me the time I needed. Now, though, that time was up, and he was letting me know it. He was giving me the choice now, whether to take this to where we both knew it'd lead. A place that promised me everything. In answer, I slipped my hands down to my pants and started tugging them off.
Chapter 8. Lips, Tits, and Ass. Nico's favorite features. Nico. She slipped the button of her pants through the hole, and I watched in fascination as she started slipping them off her legs. Her smooth, creamy thighs were the first things to draw my attention, followed quickly by the blonde triangle of hair covering her sweet pussy. My breathing sped up, and my eyes became transfixed with her movements as she slowly worked her pants off and kicked them free of her feet. She gasped when my hands went to her shirt and helped it up and over her head. When I went to remove the thin camisole she was using as a bra, she stayed my hands. I let her have that play, but only for this first time. I would be seeing all of her body, whether she wanted me to or not. I reached my hand out, ready to run it over her beautiful skin. Then the windshield in front of me splintered with a god-awful, ear-shattering crack. My hand was in Georgia's hair without me even realizing it. I pushed her down until her entire body was in the passenger side floorboard, all the while keeping my head down and covered too. I wouldn't do much good with my head blown to pieces. Georgia was whimpering in the floorboard. Her eyes were stained with tears, but she stayed where she was put. Then I saw that glaze in her eyes, and I knew it was much more than fear. She was reliving something horrible. However, I didn't have time to deal with that right this second. I had to deal with the here and now. Grabbing my radio, I called into dispatch as I started the truck and pressed the gas pedal with my hand, barely looking over the glass. "Dispatch," I growled as I did 10 things at once. "This is Officer Nicholas Pena. I'm at 41222 U.S. Highway 42 South. I've got—" More bullets pierced the night air and started pinging the tailgate of my truck as I turned around. I was barely looking up over the edge of the dash, but I knew exactly where I was going. I knew this land better than anyone. All I had to do was get past the front post, and I'd be able to get lost in the woods behind my house, which I accomplished moments later. The windshield was cracked like a spider web, corrupting nearly the entire field of view. However, I took care of that moments later with my glass hammer that I ripped out of the glove box. The glass splintered yet again, but didn't break. "Goddamn piece of shit safety glass," I growled low in my throat. With no other recourse, I moved my head and used a tiny 4x4 window of space that was splinter-free and drove as fast as I dared into the back pasture behind my house. I could hear my radio going a little nuts, but I didn't have time for it. A particularly nasty bump made the truck bounce maliciously, causing Georgia to be thrown hard into the bottom of the dash. Whatever it was that she was doing, it crushed her flashback into dust. She came up with wide eyes. "Nico, what?" she gasped. I placed my hand on her head. "Stay there. We're being shot at," I growled. "Get your pants on. Then answer dispatch for me. Tell them we have one shooter." She quickly shimmied back into her pants, foregoing the panties for expediency. Although it was a horrible time to be thinking about such things, my dick liked that she was naked underneath the pants. A lot. Danger played strangely with a man's libido. I heard stray shots behind me, but I didn't slow or even look back to see if I could spot the shooter. I heard Georgia speaking with dispatch, but my focus was on not hitting trees and stranding us in the middle of my property with nowhere to go. A thundering clop-clop of multiple hooves striking the ground at a frantic pace could be heard over the truck's engine, and I looked in my rearview mirror in time to see my 4 horses, as well as Nautica, sprinting towards me. "Fuck," I growled. Surprisingly, instead of passing me, they stayed with me, keeping up as I slipped and crawled through the trees, making the turns that I knew from heart. After another 5 minutes, I stopped, shutting the poor, abused truck off with little fanfare. "We've stopped. We're off the road that runs between Nico's property and mine. Follow the creek, and it should get you straight to us," Georgia directed them like a pro. It wasn't into the radio, but the cell phone at her ear. My cell phone. I could only assume she was talking to one of the men on my team. They're the only ones that would call, besides my family, and we'd just gotten out of dinner with them. Once she hung up, I got out of the truck, clicking softly with my tongue. The horses, although spooked, came straight to me. They were all there. What the fuck was happening? "Oh my God, what's going on, Nico?" I heard her ask at my back. I didn't reply. Not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't fucking know. "Who was on the phone?" I asked, as I turned back to the truck and reached for the pistol I kept underneath the seat. I handed it to her, and she took it without a word, checking the chamber and the safety before she placed it into her lap. Her eyes looked haunted and scared, and her face was bloodless. "You're not going to go all girl on me and pass out, are you, Nina?" I asked teasingly. A pissy Georgia was better than a scared Georgia. I was trying to pull her tail, so to speak. If I could get her thinking about how much I annoyed her, she'd possibly get a little color back in her cheeks. And color she got. "Listen here, Nino. Anything you can do, I can do better," she snapped. I rolled my eyes and walked away from her, turning around and holding my finger up to my lips to keep her quiet. She narrowed her eyes at me, but ultimately stayed put, keeping her mouth shut. It'd be a fucking miracle if whomever was shooting at the truck to have caught us, but nonetheless I kept my eyes peeled, scanning our surroundings as I was taught to do as a SEAL. My eyes snared on the truck, and a shot of adrenaline shot through me. How the fuck had we survived? "Mama's having a coronary. Please tell me you're both okay so I can tell your mother," Nikki sighed. I looked at my watch. "Yes, Nikki, we're okay, and she's your mother too." I could practically hear her wave her hand in the air. "No! When she's acting like this, I don't want to have any relation to her." "Give her a break. Her favorite child nearly had his head blown off," I teased. Little did she know that that was true. "Of course you're her favorite. You're a mama's boy, a titty baby. You know, you're the only one who had your face pressed up against her vagina." Nikki ended with that comment, breaking the connection with her usual flourish. I shuddered. Yuck. Although somewhat true. I was the only one to be born vaginally, and my sister liked to point that out on a weekly, sometimes daily, basis. "What was that about your mom's vagina?" Downey asked. "Why do you even care about my mom's vagina? Keep your nose out of my business," I snapped. He looked me dead in the eye, and without even a crack of a smile, he said, "But everything about your mom's vagina is my business." Downey laughed as he skittered out of my reach. The only thing keeping him from feeling what my hands felt like cutting off his breath via my hands wrapped around his throat was Georgia, who was sitting in my lap. She snorted. "You've met Lolita, right?" Downey shook his head. "Only twice when she brought Nico tamales to the station." I looked up in confusion. "My mom's never brought tamales to the station." He gave me a look, and it slowly dawned on me. "You ate my tamales? You're such a son of a bitch," I said, shaking my head. Georgia started giggling. "All right, boys, time to get out of here. Nico, you know what to do," Luke said as he walked back from the front side of my house. The large tow truck carrying my $50,000 truck started to rumble up the pasture road, and I watched as it took a left out of my driveway and started back down the street. "Guess it's back to Old Blue," Downey said with an evil grin. I flipped him off. Luke cleared his throat, and I sighed. Yes, I do. Call if the prowler who was trying to steal my horses comes back, blah, blah, blah. Don't try to take care of them myself, blah, blah, I said with forced patience. He glared at me, but in the end walked away towards his truck, waved a dismal goodbye, and drove off. Downey, Michael, Bennett, John, and James soon followed. We watched as Michael, the last to leave, waved goodbye. "So," Georgia said. I gave her a squeeze. "You want to stay the night?" She looked at me for a few long moments before she nodded. "Yes. Just let my brothers know and I'll come inside." I shook my head. "I'm not leaving you out here alone." Her lips thinned as she took a look around the property, eyes lingering on the barn and the hastily fastened door we'd used to cover the large gaping hole in the side of the barn's wall. Instead of bypassing the large door that I had an alarm on, they'd decided to just cut a hole in the side of the barn with a jigsaw. I, of course, hadn't wired the outside, only using the wiring at the front and back doors. That, however, would be remedied in the morning. Fucking thieves. Sometimes I felt like this world would never be saved, not when there were so many bad apples out there willing to steal something somebody loved, something somebody put their heart and soul into having. "Nico?" Georgia's soft, melodic voice called. I looked up. She was standing in front of me, looking at me with concern. "Call your brothers, baby. I'll wait out here," I said. She looked at me for a long time, then nodded and walked inside. I stayed where I was on the porch railing, one foot on the boards and one foot dangling as I half sat, half stood. I could hear her talking quietly inside as I stood and made my rounds around the house. I checked on the horses one more time, then made a round down to the end of my drive to lock the gate before I walked back up to the house and inside. She wasn't on the phone when I got back, and I let her do her thing while I checked all the windows and locks, pulled the shades, then, finally, walked back to my bedroom. What I saw made my knees weak.
Chapter 9. Pussy. It's what's for dinner. Nico's secret thoughts. Georgia. My legs were trembling. My hands were shaking. And I was fairly positive that if anything else could shake, which I wasn't going to admit to it being possible, then it most certainly was. I'd stripped out of my pants and shirt, then crawled into the shower. I'd hoped that he'd make it inside in time for him to join me in the shower, except he'd taken overly long and I'd lost hot water, which had forced me to get out before I was ready. I'd hoped that by me being in the shower, I'd goad him into action. The sad thing was, despite all that had happened earlier, I was still just as ready to go now as I was when I'd started to undress in his truck. I'd lost the courage that I'd had when I first entered the shower, and now I was sitting in one of Nico's worn navy shirts and nothing else. I was on the end of his bed, waiting for him. Was I supposed to crawl into bed? Was I supposed to wait up for him? I'd been finished with my phone call for nearly an hour. Surely he'd be here shortly, right? Except he wasn't. I waited another 10 minutes like that before I decided to crawl under the covers. I waited another 5 minutes, laying there smelling his sheets, before my eyes got heavy. And I fell asleep shortly after. I didn't even wake up when he got to the room, not when he called my name, not even when he crawled into the bed beside me. In fact, I didn't wake up until nearly 5 hours later, at 3 a.m, when I heard the awful moaning beside me. At first, I thought it was part of my dream. I'd had the same one for 8 years now. I was lucky in that it stopped before I had to witness the murders of my mother and brothers. That didn't stop my heart from racing. This time, though, Nico was there. He'd moan each time my father would hit or kick me. He was tied up next to my brothers, and his eyes were on me with a ravaged pain as he watched my father take yet another beating out on me. Nico never knew of my plight at home. My father was nice to leave all the marks on places that weren't easily visible. It helped to avert the inevitable questions that were sure to be asked if anyone saw. This time, though, Nico found out. He'd come in when my father had the gun pointed at my face. When he saw Nico, he forced him to get into the last remaining kitchen chair, the one he always used to sit in. Then he proceeded to beat the shit out of me while keeping the gun pointed on Nico. Nico would moan with each hit that my father served me with, as if it were happening to him instead of me. It wasn't until a few minutes in that I realized that it was a continuous moan. And he wasn't even looking at me. He was looking at his hands. That's about when my dreams started to dissipate around the edges, and I found myself in a foreign bed. The room was pitch black. Not a single light was evident in the entire area. I couldn't even see my hands in front of my face. Nico was making a tortured moan from his side of the bed, and my heart started to pound. I felt along the bedside for my phone, but then I cursed, remembering placing it on the table in the kitchen. Getting up from the bed, I felt along the wall until I came to what I assumed was the bathroom. I was wrong. It was the closet, but it did have a light, so it served its purpose. Flipping it on, I winced when the light blinded me, but I quickly adjusted and looked towards the bed. Nico was hunched in on himself on his side, facing away from where I'd been sleeping. He was naked, save for a pair of black boxers, and the first thing my eyes zeroed in on was the large scar on Nico's back. It spanned from the top of his left shoulder blade, all the way diagonally towards the right kidney. Walking around the bed, I called, "Nico?" He flinched. No. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't hurt her. Please!" Nico panted. "Hurt who?" "Nico! Nicholas! Wake up!" I said emphatically. His moaning had gotten worse. I was standing around 3 feet from the bed when he finally opened his eyes. It was eerie, though. They weren't looking at me. They weren't really looking at anything. They looked blank. "Nico?" I asked. His eyes turned to me, but Nico wasn't home. "Nico!" I asked, taking a step back. His eyes tracked my movement, but he still didn't move, staying completely still. "Nico? What's going on?" I asked, worried. He sat up, eyes staying trained on me as I moved back. His face was lack of expression. It was as if he was looking at some criminal, as if it was his cop face. That was when it hit me. He'd looked like that when he was looking in the rearview mirror when he was driving away earlier, when the shooting had started. He leaned forward, his hand going to something I couldn't see at the side of the bed. Then, in one swift motion, he had a huge black gun pointing at me. No, not at me, at something behind me. "Down," he said. I, of course, dropped, and the world around me exploded. "You could have fucking told me there was something behind me," I snapped. "Georgia, there was a fucking rattlesnake on the dresser behind your head. What exactly did you want me to do? He was ready to strike at the back of your head. The more you moved, the more coiled he got," he growled. I shivered in his arms, looking at the blood that stained the wall, even after scrubbing it with bleach. The corpse of the long-gone snake was now in the fire pit, to be burned as soon as the weather was adequate, and all cloths used to clean up as well. I'd buy him more tomorrow. He tightened his arms around me and skimmed his lips across the top of my head. "You're a magnet for trouble." "No, you are. This is your house," I snapped. He rolled me over until his hips fell between my splayed thighs. "No," he said, punctuating that statement with a grind of his hips against my sex. "It started when you got here. There was no problem before you came along." I glared at him. "Do you want me to go home?" I asked. "Does it feel like I want you to go home?" he asked. I shook with need. His huge erection started to slowly move back and forth against my pussy. My eyes were tempted to cross, but I managed not to look like a complete loser. "It's not that big," I teased. He stopped, dropping his weight until I took it all, pushing the breath out of my lungs with a rush. I didn't realize it was possible to laugh without any air in my lungs, but I did. "You're such a shit," I wheezed. He grinned and started sucking on my neck. I ceased all laughing, laying my head back and tilting it to the side to allow him easier access. He chuckled, going up to his elbows but leaving his lower half fully pushing into me. I skimmed my legs up until my toes were along the waistband of his boxers, then hooked them into the band and skimmed them down his legs. He chuckled against my neck, making me shiver again, and I gripped the biceps of his arms with a fierceness that betrayed my need for him. "Oh, God," I groaned. He moved down to my t-shirt-clad chest and bit the tip of one turgid nipple through the fabric. My sex clenched down hard, and I pushed downward with my legs involuntarily. And with that downward movement, so went his underwear. The long, thick, pulsing column of his cock felt white-hot as it pressed into me, causing me to gasp. He gasped, too. Shifting slightly to pull my shirt up, his dick moved from its lowered position to a new position, a position that had my pulse shooting up to heart attack levels. The head of his massive cock rested against my entrance, and we both froze. All he had to do was push in slightly, and my pseudo-virginity would be gone. I said pseudo because I'd been using a dildo for years. I mean, seriously, a girl has needs. So it wasn't like I haven't ever had a cock in me, just not a real flesh and blood one. His eyes looked into mine, and at what he saw, he bent down to slowly take my breast in his mouth. At the same time, he sank his cock into me, one slow inch at a time. Condoms never even crossed our minds. Both of us were Catholic. We knew that sex would mean something huge. I knew he probably wasn't totally naive, but he was a virgin just like I was. Sure, he'd done things that I didn't want to even think about, but he'd saved this for me. All for me. His cock had never been inside another woman's body, and my vagina had never housed anything that wasn't made of plastic. With one large pull of his mouth on my nipple, he sank into the hilt. His heavy balls rested against my ass and my channel was pulsating, trying in vain to adjust to the intrusion of his cock. It wouldn't happen, though. He was big. I mean, really big. And God, did he feel good. Like a fucking dream. He slowly started to push in and out of me. Short, searching strokes as he went in and out, gauging my reaction. When he didn't get the type of reaction he wanted, he started pushing harder, withdrawing further. I gasped, and his eyes smiled. His strokes stayed long and deep, pushing in and out as he switched from one breast to the next. He ran the tip of his tongue along the outside of my areola, and I bit my lip, bucking my hips as he teased me relentlessly. I raised my hips, legs going high around his hips as he started pumping into me forcefully. My hands went to his head, fingers tightening around his ears as he started pushing into me harder and harder. Soon there was no rhythm at all, only a crazy, fucked-up need for release that took not just me, but Nico over. He let go of my breast, gasping for breath as he went up on his knees, pulling my legs up and over his shoulders. Then he leaned back down, and I saw stars. The new angle allowed him to reach even deeper inside of me, a secret place, the one I'd read about in novels. I was now a believer. My eyes flew open and my pussy clenched down hard on him, his cock probably being strangled, but I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. My back arched, and my head flew back. I probably looked like he was exorcising a demon from me with how far my back was arched, but I seriously could do nothing else. I heard him growl loud, the sound filling the room, but I was too busy trying to find my breath. My orgasm felt divine. There was no way to explain the feeling. I'd had orgasms before, but having one that was stimulated by nothing else but Nico's hard cock was in-fucking-sane. As it pulsed through me, taking me like a wrecking ball through a glass window, I felt hot pulses of Nico's release starting to fill me. He grunted with each pulse, and it was long moments later when I finally joined the land of the living. I was now on top of Nico, my head on his shoulder, and hair sprawled all around us. Our breathing was ragged, and I felt his hardness still filling me up, twitching every so often with the aftermath of his release. I think I like having sex, I told him. He squeezed my ass in answer. That a yes? I confirmed. He squeezed my ass again. Good, I teased. We fell asleep like that, and it wouldn't be until morning that I realized I never asked him about his dream. I'd make up for it, though, in spades.
Chapter 10. SWAT. Fuck the negotiator. T-shirt. Nico. My head felt like a fucking balloon. My eyes hurt, and I felt the constant need to sneeze. I'd caught the cold Nicky had at the dinner with my family, only mine had morphed into an upper respiratory infection. Thanks, Nick. Really appreciate it. Luckily, I had the type of insurance where all I had to do was call a number and describe my symptoms to a doctor, and they'd call me in a prescription if they felt it was needed. Therefore, I never had to go to the doctor, which was good since I was constantly on call. I was also on shift. Dressed in the standard uniform that KPD SWAT wore while on patrol, I was highly visible. The man behind the counter called next, and a very disgruntled man stalked his way up to the front. He had about the same symptoms as me, now that I looked at him. He was rail-thin with blonde, messy hair, and if I had to guess, he was tweaking. His head shifted left and right on his shoulders as he looked around him nervously. I probably would have never noticed if he hadn't started to raise his voice with the man behind the counter. "You gypped me 4 pills!" the man yelled. For some reason, I highly doubted they'd gyp him pills. I'm sure it did happen every once in a while, but never short 4. Sir," the young man said, "I understand your frustration in the matter, but unfortunately there's nothing—" "Don't you dare say there's nothing you can do! I want to speak to your boss!" the tweaker hissed. "Sir, I'm the manager. The pills are counted 4 times before they're given to you, by 3 different people, including the pharmacist. You'll need to make sure some didn't spill or possibly recount the prescription. However, if you still feel that there is an error, there is a corporate number—" I saw it happening before the enraged customer even went for the small man. I stepped forward, 2 large, quick steps, just in time to catch the guy's collar, hauling his vault over the counter with quick efficiency. The guy choked, giving me enough time to wrap my cuffs around one hand and then the other. The entire incident was over in seconds, mostly even before anyone even noticed something was wrong. The few that had noticed were staring at me in awe, which annoyed me. I wasn't a superhero. I was a cop. It was my duty to protect them. I sighed and reached for my mic. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I have a 1017 at the Walgreens on Stone Road." 10-4, Unit 3. Do you need assistance?" the dispatcher asked. She was new. Most experienced dispatchers would have just used another code. Honestly, though, it was refreshing to just speak English for once. Sometimes all the codes got caught up in my head, especially when they changed them on us. The Navy's codes had been even more different, and at times I always wanted to revert to them. It took a conscious effort at times to keep myself from doing so. "Negative. Everything's under control," I reported. Then I turned my attention to the man behind the counter. "Nicholas Pena, 7785, I told him. His eyebrows rose, but he still typed my information in the computer, keeping a wary eye on the man still thrashing on the floor. I was drawing a crowd, but there was no way I was standing in line again. I felt like balls. "That'll be 1530. "It's free." The pharmacist came up to the counter. He stapled the receipt on the paper bag and handed it over. "Have a good day and happy birthday." I blinked and took the bag, surprised. "Thank you." He nodded towards the floor. "No, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. You have no idea what you just prevented by not letting him in here. It could have been disastrous." I nodded. Yes, it could have. "Thanks," I said, shoving the bag into my back pocket. Then I bent down and hauled the still spitting man up to his feet and led him out of Walgreens. I had to practically drag him, but in the end he saw the error of his ways when he fell not once but 4 times. I wasn't in the mood to deal with his shit, or anyone's shit. "Fucking cops!" I looked up at the scowling man that was narrowing his eyes at me. He was younger, probably no more than 18. Long blonde hair that came down to his collarbone, and he was dressed in grungy jeans and a polo shirt. I looked away, afraid my face would betray how disgusted I was in the fact that he was even alive right now. Like I said, not in the fucking mood. "Help! He's going to rape me!" the tweaker shrieked. "Hey, you didn't read him his rights. That's against the law," one of the men that had been following behind me yelled. I looked back at the young man, glaring. He froze, arm raised to haul another verbal jab at him. Cops didn't have to read you your rights unless they were planning on questioning you, and as of right now, I wasn't planning on questioning him. I was planning to throw him in the back of the car and let someone else question him. My mind wasn't firing on all cylinders, and I was fairly sure I was running a fever. "I didn't hear no rights being read either," another patron whispered. I held back the scathing retort that threatened to vomit from my mouth by only the smallest of threads. Fucking ignorant people. It was truly sad that a cop who just saved Walgreens a pretty penny, if not from something much worse, got only ridicule. This was why some cops had bad attitudes. It was hard to put our lives on the line for ungrateful citizens. Oh, we'd do it no matter what. That didn't mean we had to have good attitudes while we did it. I kept walking, making it out the front door before a bottle of Coke was launched at my back. I froze and turned back, seeing the teenager looking away. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3. I need some backup," I said into my mic. The kid's eyes widened, and he looked around wildly. I was, however, blocking the only exit that was accessible at the moment. "Wrong move, young man," I said to the little turd. "You're lucky I'm taking you home instead of to the station," I said to the little asshole. "I could have tried you as an adult, but since your birthday was only a week ago, I'm being lenient. There are some things you need to learn, and one of those is not to antagonize cops. They're going to be your best friends if you need them. Not if you assault one of their officers, though." I hadn't realized who he was at first, only seeing the dirty jeans and the stupid shirt at first. I hadn't even looked at the kid's face for long, other than to determine he wasn't a threat. The moron stayed silent as I pulled up into his driveway and shut the SUV off. I stepped out and took a look around, happy to see the old place restored to its former glory. The area surrounding the barn was bustling. I saw who I thought was Banks, although I hadn't seen them in 8 years, so I wasn't 100% sure, and I walked towards him. He spotted me immediately, stripping his gloves off and hopping down from his truck where he was tossing hay over the side. "What can I do for you?" "Nico!" The last was finished in an exclamation. His face transformed from concerned to happy as he started jogging forward, threw his arms around me, and practically squeezed me to death. "Oh man, you've gotten fucking huge," I said, squeezing back just as tight. That's when I knew it wasn't Banks, but Callum. Callum was the middle. He'd been a scrawny 15-year-old the last time I'd seen him. Now, though, he looked exactly like Banks, who'd been the second oldest. Callum was also a hugger, and always had been. I didn't mind, though. I missed the young man I'd come to know well when he was a kid. In his place, though, seemed to be a very sturdy young man. "Holy shit, Callum, you've gotten fucking big," I said again, still not able to believe it. Callum grinned wolfishly at me. "I'm a fucking beast, huh?" I laughed. The boy had always had a sense of humor, if nothing else. "Yeah, beast is a good word for it." I shook my head, then sighed. "Where's Ace? I have a wayward youth in the back of my truck, and I need to relinquish him," I said. I didn't really have to relinquish him, per se, but I needed to let him know the situation and explain what would happen if the kid decided to assault another police officer. The person to do that was the eldest, and since Georgia was currently at work, Ace would have to do. Callum's eyes narrowed, and he turned to glare on the young man in the car. "That little prick," Callum growled, then yelled, "Ace!" Ace appeared out of the barn moments later, wiping his hands on a paper towel. Built like a bodybuilder, he looked like he could bench 2 of me. His blonde hair was covered by the usual cowboy hat that all of the Valentine boys wore from the moment I first saw them. He was the spitting image of his father, Ace Sr., which I'm sure bugged the absolute shit out of him every day when he looked in the mirror. "What can I help you with?" he asked. Then his eyes narrowed, and a grin much the same as Callum's split his face. "Nico! How you fucking been, man?" he asked, offering his hand. I took it and shook it, giving the man a clap on the back. "I'm okay," I said tiredly. He frowned. "You sound like shit. You looking for Georgia? She's at work today." I shook my head and sighed. "Nope, I have something for you." I walked to my cruiser and opened the back door. When the youngest Valentine refused to come out, I sighed and hauled him out by the back of the shirt. As his head hung in defeat, I sighed. "Move, boy." He did so, albeit reluctantly. Ace's disappointed gaze stayed glued to his little brother. When we were close enough, he let out an exasperated sigh. "Darby Alexander Valentine, you've got to be fucking kidding me." I wanted to laugh at the way Darby wilted at his brother's harsh reprimand. "But," Darby tried, "silence," Ace snapped. You're 18 fucking years old. Georgia doesn't have to let you live here. You keep pulling this shit, and you're gonna find yourself out on your ass. Then what'll you do? Harsh but true. The farm was left to the eldest, Georgia. She deeded a fifth of the ranch to each boy as they reached their 21st birthday. Darby was the last one not to reach 21. He still had 3 years to go, and if he kept it up, he wouldn't be getting much from his sister. I don't like it here, Darby said petulantly. Ace looked at his younger brother, concern morphing his angered face. You're not the only one it hurts, you know. We hurt just as much as you do, Ace said softly. Darby hung his head. I wish I could see them one more time. I want to wake up and realize it's all a bad dream. Sometimes I think I can manage it, but then you brought me here, and here everything is worse. At least there I could pretend that they were all at home waiting for us to come back. Now I wake up and see that house gone, see their graves, and I can't breathe, Darby said roughly. That doesn't give you the right to break the law. I miss them just as much as you do. The same pain fills me day and night. What did you do? He asked. Darby shook his head. I threw a bottle of Coke at his back. Ace and Callum both hissed in a breath. Callum was the one to snap. What the fuck, Darby? He shrugged. I let Darby's arm go when Ace stepped forward, getting into Darby's face. One more chance. That's all you've got. One more chance. That's why we moved here, asshole, because you couldn't handle yourself in Houston anymore. You and your fucking gang. Get the fuck over yourself. Either help us or get the fuck gone, Ace growled. Then he turned to me. I'm sorry that he did that. It won't be happening again, I guarantee it. I nodded. I believed him. I didn't plan on letting it happen again either. Plan being the operative word. I'm sure he'd try to make it happen, but it sounded like Darby was a repeat offender, and it usually took an act of God to get them to see their wrongs. An act Darby had yet to see. Banks is going to kick your ass when he gets home, Callum said, as Ace and I walked to the truck together. Ace snorted, and I silently agreed. Banks was currently deployed overseas. He was in the Air Force serving the second month of a 12-month deployment, according to Georgia. He probably wouldn't be too happy returning home to his brother acting a fool. So it's good that you saved me the trip, Ace started. I suppressed a smile. Yeah? He nodded. If you hurt her, I'll fuck you up. This isn't me threatening an officer. This is my promise to you as a man. Georgia's our world. If you do anything to hurt her, I'll make it my life's mission to make sure I do everything in my power to ruin your life. I looked at him, studying his features for a few long moments, and nodded. I understand. He exhaled in relief. You know if you sleep with her, you better marry her, right? I frowned, even though I was amused. He scowled. She's a devout Catholic. She won't even let us eat meat on Friday and makes us participate in Lent, even though I haven't been inside a church in 8 years. I'll let you connect the rest of the dots. It wasn't until I was driving down the road towards my house that I realized what he'd meant. Birth control. Shit.
Chapter 11. Always keep your chin up. Otherwise, you're just looking down at your own boobs all day. T-shirt. Georgia. I can't feel my feet, I sighed as I collapsed onto my bed. My cat meowed at me, butting her head into my nose. Get off me. I'm trying to recover, I said breathlessly. Another run down the hatch, and I was exhausted. Nico was a slave driver, waking me up at dark 30 so we could have our daily run. He'd run the 2 miles to my house, pick me up, run the other 1 mile to the end of the road with me, and then we'd run back. After he dropped me off at my door, he'd finish his other 2 miles back to his own place, where he then proceeded to lift weights or do something at his house for the next hour, before he was expected at work. Today, though, he'd walked home once he'd dropped me off at my door. He was still somewhat recovering from his upper respiratory infection, and it showed in the pace he ran at. I, for once, was able to keep up with him. I'd nearly died doing it, but I'd kept up nonetheless. My phone rang, and I rolled over to glare at the bastard. It was all the way across the room, and I wasn't sure if my legs would hold me. So what did I do? I crawled. Rolling onto my hands and knees, I moved painfully to the table and snatched the phone. I answered it just in time. "Hello?" I answered. I rested my head on the chair beside the table, eyes closed as I listened to the deep cadence of Nico's voice say, "I need a ride." "I can't walk," I explained. He snorted. "They need my cruiser because one of theirs broke down. I need to take it in, and they can't come get it or they'll be short on patrol. Would you mind meeting me at the station in 15 minutes? I sighed. "But I smell." He laughed. "I'll take you home and get you clean. No worries." "That means nothing to me. Chocolate means more to me right now," I informed him. He chuckled quietly. "I'll see you in 15 minutes. I'll stop by the new bakery and buy you some cookies," he bargained. "Make it a burger and then the bakery, and you have a deal," I retorted. "They don't serve burgers until 10. It's a quarter until 8, he laughed. "I'll see you in 15. I'll find you a burger." With that, he hung up, and I walked to my car with noodle legs. I pulled into the police station just as what I'd come to think of as Nico's cruiser pulled out, a young man at the wheel. It looked weird to see the man that was supposed to be in it not in it, but I shrugged off the bad feeling and waited for the man I now saw in front of the station, talking to two men I didn't know. One was a tall man that reminded me of Richard Gere in his younger years. He had nearly white hair with a few stray hairs of gray interspersed throughout the white. His eyes were the color of mud, but they were extremely animated and curious as he caught sight of me. The other man was dressed in black slacks and a royal blue shirt. His arms were crossed tightly across his barrel chest, and although short, his personality was huge. His stare intimidated me. I knew he was a cop without even being told. I'd found that cops had a certain air about them. You could definitely see the integrity on the way they carried themselves, the way they held themselves in higher regard to society. They'd give you the shirt off their back if they felt a person was in need of it. They also saw things that normal civilians did not, could sense danger. They were also very curious because, much the same as the other man, I could see interest in the older man's eyes. I got out when Nico's attention turned to me after the older man gestured in my direction. I got out of my car and walked towards them, extremely aware that I wasn't dressed to meet people. I was still in my skin-tight running clothes, and I was fairly sure that my hair was still plastered to my forehead, having dried from the massive amount of sweating I'd done. When I got close, I smiled at the two other men, stopping a few inches to the left of Nico's shoulder. "Georgia, I'd like you to meet Chief Rhodes," he said, gesturing to the barrel-chested man, "and Detective O'Keefe." I nodded to them. "Gentlemen, it's nice to meet you." Their stares were unnerving as they both stared at me. It went on so long that I nearly took a step back, but then they both stepped back and laughed. "Told you she wouldn't flinch," Nico muttered, amusement very clear in his voice. The chief snorted. "It takes a strong woman to put up with our shit, darling. I just wanted to see what you were made of." Detective O'Keefe nodded his head at me, and I tilted my head. There was something very familiar about him. "Do I know you?" I asked curiously. He smiled sadly at me. "Yeah, honey. Well, not know me per se, but you've seen me before." Although I thought that comment weird, I turned my attention to Nico as he discussed who was going to pick him up in the morning for his shift. It was when we were leaving that I finally placed Detective O'Keefe's face. It hit me in a flash of memory where I'd seen him before. I panted, drawing shallow breaths to keep the pain from becoming too severe. My brothers were all looking to me, knowing that my hands had become loose enough for me to slip free. The fire raged around us, and I fell face first into the floor when I tried to stand. The explosion of pain in my midsection was nearly debilitating, but I went to my hands and knees anyway. I crawled straight to my father, knowing he always had a knife in his pocket. I ignored the fact that half his face was missing as I reached into his pocket and removed the old-timer pocket knife he kept there at all times. He, of course, had to have a way to open all those beers. I found it easily and went to Darby, cutting his hands free in swift movements. Callum, Banks, and Ace were next. It killed me. But I didn't even bother to check my other two brothers. They were dead, and had been for some time now. They'd died within minutes of my father shooting them. The same with my mother. "Can you get out by yourself?" I heard my brother ask Banks. I heard Banks croak, "Yes." The next few minutes were a blur. We went out the side door that led to the mudroom and then finally to the carport. Our father had set fire to the front and back door, as well as the stairs that led down to the root cellar. We only had the one option, even though it was the furthest to get out through. I think we all passed out once we reached the driveway, and my last thought had been how dark our blood was when it puddled on the white concrete beneath us. I'd come to with a man standing over me, one with white and gray hair.
"You're gonna be okay, sweetheart," he said.
"You were the one who found us first," I said in awe. He looked pained as he agreed.
"Yes, I was."
I walked up to him, staring him in the eyes as I went. "Thank you," I whispered. He nodded and touched the top of my head with the tips of his fingers.
"I'm glad you're okay."
I was glad I was okay, too. When we left 10 minutes later, I wasn't aware I was lost in my head again until Nico's voice cut through my thoughts.
"You okay, Nina?"
I smiled sadly at him. Yes. I just never really put much thought into the fact that someone might still be around after what happened.
"There's actually quite a few of the cops around still. At least 10 that I know of. Nina,"
he hesitated.
"that was a big thing for our small community. That changed the course of many people's lives. Y'all were missed after you left, and it broke nearly everyone's hearts."
I nodded. Yeah, I guess I just tried not to think about it. I didn't really want to talk about it anymore. I didn't like remembering. It was easier that way. His large, calloused hand found mine, and he brought my knuckles up to his lips, then kissed them one by one.
"I'm here if you want to talk about it."
The rest of our day was spent running a few errands around town, grocery shopping and getting grain for the horses. We went to eat at the back porch, where I took another trip down memory lane with a man who used to own the butcher shop where my mom had sold bread at. Luckily, he'd been in a hurry. Otherwise, I'd have had to endure another trip when I most definitely didn't want to. We ended our day with a phone call, one that had taken Nico's good mood and shattered it into a million tiny, pissed-off pieces.
Nico. Rob Johnson's dead. It was supposed to be you. Rob Johnson was the officer who'd taken my car because his own had been in the shop getting the new KPD stickers placed on it. Rob Johnson's dead. It was supposed to be you. Those were the last words Luke had said to me over the phone. "Someone shot Johnson, straight through the back glass. The sniper shot from the old water tower on Fuller Road. There was a note addressed to your parents explaining why. It was supposed to be you. He would have known it wasn't you if he'd looked at the front, but from the back, he couldn't tell you from Johnson," Luke explained for the third time. I was numb. My hands had lost feeling shortly after he started talking, from my hands being clenched too hard. "The note?" I rasped. Luke handed me a piece of paper in an evidence bag. My eyes scanned the note with a growing dread. "An eye for an eye. We take care of our own. Your son took my daughter. It was only fair to take his life, too. Repayment." The note wasn't signed, but I knew exactly who it was from. I knew going into that night I helped Luke that it'd be a mess. I just never thought it'd be like this. I never thought innocence would pay for my transgression. Who else had I put into danger because of this? "It's Alexei Artem. I know it," I said. Alexei Artem was in prison for laundering money. The CIA had put Reese's ex on the job undercover. He had faked a marriage with the daughter of Alexei Artem and been charged with watching Anita Artem to see if she ever tried to contact her father. In the interim, he cheated on his wife openly, and Anita had started to get suspicious. Except when she'd realized he'd been cheating, she'd wrongly assumed that it was Reese he was cheating with, and not the woman that he'd actually been cheating with. It also didn't help that Anita had been pregnant. Not only was she emotional, but she was hormonal. The agent in charge had wanted to keep perpetuating the lie, wanting to catch Anita now that he'd had evidence that she'd been in contact with her father again. Luke and Reese had reluctantly gone along with it, even going so far as staying away from each other for weeks. I'd been charged with watching over Reese, as had all the other members of the SWAT team. Sure, we could have had another cop do it, or one of Special Agent Lawrence's men do it. We like to keep it between us, not wanting to bring the rest of the force into it if we could help it. The too high levels of hormones and emotions from Anita didn't mix, and she'd started killing people. It started with killing a police dog, then went on to killing Reese's ex-boyfriend, and then his current girlfriend. Finally, she was going to kill Luke and then Reese. She'd settled with Luke first, shooting him while him and Reese had been eating at a restaurant. I'd been watching over Reese when Luke had been shot, and I'd sent her to the police station and stayed with Luke. Luke had been shot twice in the head, and I'd taken the only action I could at the time. I'd shot the pregnant woman. Then I'd kept her alive long enough for paramedics to take over. They'd been able to save the baby, but Anita had been lost. And it had been haunting me ever since. And now this. Rob's wife. Did anyone go talk to her yet? I asked. Luke nodded. Mary took it pretty hard, with all that's happening over the city, the shooting a few weeks ago. She's been understandably worried. Now, though, she's pretty devastated. I bet she'll have a hard time of it for a while. The guys have started a collection at work to pay for his funeral. I felt sick to my stomach, and I was seconds away from losing it. It wouldn't do to let them see me cry. I'll be at home, I said gruffly. We'd met at the station, but the station had been flooded with news cameras and reporters, and we decided to take it back to Luke's place. Luke walked me to the car, and he watched as I drove out of his driveway and straight to the one place that would give me clarity, would give me the comfort I needed right now. Home. Home, where Georgia was waiting for me.
Chapter 12. Life sucks, then you die. Coffee cup. Georgia. I'm going to stay with him for a couple days. They put him on administrative leave pending further notice. He's upset, I said, shoving things into my bag. Ace nodded, leaning against my doorway. Okay, make sure you let your job know what's going on, he said, eyes fastened on the amount of stuff I was packing in my bag. I already did. Other than the one meeting I had scheduled with a potential adoptive couple, I'm free for the next 3 days, I explained. He nodded but kept staring. I stopped and looked at him. What? He took a deep breath, his chest puffing out, then he let it out before he said, Darby's gone again. Hasn't done any of his chores this week, and I'm pretty sure he's been gone since last night. He went out dressed for a night on the town, and he's not answering his phone. I sat down heavily on the bed and looked down at my hands, flexing and unflexing them. Change the locks, I said, not knowing what else to do. He nodded. That was going to be my suggestion to you. I don't want to do it, but if he brings home the same shit he tried to in Houston, we'll never get him out of it again. I don't even care enough anymore to try. I nodded, my eyes starting to water. Standing, I walked into my brother's arms, locking my hands around his thick chest. His shirt smelled like dirt and hay, as it had his entire life. Even when we'd lived in Houston, he'd worked on a farm. It was in his blood and always would be. Darby, though? I didn't know what was in his blood. Definitely not hard work. He didn't try at all, to be honest. He'd been a royal asshole from the moment he became a teenager. He'd even seen multiple therapists for his PTSD, something we all had done. Darby, though, hadn't benefited one bit from the therapy, instead going off the beaten path, down a dark alley, then straight into a fucking lion's den. It took us a while to see what was going on, and by that time he'd already been in the thick of it. And he hadn't just chosen any gang. He'd chosen the worst gang in Texas. The freaking Blue Slayers. If he comes around, call the cops. Leave all of his belongings at the end of the driveway in some plastic trash bags. Make sure you label what they are so the trash doesn't pick them up, I sighed. He nodded his head against mine, rubbing his beard along my head. I smacked him and stepped back. Let me know if you need anything, Ace. I love you, little brother. He ruffled my hair and followed me outside, staying on my heels all the way to my car. When I went to shut my car door, he stopped me. Just be careful, all right? At my confused look, he explained. Obviously, there's more to Nico's story, and you need to get yourself up to speed on those matters. Weigh the cost with the benefits. Just know that there's something dangerous out there, and that something has Nico in his sights. And also know that we love you, and we'd be broken without you." A tear squeezed past my stronghold, and he grinned. "You're such a girl." I slammed the door, then gunned the engine, kicking up dust and smoke around him. As I turned out of our driveway, I could see him coughing and laughing. Dork. When I pulled into Nico's driveway, I was surprised to see it full. There were 6 trucks as well as 2 police cruisers. Instead of walking inside where I knew the crowd was, I walked to the barn. I shook my head as I got close, seeing the huge panel that had replaced the old one. Nico had told me about all the work he was going to do to the barn so the horses were never put into jeopardy again, and I was relieved. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed Nautica until I saw her again. I'd thought that she was sold along with all the cattle we'd had at our place after the deaths. I hadn't let myself feel how much it bothered me until I realized that she wasn't gone after all. After staring at the panel for long moments, trying to figure out how it worked, I finally decided to start punching in numbers. The first one I tried didn't work. That was my birthday. The second didn't work either. That was his birthday. The third, however, did work. It was the day I came home. 05152015. The door's lock clicked, and I pushed inside, closing it and rearming it behind me. I knew for a fact he'd have a cow if I didn't rearm it. I didn't know what he'd do if he wanted one of the horses to come out. It wasn't as if they were toys that only came out when you wanted them to. All 4 of the horses, Nautica included, needed daily exercising as well as pasture time each and every day. There was no way he was going to be able to arm the entire pasture. He couldn't keep the horses safe all the time, or my brother's cattle, which tended to not like gates when the grass was greener on the other side. Nautica nickered as I made my way inside, knowing it was me instantly. I stopped by the large fridge kept in the corner of the room, withdrew the bag of carrots, and walked to the stalls. As I passed Nico's horses, I handed them each a carrot. The 3 of Nico's were all roans and very beautiful. They were also all female. Seemed Nico was partial to the females. They snuffled thankfully, scarfing the carrot as if they'd never had anything so delicious before, something of which I knew differently since I'd seen the apples in the fridge as well. By the time I made it to Nautica's stall, I had to laugh because she was nearly slamming the door with her nose in her exuberance. I know, I chided as I opened her stall door. She came out gratefully, rubbing her large nose against my face. It felt like velvet against my skin, and my tears nearly threatened again. "God, I've missed you," I whispered softly to her. She neighed, then snorted, blowing the hair back from my face, causing me to laugh. "Beautiful horse," a deep male's voice said from behind me. I screamed and turned, heart-pounding to find a large man with blonde hair and a scar on his face, staring at me. He had his hands up in a placating gesture. "I'm sorry. My name's Max Tremaine. I'm the one who did all the security on the barn. I was just checking it over one more time before I left," he said soothingly. I deflated somewhat. He wouldn't have been able to get in here if he hadn't known the code. "Jesus, you scared me," I said, resting one hand against my thundering heart. He smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry. Like I said, I was just double-checking. Anyway, I'll get out of your hair. I've got to go give the information to Nico about how to get in here, although I see that it wasn't too hard for you to figure out." I picked up a hint of accusation in his tone. He used a special date. His eyes narrowed and his head tilted slightly. "Gotcha." Then he was gone. I listened this time, hearing the familiar beeps that showed the barn was rearmed, before I turned back to Nautica. She nodded her head up and down quickly, and I smiled. That used to be a sign for she was wanting to ride, and right now I was willing to give it to her. I needed some time to think on what my brother had said. That had been the real reason I hadn't wanted to go see Nico quite yet. What Ace had said had really hammered home how traumatizing being with a cop could be to a woman. I would have a lot of things to consider if I became Nico's wife. The main one, though, was having to deal with the fact that my significant other would be putting his life on the line for strangers. He could possibly not make it home. Then what would I do? What would happen if I had kids with him? Would they be able to deal with it? Was I able to deal with the huge what if that always seemed to hang over our heads like a thundercloud, just waiting for it to pour down on us? I contemplated that as I typed in the passcode to the back barn door, leading Nautica out by just her halter. I didn't plan on riding her long, only a few minutes at most, so I didn't bother with a saddle. I walked over to the large fence, pulling Nautica along with me, although she did go willingly. I would have mounted her like I used to, just by the strength of my own body using Nautica's mane, but I didn't have that kind of strength nor coordination anymore. So I climbed to the top of the fence and mounted her as she walked up alongside me, smiling when she did so willingly. "Oh, man, I missed you, pretty girl," I whispered to her. When we rode away from the fence, I leaned down and hugged Nautica's thick neck, embracing her like I used to when we rode together all the time. She took that as a sign and took off. I always loved riding. It made me feel free. The danger of it was all too real, but that was the whole point. It's the danger that makes it worth doing, makes it enjoyable. My mom used to hate when I did this. Nico, too. I was fairly sure I'd hear about it if he found out, but to be honest, I didn't really care. If I had to deal with him going out and being in danger every day, then he could deal with me riding my horse fast, right? I kept telling myself that as I rode around the pasture, sticking within sight of the house so Nico didn't freak in case he realized I was there but not actually with him. I could tell the moment he realized I was there, too. I could also tell the moment he took a seat on the fence. It felt like a molten sword piercing me. I could feel his eyes from all the way across the pasture. I could tell the moment he realized I was riding without a saddle as well. And as I got closer, I could also see his disapproval. I also had other observers. From what I could tell, the whole SWAT team, sans James and John, were leaning against the fence, watching. There were also 2 little kids as well. They were being held up in Luke's arms, so it wasn't much of a stretch to assume they belonged to him and Reese. The real surprise, though, was the rest of them. People I'd never met before in my life were there. The man, Max, from earlier was on Nico's side with a blonde-headed woman. She was talking to him animatedly, gesturing towards the horse. He only shook his head, turning away from her and watching me ride. When I saw the thunderous expression on Nico's face, I started to turn around, but he let out a piercing whistle, using only his mouth. I grinned when Nautica hesitated, coming towards him. She stopped when I started speaking to her. "It's okay, big girl. Don't listen to him." I could tell she was torn, which was why instead of moving in either direction, she just stopped. I had to laugh at her predicament. Nautica was just as much Nico's horse now as she was mine then. She had loyalty to both of us, and to be truthful, it sort of stung. She wouldn't have even had one iota of hesitation 8 years ago. However, I put her out of her misery when I steered her in Nico's direction. The men around Nico were laughing and jeering when I finally got within earshot. Nico, however, didn't look to be in a good mood. When he got close enough, I let myself fall into Nico's arms. He caught me without an ounce of effort. I wrapped my arms around his neck and closed my eyes as I leaned my head against his shoulder. "I'm sorry," I lied. He snorted but seemed to relax. "Then why exactly do I not believe you?" Smothered laughs came from behind me, but I ignored them. The big bastards. Chapter 13. Because I said so, that's why. T-shirt. Georgia. I closed my eyes and leaned my head against Nico's shoulder, curling my legs up and into him. Pulling the blanket down from the back of the couch, he wrapped it around me and curled his arm around my back. I sighed in contentment, closing my eyes and thinking about how much I loved this. My earlier freak-out was long past, no longer even a blip on my radar. The only people that were left were the men from the SWAT team, minus Luke. He'd taken the girls home over an hour before when they'd fallen asleep on the couches. The rest of them, though, were all there. They were bullshitting, talking about the latest mistake a rookie officer made at work yesterday. "So the old lady gets out of the car swinging. She's circling this umbrella around her head like Thor does his hammer. McKinney's backing up with his hands in the air. No idea how to stop the woman. Who?
Might I mention, weighs not much more than $1.10. When she finally gets tired, he points to the ground and says, 'Get on your knees and spread your legs.'"
Downey was laughing by this point, wiping tears from his eyes. I was smiling, seeing where this was going even before he went there. Nico was too. However, Nico wasn't the type to laugh out loud about this kind of stuff. At most, he'd smile. I'd seen him laugh out loud no more than 3 times in the years that I'd known him. Each of those times were with me. Well, at me was more apt of a word.
"So this lady crawls up on the cop car, gets on her hands and knees and then spreads her legs. Not before she hikes her dress up first. McKinney, at this point, is speechless. He's just watching in horror as this grandma lays down for him to arrest her. And she keeps saying, 'Be gentle, officer.'"
Downey was laughing so hard he was crying. Michael and Bennett weren't doing much better. I had my face buried in Nico's shoulder, wiping my tears on his shirt, and he gave me a light smack on the ass. "Stop that," he chided. I grinned at him. "Yes, sir," I said, flipping my hair out of my eyes. "Your hair color is fading," Nico said as he sifted his hands through my hair. I nodded. "Yeah. This was done for my graduation. It's only supposed to be in there for 6 weeks, and it's going on 8 now. It was really cool, but it had taken a lot of time, and around $400 to do it. It had looked great in my graduation pictures, though." My hand that had been resting on his chest underneath the blanket fell down when he repositioned himself, ending up right above his belt buckle. We both froze. We'd been more than aware of each other all night. I knew the moment I launched myself into his arms from Nautica's back that he wanted to have me. It had been in his eyes, his need, his want. He'd had a rough day, and I'd scared him by riding Nautica the way I used to. And when I'd thought about it, while we were eating pizza, he'd always give me a lecture after I'd done it when we were younger. Then he'd disappear for 20 minutes, coming back in a much better mood. It didn't take much brainstorming to guess what fighting with me would do to him. Our emotions had been high, our bodies close, and accusations had been flying. In the end, we'd both been a needy mess, but we'd never acted on a thing. Today, though, we were older. We could act on those things because we were both of age, or we would have been able to if we hadn't had a house full of people. I pretended to be asleep as I let my hands work underneath the shirt he wore. My hands encountered the soft tuft of hair that led from his belly button to his cock, and I ran my fingers up and down it, letting my fingers dip down below his waistband before I'd start back up again. He'd tensed, his muscles flexing with each pass of my fingers. On one such dip of my fingers, he sucked in his belly, allowing my fingers to slide even further down. My fingers extended down until they reached the base of his cock, where the root of him met the pubic hair. I shivered, as did he. My fingers quickly disappeared, but I'd felt the hardness. I knew what was waiting for me, and the entire thing made me feel like such a bad girl. There was something just so naughty about doing this in front of his friends. Not that I'd ever go any further than that, but just the thought sent shivers shooting down my spine. My hand stayed firmly planted on his belly, high above his waistline, but the seed had been planted, and that was almost worse for both of us. It was another 10 long minutes before Nico abruptly stood. Without the support of his body, I face-planted onto the couch. The men looked at Nico in surprise, but Nico wasted no time.
"All right, y'all need to leave. I'm ready for bed."
It was more than obvious to not just me but the rest of them that Nico wasn't ready for bed. He was ready for something else. Not that they'd say anything on the contrary. They all stood good-naturedly, shook his hand, and left without another word. When the last one left the driveway, Nico locked the door and turned to where I was still lying on the couch, and he wasted no more time coming to me, nor stripping his clothes off as he came. When I was younger, I'd always liked to compare Nico to the wild horses we used to see when we went out of the state to auctions. They'd been captured in Nevada, sold by private landowners for profit. Although they'd done nothing illegal, per se, the whole idea of them being in captivity was wrong. I remembered looking at them, feeling their pent-up energy. They were very intelligent creatures, and they wanted nothing more than to run free, which had been the very thing that had reminded me of Nico. He was powerful, strong, and intelligent. He was silent and lethal, much like those caged wild horses had been. Weary at being caged, they bided their time, just waiting for their chance to run free again. Most never got that chance. To this day, I could remember the disgust on Nico's face as he'd seen those horses being herded into the back of trailers. That was what would happen if I tried to take away his passion. If I tried to make him stop doing what he loved, protecting the public. He'd do it, but he'd never be happy again. Never truly be who I'd fallen in love with. Deep thoughts? He asked once he stopped at the foot of the couch. I shook my head. No. I just want you to know that I support you. Whatever you want to do. I'm here for you. His eyes went hot, and I swear to God, I felt that look all the way to my toes. They curled as he dropped his pants, and I swallowed, thickly. Stand up, he growled, causing my nipples to pebble into hard peaks. I threw the blanket off of my legs and stood, waiting for his next instruction. When I went to pull my shorts down, his hands stayed mine, looking his fill. His eyes traveled up the length of my bare legs, stopping when they came into contact with the top of my shorts. They'd ridden up so they more resembled short boy shorts rather than normal shorts. They were a thin knit material, and by thin I meant very thin, as in each line and seam could be seen through them. So his eyes had frozen on where the shorts had ridden up between my legs, lodging into places that weren't usually sexy. To Nico, though, it was and more if the large steel pole jutting out of the bottom of his boxer briefs was any indication. I could just make out the head of his cock as it slipped out the very bottom of the tight band around his thigh. Before I could ogle it too long, though, his voice snapped my attention back up to my face. Take your shirt off, he commanded. I crossed my arms over my chest, grasped the hem of the shirt, and pulled it over my head. My skin started to pebble the moment the cold air hit my exposed flesh, causing me to shiver. But I wasn't shivering solely because I was cold. It also had a lot to do with the way his eyes flared when he realized I wasn't wearing a bra. Bending my head forward, my hair fell provocatively over my chest, covering up most of my nipples, but still giving little peeks here and there. Enough to make him highly focused, waiting for each indrawn breath on my part that exposed even more. God, you're so goddamn beautiful, he rasped. Move the hair over your shoulder. I did, grasping it in both hands and tying my hair back with the band that was around my wrist. He growled his approval at being given an unhindered view. My back arched, involuntarily, as he drew his breath in for control. His eyes flared, and Nico demonstrated the word snapped very expertly in the next moment. One moment he was 3 feet from me, and the next he had my shorts down at my feet. I heard his knees hit the floor with a thud, and I looked down just in time to see his tongue arrowed out to lick a line down to the apex of my thighs. He grabbed my calf and lifted one of my knees, throwing it over his shoulder, hastily, spreading me open for his mouth. I grasped his head with both hands, steadying myself as he moved. He descended, and I gasped when his tongue flicked the sensitive bundle of nerves at the top of my slit. "Oh my God," I gasped, as he wasted no time sucking my clit between his lips. I felt him smile at the expletive that came out of my mouth next, and I wanted to smack him, but I couldn't make my hands stop clutching his head, couldn't make my hips stop tilting up to give him better access. Then the hand that was on my left hip swooped backwards, curling around the curve of my ass and over until just the ends of his fingertips swept over my entrance. He did that 3 more times before he finally let one large finger sink inside of me to the webbing. My hips jerked, and I pulled his head down, smothering him with my vagina. I couldn't make myself stop, though, and he didn't seem to care that he was about to be asphyxiated by the lips of my pussy alone. I figured it'd be a good death, though, considering I'd be following shortly behind him if the orgasm I felt on the horizon was anything to show for it. He started working his finger faster, then 1 became 2, then 2 became 3, then 4. His tongue circled the bundle of nerves relentlessly, and when I was on the verge of the breaking point, he sucked it into his mouth, pulling hard. By the time my orgasm was on me, I was screaming. I filled his mouth with my release, and his ears with my scream, gasping and panting as I tried in vain to recover from the orgasm he'd just given me. He didn't seem to notice the fact that he was holding me up, instead pulling me with him to the couch where he collapsed. I fell too, my back to his chest and his large fat cock smashed in between us. He growled as he lifted me up slightly, positioned his cock at my entrance, and then slammed me down. I, of course, went willingly. Not only because my legs still hadn't decided to come back online, but because I just plain wanted to feel him. He filled me up to almost bursting, and my hands trailed down between my leg to feel where he ended, and I began. My entrance was stretched to the brink, and I rubbed where he entered me, gathering juices before I let my hand travel down to his balls. Each thrust of his hips swung his balls up, hitting me deliciously. He growled and pulled my hips down harder, and I held on for dear life as he used me. Impossibly, I could feel my orgasm building again. I could feel it on the precipice. I wasn't quite there, but I knew I could be without any effort if I were to touch myself.
I like it when your ass jiggles each time you sit down on my cock. The way my fingers sink into your flesh, it's so fucking perfect that's all I want to do all fucking day. Watch you ride me into the night. Watch my cock disappear into your tight little pussy. Then come out all shiny with your juices.
Nico growled behind me. Butterflies started to flit into my stomach at his words. They also shot adrenaline through my veins. You see, Nico isn't a talker. He's a doer. But when he does talk, you listen, because it's fucking important. So, for him to tell me how much he likes to watch me ride him meant the freaking world to me. It also meant I'd be doing a lot more of it in my future, because anything that can make Nico talk like that was something I'd be doing over and over again, just to hear it. Yeah, was the only thing I could think of to say. My brain was too occupied with supplying oxygen to my important parts to really hold an intelligent conversation, but it could listen, and by the time he was done telling me all the naughty things he liked about this position, the orgasm that had been looming slammed into me. He growled, leaning me forward. He started to fuck in and out of me furiously. My head fell back, and the tips of my hair tickled the swell of my ass, which only made him pump his hips even harder at the sight. I felt his abdomen contract, and in the next moment, he was coming with me, slowing until he coaxed his orgasm out leisurely. The hot splashes filled me up, making me gasp in defeat as my body collapsed back onto his chest. He wrapped his thick, muscular arms around me, and I leaned my head to the side to let his arms support my head. I think you broke me. I may never move again, I informed him. His dick twitched inside of me at my comment, and I clenched down on him in response, causing him to growl. I can't help it, I informed him. He laughed, and his dick continued to bounce inside of me. Soon, though, that led to his dick not going soft anymore, but the exact opposite. It filled up again, and this time he started to rock slowly inside of me. My hands, which had been clenching his forearms, now traveled down to where we were connected, and I felt our combined releases as he propelled his dick forward and backward inside of me. This time our lovemaking was much slower. It took him a long time to go again, but I wasn't complaining. Not one damn bit.
Chapter 14. I'm trying to be awesome today, but I'm exhausted from being so awesome yesterday. Coffee cup. Nico. I woke to total quiet. I hadn't done that in 3 days, but today was the first day that I'd woken without Georgia's warm, soft body pressed up against me in some way. Her against my side, her against my front, me tucked around her small body, smelling her hair. Georgia's favorite, however, was when she got to be the big spoon, as she liked to call it. Apparently, she liked feeling the heat of my back as she slept. Something about my back being like a space heater or some shit. Whatever. If she liked it, I'd do it. No questions. Even if she was weird. I loved her weird, though. I loved every single thing about her. I certainly wouldn't have made it through the funeral the day before without her. I'm not one to show emotions, but when the young widow had requested me to be a pallbearer, I'd nearly broken down and cried. I'd done the task without even questioning her request, happy to be of some use to her. That wasn't to say it hadn't torn me up inside. In fact, it had been damn near impossible. Then I'd come home and taken a nap, and promptly had a dream about everything and everyone I cared about being killed. What had helped me was Georgia being at my side, holding me when I'd woken up gasping and unable to breathe. Getting up, I took a shower, brushed my teeth, and then went through my usual grooming routine, which consisted of pulling out my clippers and sticking the shortest guard onto the trimmer. Then I ran the clippers over my hair. It was a habit, keeping my hair shorn as short as possible without being bald. A habit that I kept once I entered the workforce. Having hair just gave the bad guys an extra handhold, and in my case, I could use all the help I could get. However, since I didn't have to work today, or any fucking day in the near future, I didn't bother with shaving. I already had way more than a 5 o'clock shadow. In fact, it was more like a 4-day growth, but I had no incentive to shave it, especially since Georgia had told me just last night how good my beard felt against her nipples. Maybe I'd grow a beard again. I'd just pulled on some pants over my boxers and semi-hard erection, because I was a fucking nut and could get hard over just about anything Georgia-related, when the knock came at the door. I decided against a shirt, but instead chose to pick my sidearm and the holster I kept next to the bed. I clipped it in place at the small of my back and walked to the front room. My feet felt gritty underneath my feet, reminding me of all the traffic from my friends and family I'd had over the past 3 days. It was time to sweep and then call Candace, my cleaning lady. I didn't clean, nor did I want to clean. Candace, though, was excellent at it, and she had 5 kids to support, one of which was the baby of the mother I'd shot dead. I knew she was perfect for the job the moment I realized that the small infant didn't have any family. Candace was a sweet woman. Her and her husband were unable to have children of their own since the husband was shot during the war in Iraq. He'd lost all feeling from his belly button down, along with it the ability for him to have kids. Candace had been a trooper, though, staying with him through thick and thin. She was a receptionist at a local law firm in town, while her husband, Guy, did woodworking at home. I actually owned quite a few of his pieces, since he specialized in the rustic look that I'd fallen in love with when I'd started remodeling my parents' house. Candace started cleaning my house one day when she'd come over because one of my horses had broken through the fence on her side of the property. After I'd retrieved my elusive horse, we'd gotten to talking, and the rest was, as you could say, history. I made it to the door and checked out the peephole, gut clenching at whom I saw on the other side. Special Agent Nathan Lawrence. I'd met Lawrence when he told us about the woman I'd shot. Special Agent Lawrence was the man in charge of the case that involved Anita and her father. He'd been trying to obtain more information on Anita's father, who'd been imprisoned for laundering money. They suspected that it was for the Russian mafia, but hadn't been able to prove it. So they'd sent an agent to gather information, that agent being Reese's ex-boyfriend, who'd also died the same day Luke was shot. The entire operation had been royally fucked up, and it didn't bode well to have the man in charge of the entire op standing on my doorstep. Fuck.
Georgia. Hi, Mr. Sergei. How are you doing today? I asked, offering my hand to the tall blond man. He smiled slightly at me. His wife didn't offer much more as I sat down in my office chair.
We're doing well, thank you,
Sergei said with a slight Russian hint to his accent. I smiled, feeling like he was judging me. His eyes took in my attire in my office with a haughty air, and I hated him instantly. It'd take a small miracle to get me to give him custody of the small little girl. I'd never met her, although I planned on doing that later this afternoon, since she was on my way home. But I'd never give a child to someone I knew would act that way to a complete stranger. One, incidentally, who was in charge of giving him custody of a child he so desperately wanted. Can you tell me about yourself? I asked, leaning back in my chair. Sergei followed my example, leaning back in his chair and crossing his elegant hands over his expensive suit.
As you know, Miss Valentine, I am Anton Sergei. My wife and I, Masha, have been married for a little over 13 years. We've been trying to have children for 12 of them. After our 3rd year of trying, we went on to fertility doctors. We tried that for 6 years before we started adoption. We have 2 children right now that we'd obtained through adoption."
The way he said obtained made my hands clench in my lap. Why wouldn't he say blessed or adopted? Who the fuck said obtained? What a dick. I nodded. Right. Can you tell me about the accommodations that you would have for a child? And so it went. I asked questions, and he answered them with pompous, "I'm too good for you" answers. The only reason I was still considering it was that he offered a huge donation to the center every year. And can you tell me about your work? Will you have time for a 3rd child? I see that you are both prominent lawyers in the area. Mrs. Sergey? Mrs. Sergey hadn't answered any of the questions so far, and I wanted to hear it from her. Mr. Sergey didn't let her, though. I started to wonder if she even could. The meeting was a disaster, and I welcomed the call that came through my line moments after he answered for her yet again. "Excuse me for a moment," I said, answering the phone. "This is Georgia Valentine." "Miss Valentine?" a frantic female voice whispered. "Beverly?" I asked in concern. "I need you," she whispered. I sat up straight in my chair. "Of course, honey. Where are you?" Beverly was an 18-year-old senior at the local high school. I met her for the first time at a counseling session when she wanted to discuss the option of adoption. Since the day I first met her, I knew she'd been in a bind at home. Her parents didn't know she was pregnant, much to my dismay. I'd attempted to get her to tell them. However, she was 18 and she knew how her parents would react if they knew she was pregnant. So I'd met with her in private at the youth center where she went after school and some weekends. There I'd given her every available resource we had. "I'm at a hotel, the one off the interstate, the Budget Inn on the access road, room 41, she whispered. I stood up and started collecting my things, much to the Sergey's annoyance. "I'll be right there, honey," I said before hanging up. Sergey looked disgusted that I'd even contemplated leaving during his interview, but there wasn't much he could say since he wanted to be considered as baby Angel's adoptive parents. So he didn't say anything negative. He accepted my abrupt departure graciously, and I glared at their backs as I let them out the door in front of me. They were 2 steps in front of me the entire way, taking a left as we got out to the parking lot, instead of the right I had to take. They walked to a pretentious, upper-class Jaguar that I could probably never afford in my entire lifetime, and drove away with little fanfare. I got into my car and started the short drive to the hotel. I arrived in a matter of moments, pulling up directly in front of room 41 and parking the car. I exited the car hurriedly, leaving my phone on the seat, accidentally, in my haste to reach Beverly. I knocked hurriedly, and a clearly disheveled Beverly answered the door, and in her arms was a tiny infant, wrapped up in a white hotel towel. I came inside, dropping my purse in the chair beside the door. "Beverly, what? How?" I stuttered. She looked at me miserably, and thrust the sleeping child into my arms before she walked to the bed and started shoving the stuff she had into a plastic sack. I looked down at the child, smiling at the perfectness of her. Then I looked up, startled to find Beverly marching out of the room. "Beverly, what are you doing?" I questioned in surprise. She looked at me, her face devoid of all emotion. "I can't keep her, Miss Valentine. If I stay, I'll want to, and I can't. I need you to take her. Hold on to her for me for a few days. After I give it a few days, I'll come sign the papers to release her into the state's custody. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. So sorry." With that, she left hastily, and I was left gaping at the closed motel door. Searching for my phone, I realized I left it in the car, and instead went to the desk phone. I didn't remember any numbers except one, which was the only one I really needed.
Nico. I walked up beside Georgia's car and glanced down at the seat. Yep, that's where her phone was. However, Georgia was nowhere to be seen. She'd called me less than a half hour ago, telling me she needed my help, and then had hung up with what sounded like a wailing baby in the background. As I made my way up to the door and knocked, Georgia's harried voice said, "Who is it?" I wanted to laugh, but I was also proud that she'd asked instead of just yanking the door open like she usually did. "It's me," I said, taking in the area. It wasn't that great. In fact, I hadn't been to this motel, nor in any of the rooms, unless I was arresting someone during a hostage situation. which happened a lot more than one would think, considering this was the go-to place for hookers and their johns. "What's the passcode?" she asked. I frowned, trying to remember just what exactly she used to ask me to say. Then I smiled as I finally remembered, "You're beautiful and you're going to have a great ass forever." She yanked open the door and glared. "That's not the password." I shrugged and pushed inside, freezing when I saw the utter chaos of the room. It looked like a massacre had taken place. "What?" The words that were coming out of my mouth froze on the tip of my tongue as I took in the infant laying on Georgia's t-shirt in the middle of the bed. I looked at her again and realized that she was only in what she used as a bra and her jeans. Not that she didn't look good in it, but she would flash any man or woman that concentrated on her breasts for more than a glance. "Did you have a baby while you were at work?" I asked in fascination as I walked up to the bed and stared down at the baby. It was cute. Small, really small, but cute. "This is a young teens baby who I've been counseling about adoption this last week. I met her at the youth center. She called me this afternoon in a panic, and when I got here, she left, saying she'd signed the rights away as soon as she worked up the nerve," Georgia blurted. I frowned. Okay. I hesitated on what I was about to say next. "She broke the law, though. You're not a public safety officer. According to the Moses Law, she needed to give her child to someone such as a police officer, firefighter, or EMS worker. She won't ever be able to get this child back. She could still face charges for abandonment or neglect." I hated to say it, but it needed to be put out into the open. I knew she knew it too. I saw it in her face, the way her shoulders slumped as I spoke. "Fuck," she said, wilting. I saw how much this meant to her, but I'd taken oaths just as much as she had. She stayed silent for long moments, thinking and staring at the baby. I could practically hear her mind whirling, could see her thinking about ways for this not to end the way she knew it was going to. "I'm going to have to call this in," I said finally. She hung her head and nodded. "What'll happen next on your end?" she asked. I closed my eyes and gathered her into my arms. "I'll let the supervisor on duty know. We'll get EMS here and they'll take the baby to the hospital. The detective will gather all the information from us and he'll file charges on the girl." A tear slipped out of her eye, and I felt like I'd beaten a frightened dog, but I'd never give her less than the truth. She deserved that much. She sniffled and then nodded. "Okay. Do what you have to do." And fuck me, but it was one of the hardest calls I'd ever had to make. Later that night, I was sitting in the living room watching TV by myself. Georgia had gone home, refusing to talk to me. It had hurt, like a fucking bitch. I'd been sitting here for hours now, just waiting for her to call, but she never had. My phone on the table started to vibrate, and my heart leapt in my chest. I dove forward, scooping it up in my hand and putting it to my ear without even looking at the readout. "Georgia?" I asked. "Sorry, buddy, just me," Luke said, dashing my excitement with 4 little words. I sighed and leaned back against the couch. "It's okay." He grunted. "She's still not talking to you?" I shook my head, even though he couldn't see me. "Nope." "Fuck me," he sighed. "I hate to do this to you because it's not going to help you with her, but the girl, the one who gave up the kid, she's dead. Killed herself in her bedroom by wrapping some paracord around her neck and around the ceiling fan." My fist came down hard on the couch, and I wanted to fucking scream. "God damn it!" I hissed through clenched teeth. "Yeah," he agreed. "It wasn't pretty. The parents are freaking out about their good Catholic girl being defiled and then committing the ultimate sin. It wasn't good." I didn't believe it would be. In fact, I imagined it hit pretty close to home for Georgia, since she could have been that Catholic girl after I'd nearly done the exact same thing to her nearly 8 years ago. Astringent forces had taken over the reins of our lives that one sunny afternoon, and forever altered the course of our lives. And not for the better. I still remembered that night and the day following it like it was yesterday. We hadn't had sex, but we'd done everything but. We hadn't slept the entire night, talking about our hopes and dreams, our wants and likes. We spoke about our lives together, marriage, and her going to college while I was deployed. It had been the best night of my life, having her in my arms like that. Then I'd woken up to her already on her way back to her house, and I'd gone about my day. I felt better knowing she'd be back after they were done working the cattle. Except she'd never come back, and my life had irrevocably changed. All right, man. Well, she's been ignoring my calls and texts. I don't think I'll be calling and leaving this on the voicemail. I'll tell her the next time she wants to talk to me. Thanks for keeping me informed. I sighed. After a few more pleasantries, I decided that a long jog might be just the thing I needed. I changed into running shorts and tennis shoes and walked out my door, making sure to arm my alarm behind me. The night was cooler than most Texas summer nights. Low 80s, it was the perfect weather for a run. I started out running at my usual pace, but when I could still feel my demons pounding away at my head, I ran faster. I made my first 4 miles without any incidents. I would have made the last 2 much the same if I hadn't caught a dark figure looming at the end of the driveway. As I got closer, I realized the dark figure belonged to 2 men, one of which being George's younger brother. I slowed to a stop and looked at him, studying his body posture as he looked at the large pile of trash bags that had been sitting there for nearly 3 days. I could tell he was going to do something when he started strolling purposefully up the driveway. He stopped cold, though, at the sound of my voice. "Don't do it," I said in a warning tone. He stopped and turned, his friend moving with him, and stared at me. "What do you want?" he snapped. I gestured to the bags, and then the car that must have belonged to his friend. "Just take your stuff and get moving. Don't start trouble. It won't end well. Clean up your act, and she'll accept you back home. Keep fucking around, and your life won't ever be the same," I said softly. He sneered at me. "What would you know about hardship? You've had a cake-fucking life compared to me. I witnessed my own brothers and sister get shot. My mother, then my father turned it on himself. Oh, and that was after he shot me. What could you possibly have happened to you that is worse than that?" I tilted my head, wondering if I wanted to open that particular can of worms, but I decided that probably would be the best for this situation. Maybe if he knew he wasn't the only one, he'd see his life really wasn't that bad. When I was 18, I watched my baby sister get nearly raped by a man that was supposed to be one of my best friends. When I was 20 and I was deployed, my best friend was killed in front of my eyes. His head exploded when a rifle bullet penetrated his brain. Bits of his brain and bones splattered onto my face and into my mouth. Pieces of his skull lodged into my skin on my back when I ducked, and I have scars that look like shrapnel wounds on my back from it. I took a deep breath and continued. When I was 21, the woman I'd fallen in love with was shot, and her family was tortured. I never even knew if she was all right until nearly 6 months later. Then when I was deployed shortly after that, I had a reckless streak a mile wide. More of my best friends died while trying to save me when I was captured and tortured. I'd been held in captivity for nearly a month. Then I watched as the same thing was done to them because they thought to save me when it was my fault I'd gotten there to begin with. He was silent as I spoke, but his eyes told me I was striking some well-placed blows. I got out of the Navy after that, but since then, I've lost a total of 20 other people, all of which I watched. Bank robberies, hold-ups at the gas station, a woman and her child being held at gunpoint because the father came home from Iraq not quite right in the head. Let me tell you something, son. Just a few weeks ago, I shot a pregnant woman and killed her. You don't know me. So how about you stop giving off the woe-is-me act and start making something of yourself, huh? With that, I started jogging again, knowing for certain he wouldn't be going up that driveway. I'd given him something for his youthful brain to chew on, and he would. God only hoped that he made the right decision, because there were times where I don't feel like I did. I didn't deserve Georgia. Not one fucking bit.
Chapter 15. All I care about is cake. And maybe like 4 people. Coffee cup. Georgia. I knew I'd made a mistake the minute I'd woken up the next morning. The second I realized it, I called Nico, but he didn't answer. The text messages started out simple and to the point, but ended up being truly sweet and heartfelt as the night went on. which made me feel even worse for how I'd acted last night. Nico, 7:57 p.m. I'm sorry. Nico, 8:35 p.m. Please talk to me. Nico, 9:01 p.m. There was nothing else I could do. I swear I didn't want to do it. Nico, 9:42 p.m. I knew you'd be mine from the moment I first saw you. You were wearing a white cotton shirt that showed off a hint of your tanned belly. You had really tight jeans on that were so threadbare that I was sure any second you'd bend over and they'd disintegrate from around your ass. I fell in love with your smile first. Nico, 10:11 p.m. I fell in love with your voice second. So soft, sweet, and husky. You were talking to my pop about what you did in the mornings. I fell in love when you said you hated getting up early, but the smell of cow shit in the morning really had a way of waking a person up. I still remember the look on my father's face when you said that, and to this day I'll forever thank you for that memory. Nico, 10:31 p.m. I fell in love with you over and over the last 8 years. You may not have come out to speak with me directly, but knowing you were there to see me off really made the difference in my attitude throughout my time there. The first time I shot a man, it was you whispering in my ear that everything would be okay. Nico, 11:15 p.m. Sweet dreams, Nina. I love you. He said I love you. Oh my God. That had been something I'd been yearning to hear for what felt like a lifetime, and he'd said it in a text message while I was ignoring him. It wasn't the flowers and hearts edition that I'd always assumed would happen, but it was Nico's way. Shit, I sighed, standing up and making my way to my bathroom where I took care of a few morning necessities. By the time I got moving and got into work later that morning, I still hadn't come up with any other alternatives on how to explain to Nico about yesterday, why it had hurt me so freaking much. I didn't know why it had. I knew he had to do his job, and I completely respected him for his loyalty. However, I'd counted on him when I'd called him for help. Never in a million years would I have thought he'd go all cop on me. I reluctantly got to work, going nearly the entire morning, then afternoon overlooking the fact that I was ignoring Nico. I never received any more texts, but I received ones from the police station, which I only assumed was him. I found out around lunchtime that it couldn't have been further from the truth, mainly because a few pissed-off SWAT team members came calling. My phone buzzed when I was looking through the Sergei family's folder. Georgia? Fran, the front office's receptionist, called through my speaker. Yeah, Fran? I asked distractedly. There's a couple of men out here to speak with you. They're from the Kilgore Police Department, Fran said, sounding extremely worried. I narrowed my eyes at the folder in front of me, seeing that Mr. Sergei was denied adoption twice with his first child, too. Hey, Fran, you've been at FHAS for a long time, right? I asked, scanning the file even more. I flipped back to the very back, the beginning of the Sergei family's time with us, and I practically felt my eyes bug out of my head. Yes, she replied cautiously. I ignored her hesitancy and asked, how long ago did Masha Sergei work here? We've had a Masha Artem work with us 4 years ago, but she got married and started doing pro bono work for her husband. She no longer specialized in adoption law, she explained. I flipped back to the bio pages, scanning Masha's history. My brows raised when I realized that Masha Artem and Anton Sergei had gotten married 6 weeks prior to adopting their first child, a child that Anton had been denied for nearly 6 months before his marriage to Masha. I pulled out the notes I'd taken yesterday on the Sergei couple. Anton Sergei, wife Masha, married 13 years, been trying to have children for 12 of them. After 3rd year of trying, went on to fertility doctors, tried for 6 years before started adoption. 2 children, adoption. Why would he lie about when he got married? Unless... I flipped back to the social worker that had been on the Sergei case prior to me, and was unsurprised to find the woman I'd replaced. Fran, the woman that I am covering the cases for, how long has she worked here? I asked. I could practically hear Fran's gossip wheel turning. She was one of the worst gossips in the office. But I liked her, and her gossiping ways were very helpful right this moment. Stephanie Martin was here for around the same amount of time that Masha had been. Would you like to speak with her? I believe she's going to be coming in later today to show the new baby off, Fran tittered. She sure as fuck better believe I was going to talk to her. Yes, Fran, I sure would, I said, brows furrowing as I continued to scan the file. Seriously, though, had this Stephanie Martin been forging adoption criteria? Because if what I read on the files were true, there was no way that Stephanie hadn't known what was going on. None. She would have had to double-check this information like I'd done. She would have known. There was no way on earth that she didn't. Hell, she hadn't even tried to hide the fact. She had to have known. This was my first look at the file, and I was only a few short weeks out of graduating. This Stephanie Martin that I'd replaced was an adoption worker for nearly 7 years. "Georgia," a man's deep voice said from my doorway. I jumped and squealed, eyes shooting to the door to see Luke, Downey, and Bennett standing in my doorway and beyond it to the hallway. I tilted my head looking behind them for Nico, but didn't see him. I calmed somewhat. I wasn't ready to see him yet. I'd hopefully grow a pair by the end of the day, because I didn't want to make him wait longer than that. He didn't deserve it. I was being irrational, and I knew it. "Oh," I said breathlessly. "Hey." They looked worried, and Bennett looked pissed. "What's going on?" I asked. Luke walked inside, and the others followed. Luke took one seat, and Downey took the other. Bennett stayed at the back of the room near the door, leaning his back against the wall and crossing one leg over the other. Luke wasn't the first to speak. Downey was. "We were originally here to talk to you about Nico and something we found out because you weren't answering your phone. Now, however, we want to know more about what you're working on. We heard you ask your receptionist about a Masha Sergey, and her reply. Can you tell us more about what's going on?" he asked. His questions were unusually calm, but I could tell he was hyper-aware of my answers just by the intense way he was watching me. So I explained what I suspected. "I think that one of our social workers on maternity leave gave custody of a child over to someone that was denied. When he was denied, I believe he went to marry the lawyer and was granted custody of the child he'd previously been denied. Now, that's not really the suspicious part, since there are times that men and women are denied due to their availability to the child. A married couple has exponentially more possibility at being awarded custody than a single person, whether it be a man or a woman. This couple, though, really bothered me yesterday during our interview. I knew immediately I didn't want him or her around FHAS's Angel. That poor girl's gone through enough. That's why I was going into their file to see if my worries were warranted. And apparently, it was because everything he told me yesterday was a lie." "FHAS's Angel?" Luke asked. I nodded. FHAS staff started calling her Angel when she arrived here. I've only met her once, a few days ago, but she's a cute little thing, tiny for only 4 months. I was rambling, because suddenly all 3 men's intent eyes were focused solely on me, not the wall behind me. Not the men I could hear mowing the lawn outside my window. All 3 dangerous gazes were on me. "What?" I asked nervously. "Is the kid you're talking about with the wounded veteran and his wife?" Bennett asked from his perch. I blinked. "Yes. Why?" Bennett looked at Luke, but Luke's gaze was on me. "Candace and Guy Golding?" he asked for confirmation. I scrunched my eyebrows together and pulled out Angel's file that was underneath the Sergey file. Flipping to the second page, I ran my finger down until I found the foster parents currently taking care of Angel. "Yes, Candace and Guy Golding. That's them," I confirmed. "We need to go talk to the social worker who's been forging paperwork. Then we need to know why an Artem is trying to get custody of Anita Artem's child, especially when there's not supposed to be any living relatives." That bomb was dropped by Downey, and their extreme attention as soon as I'd mentioned the name Artem finally made sense. Anita Artem was the woman Nico had shot and killed. The one that had belonged to the Mafia. The institution that had been responsible for shooting and killing the officer that was using Nico's cop car. Holy shit.
Chapter 16. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Try not to fall down the stairs on your way either. Note to self. Nico. 2 days later. Hey, this is Nico. I wanted to see if you could come clean my house later this week. I've got a bit of a mess going on right now, and you know how I am. Let me know when you can do it. Thanks, bye, I said to Candace's voicemail. I hung up and glared at my still dirty floors. That was the 3rd time I'd called her in 3 days. At least it wasn't the 35th like someone I know, I snarled as I threw down my phone and went outside. Feeling the need for an exhausting workout, I went outside and gathered up my axe and wedge, then took them to the large pile of wood I'd stacked in a heap at the corner of the house. A tree had fallen a couple of weeks ago during a storm, and I'd cut it up with my chainsaw, leaving the large chunks to cut up for firewood at a later date. I'd been doing it nearly an hour when I heard wheels crunch on the gravel road that led up to my driveway. I didn't turn around. I knew whom it was as soon as I heard the engine whine. So, the little coward had decided to finally show after 3 fucking days. Imagine that. I felt her stare, but I never stopped chopping the wood. Set the wood up on the stump, swing back, strike hard and fast. Thwack. I repeated it over and over, waiting on her to say something. It took her a long time. Thwack. I counted 35 pieces before she finally spoke. "I'm mad at you," she said softly. She was crying. I hated when she cried. I didn't stop, however. I just kept going, waiting for what she had to say next. The only outward sign that I was listening was the bunch of my shoulders. "You should have told me about her suicide the night she did it," she said tearfully. I whirled on her. "Is that right? And how exactly did you expect me to do that? I fucking called you 17 times that night and left you at least a fucking million text messages. I know how to take a fucking hint." Her eyes widened at the vehemence in my voice, and she took a step away. I was on a fucking roll, though, and really let her have it. "All you had to do was be understanding. If you can't handle this, what makes you think you can handle it when I have to take down a goddamn kid because he pointed a gun at his big sister?" I asked irately. I walked past her, going inside to the kitchen to grab a drink. She followed. I heard her stomping feet behind me as I walked up to the fridge and pulled out a bottle of water, twisting the cap off viciously. "I don't like it when you're right. It makes me mad when I have to admit that I'm wrong. I know I was wrong, but you were wrong too," she snarled. I looked at her incredulously. "You're so full of shit. You piss me the fuck off." She crossed her arms. "Well, maybe if I'm so full of shit and piss you off so fucking much, we shouldn't be together." I shook my head at her and gave her a droll look. "We fight, we yell, you throw shit, and I glare at you. That's just how we are. We don't have the type of relationship where it's all hearts and goddamn flowers. We have the type of relationship that's real. We fight hard and make up harder. And you need to get over your fucking snit, because I'm so fucking hot for you that I might not be nice when you really need it," I growled in Georgia's face. She tried to push me away from where I was pinning her to the wall, but she didn't get me far. In fact, it was only the barest of millimeters, and that was only because I didn't want her to hurt herself when she slammed her wrists against my chest. "I fucking love you, Georgia! Get the fuck over it!" I yelled. She narrowed her eyes. "You fucking love me? Then where the fuck were you?" she screamed in my face. I rocked back on my heels. That one penetrated. The vehemence in her voice alone was enough to send me back. "What do you mean, where was I?" I asked. She surged forward, taking advantage of the gap I left her, practically hurling herself at me. "You weren't there. I needed you, and you weren't there," she whispered brokenly. My heart broke. "I didn't know," I rasped. She slumped into me. "I wanted you to come to Houston so bad, and you never came. I called you so many times, and you never came." "I did come, though. I may not have been there in person, but I was there with you. I thought about you nonstop. Not once in the last 8 years have I stopped thinking about you," I said adamantly. "I would have come down and helped you celebrate your graduation just so you had someone there if I hadn't shot that stupid bitch who was trying to kill Luke. I'd have been there. I've known where you were since 6 months after the accident. I've gone down there every month since I got out of the Navy." She looked shaken. "You knew where I was? But why did you never stop by?" I leaned my back against the counter and shrugged, crossing my arms over my chest. You weren't ready. I knew you'd come back when you were. Her mouth dropped open, and the hair that had been threatening to fall out of the messy bun she'd put it in finally gave way, spilling her beautiful wavy hair out across her shoulders and partially covering her face. What would you have done if I was never ready? She asked painfully. I'd have been one hell of a lonely man. You're it for me, Georgia. You have been since you were that shy girl who stole my heart, I said truthfully. I would have waited, too, however long it took. It wouldn't have mattered if I was a 65-year-old man. There'd never have been another woman for me. But, she shook her head, if that was the case, why did you never return my calls? I shook my head. I don't know about any calls, Georgia. I've had the same number since I was 15. If you'd have called, I'd have answered. Then I amended. If I was able. What number did you call? Her brow furrowed. The same one that I've been calling you on. I took the phone from her hand and started scanning through her contacts, finding 2 numbers, one under Nico and one under Nicholas. Which one have you been getting calls from me under? I asked, scanning through her call log. Nico. Pulling up the other number in her phone, I couldn't help but laugh. You have my dad's number under my name, I wheezed. But if I had your dad's number, that means... Dear God, I left your dad all these voicemails. I practically poured my heart out in all of them, she nearly yelled. I shook my head. It's okay, Georgia. My dad doesn't even know how to work his phone. He still has a flip phone, if that tells you anything. I don't think he's checked a voicemail in all that time. In fact, if the phone was capable, it's probably still on there. She slumped and walked forward into my arms. I caught her up, burying my face into her neck. She smelled like hay and the laundry detergent she used, a cotton smell that was oddly attractive. It was also something I was beginning to smell like myself, since she'd been the one to do my laundry the last time. I just can't believe it. All these years I've been calling your dad. How did I screw that up? She asked. Dad's and my number are 1 digit apart. His ends in 2122, and mine ends in 2123, I explained. She sighed, and the feel of her breath against my chest was enough to make my mind turn from the fight we'd been having to making up. We'd never had make-up sex before. But we were about to, if the feel of her hand running up my bare side was anything to say about it. Georgia, we need to talk about birth, I tried, but the feel of her lips running along my nipple made me lose my train of thought. My hand went up, tangling in her hair, and I said, I didn't think that nipple play would be what did it for me. It did, though. It made my dick go from half-mast to full-blown raging hard-on in milliseconds. She whimpered when she pressed herself against me and felt the way my cock tented the front of my jeans. Her mouth switched to my other nipple while her hands went down and found the belt of my jeans. My hand went down to the gun I had at my back, and I withdrew it, then set it on the counter. In the nick of time, too, because in the next moment my pants were down around my ankles, as were my underwear. My erection bounced free, smacking against her belly like a heavy weight. Pre-cum oozed from the tip, wetting her shirt where it came to a rest on her stomach, but she didn't care. Instead, she ripped the shirt free from her body and threw it across the room. It hooked on the faucet, the tail end hanging down to trail in a pot I'd had soaking in the sink. Neither one of us paid it another thought as she started in on her bra next. It was one of those ones that clasped in the front, and it took her practically no time at all to get it unlatched. Her breasts fell free and bounced, finally settling in place with her nipples pebbled. Breasts heavy with arousal. Her chest and face were flushed, her eyes dilated. I took all that in at a glance, waiting to see what she'd do next. In all of our sexual encounters, it had always been me who initiated sex. This was new for me. It surprised me how sensual she was, how eloquent her movements were. The skirt she had on would have been next to go, except she surprised me yet again by yanking it up to pull her panties off rather than removing it altogether. Then, without another word, she turned around and bent over the kitchen table. Saliva pooled in my mouth as she looked over her shoulder at me, wiggling her ass. I smiled and stepped out of my jeans that were still around my ankles. My dick bounced with each step I took, and her eyes stayed glued to the movement. Licking her lips, she laid down completely on the table, spreading her legs slightly more before grabbing a hold of the edge and waiting. Anticipation raced through my veins. When I finally got close enough to her, I dropped down onto my knees and ran my hands up the outside of her thighs. They were smooth and soft, and oh so sexy. Her sex was at eye level with me as I leaned in and licked her. Her unique flavor bloomed on my tongue, and all good intentions about taking it slow flew out the fucking window. I buried my face in her pussy, smothering myself with her heat. I arrowed my tongue and plunged it into her core, nose running along her perineum as my hand came up and shot straight to her clit. I flicked it twice with the edge of my thumb, causing her to grind her pussy back into me. When I next came up for air, I buried 2 fingers in her dripping entrance and leaned back in to lick her hairless lips. She gasped and gyrated her hips as a moan escaped her lips. "Fuck me," she pleaded. With 2 more flicks from my tongue and a curl from my fingers, I stood and lined my cock up to her entrance. She wiggled her ass and pushed back. I slammed into her, causing the table to move at least 2 inches across the kitchen floor. She screamed, but I didn't slow. I knew it wasn't a painful scream. It was a pleasurable one. She gasped with each thrust of my hips. Each time I pulled all the way out, letting my cock that was glistening with her juices stop at her entrance before I plowed back inside. Her screams became one long, drawn-out moan, and I felt that particular feeling start to tickle at the base of my balls. Each swing of my hips had my sack slapping against her clit, and when I felt her pussy start to tighten down on my dick, I lost control on my release. The next thrust forward, my balls drew up, and my eyes squeezed shut. She screamed, and I felt the rhythmic pulse of her orgasm as it coursed through her. The tunnel my dick was shuttling into became slicker, and my orgasm took over. Her vaginal walls coaxed my release from the end of my dick. Hot, thick pulses of my cum shot into her channel in quick bursts, and I saw stars. My hands clenched down onto her ass, hard. I opened my eyes long moments later to my phone ringing in my discarded pants. "You may want to get that," she gasped. I laughed and pulled out of her pussy. My release leaked out of her entrance, trailing down the length of her lips to drip onto the table beneath. "You're going to have to clean this, like for real," she laughed as she pushed up to her elbows to look at me. I winked. "My cleaning lady's on the fritz. I'll have to see about hiring a new one." She shook her head and reached for the shirt of mine that was laid over the back of the chair closest to her. Taking it, she wiped the table free of my cum and then started in on herself. "You know," I teased, "I was planning to put that back on later." She shrugged uncaringly. "Too damn bad." The phone stopped ringing, and I couldn't say that I cared too much. I found I quite liked make-up sex, and all of the worry I'd felt earlier had dissipated. However, by the time I got to my pants, it had started up again. All that worry came back with a vengeance as I looked in trepidation at the readout. Shit. I answered the phone and put it up to my ear. "Pena." "Hey," Luke said tiredly. "I got something you need to see." Chapter 17. Shit just got real. Now watch while I light the fucker up. Nico to his teammates. Nico. I was numb. My head felt like there was white noise on full volume playing in it. "They're alive," I said, shaking my head. "They wouldn't be any good to them dead. They have to be alive." "The child, at least. If we're lucky, the other kids. As for Candace and Guy, I'm assuming most of that blood is theirs. There are tire tracks from Guy's wheelchair throughout the entire room, and they lead down to the basement door," Luke said from his standing point in the middle of the room. The only thing that kept racing through my mind, over and over again, was that I should have checked on them sooner. Maybe then none of this would have happened. Holy fucking shit. This place was a goddamn disaster. Blood was everywhere. It looked sickly bright against the white carpet and white tile across the living room and into the kitchen. The added smear marks of what looked like something being dragged through the blood was even more disheartening. "How'd you know?" I asked, eyes focusing on a small baby blanket that was hanging partially off the love seat, the very tip dragging in the blood next to the couch. The blood was slowly seeping up the length of the blanket as it was absorbed by the spongy material, and I shuddered. Other than the signs of a struggle and blood, there was no other evidence surrounding or inside of the scene. I'd been called only after the scene had been combed for any evidence. It'd still be a crime scene, but they'd no longer collect anything on it due to so many people running back and forth throughout the area. When no one answered, I tried again. "How was this found?" I asked, eyes scanning the area some more. "Tip from your woman when we told her about the suicide. She was speaking with the receptionist about the chick she replaced," Luke murmured, eyes blank. My brain was trying to comprehend just what my eyes were showing it, but it was a little slow on the uptake, and I was grateful. I felt very fondly for this family, and to know something bad had happened to them really shredded my heart to tiny little pieces. Suddenly, though, something occurred to me. "The dog. Where's the dog?" I asked, my eyes darting around quickly. Luke shook his head, and Detective O'Keefe walked over, shoving his notebook into his breast pocket. "No dog. Haven't seen one since I got here," O'Keefe said. Something was niggling at my brain, and it took my eyes looking at the blanket soaking up the blood again for me to finally separate it out from my jumbled brain. The dog. The dog never left the baby alone. He was obsessed with her, slept with her at night. "Find the dog," I said suddenly. O'Keefe and Luke stared at me like I'd lost my mind, but I was shaking my head before either one could dispute my claim. "For real, find the fucking dog. Comet followed them all the way to the pediatrician's office 20 minutes into town at Angel's first appointment. They had to keep him locked up when they left from then on. They'd made the mistake 3 more times since then, and each time he found a way out of the house and followed them. Please, look for the dog. He's got a microchip on him that tracks. They had to do that after he left the last time," I re-emphasized. Needless to say, they looked for the dog. "Holy fucking shit, you were right," John crowed 20 minutes later. I nodded. "Good fucking job, man. I knew you could do it." He shrugged, throwing off the compliment as if it was no biggie, but it was. "Beacon located at 65556 CR 968, John said, reading the address off his screen. The team wasted no time gearing up. I didn't either. There was no way they were keeping me out of this. We all looked somber as we made our way out to the armored truck we used for raids. All of us except Downey, that was. He was obtaining our warrant from the judge and would be meeting us there. I drove for 5 long, silent minutes to a nice subdivision in the middle of Kilgore proper. It was less than a 5-minute drive from everything, and one of the biggest family neighborhoods in the area. My confidence that the dog wouldn't leave the baby started to wane. Certainly a neighborhood like this wouldn't house a killer, right? Nonetheless, I parked about a quarter-mile away, pulling over under a copse of trees that shaded nearly the entire street. Our black vehicle blended in flawlessly with the shadows, as it was meant to. Although it would be visible if somebody looked closely, it also wasn't going to be obvious if one was just scanning the area. "Downey's here," I said, watching as his personal vehicle pulled up behind us. He got out, dressed much the same as us, only now his vest also had K9 on the upper right corner. "Good," Luke sighed. Downey let the dog out of his truck door before locking it manually and heading straight to us with Mocha close to his feet. He came around to the passenger side since the back doors didn't open from the outside without a key. I hit the unlock button just as his hand met the door handle. He didn't have to utter a word as the newest member of our team, Mocha, hopped inside and settled herself down on the floor between the 2 seats. "I got it. Judge Rice was fucking livid, too. He was the one to give temporary custody to Candace and Guy. Needless to say, he didn't take much convincing," Downey rumbled, eyes scanning the neighborhood beyond. I snorted. No, it wouldn't take much, that was for sure. The Spears family was very well known in our small town, with Guy being a war hero, and then the family taking in all the foster kids they could handle. They were a revered, loving, and caring couple in the community. "All right, so here's what we're going to do," Luke called from the back. The two of us watched the monitor up front at what was going on in the back, watching as Luke planned out what we'd do. While we'd been talking, a line of cop cars had started behind us. Some from the sheriff's department, others from highway patrol. The majority, though, came from KPD off-duty cops. Once we had our directions, the team got out and relayed the parts that the other cops, not on the SWAT team, would have, telling them where to go and what to do. Cops were a resilient bunch. They could handle any situation and barely blink an eye. They took orders well. They wanted the op to go smoothly, and anything they could do to help, they would. "Everybody clear?" Luke asked. Since there was only one way in and one way out, and we were parked at the entrance, we had only one option. Walk down to the house. Which was what we did. After an officer knocked on each door, telling them to remain in their homes, we made our way down to the house, hugging the neighboring homes as we went. "Scope, you in position?" Luke asked through his mic. We'd all spread out, each of us taking a different direction to get to the house. I was in the back, crossing over fences. At least the cops had gotten all the animals in. Sometimes I wasn't that lucky and just had to move fast. My AR-15 was strapped to my back as I hopped privacy fence after privacy fence. It was a soothing, heavy weight from right shoulder to left kidney. Stun grenades strapped to my belt, and my taser at my side, my .45 ACP was strapped to my right thigh. Everything was where it was supposed to be. If I had to pull a weapon, that'd be the one I'd go for, unless I was sure what was surrounding me. It wouldn't do to take out a bystander with the large rounds that the AR used. I jumped the final fence before the house we were going in, and came to a stop at the edge of the light put off by the streetlight out front. Pulling out a camera that was the size of a pink eraser, I hooked it onto the fence and said quietly into my mic, "Camera's on in the back." "Got it," John confirmed. "Yard looks clear. There's no movement in the windows." With that, we all moved in. 3 hours later. We were standing outside the hospital when Georgia pulled up. She didn't stop to talk to us, though, instead going to the front entrance instead of the side one that we were at. "Your woman's here," Downey said dryly, running his palm over his head. I nodded. Yeah. The last 3 hours had been fucking awful, and the end result had been the death of 4 people. Those 4 people being Candace and Guy Spears, as well as Anton and Masha Sergei. And with them, they took all the answers as to why. The only bright spot in it at all were that all 7 children that had been in the house were okay. We'd gotten them out of the house before the actual gunfight had begun, thank God. The death of innocents were always hard pills to swallow. The deaths of innocent children, on the other hand, was unbearable. I stayed where I was, letting her do her job. I hadn't been the one to call her. Detective O'Keefe had called her boss, who'd then called her since all 4 of the children were under her care. And now there were 3 more children that the Sergeys had adopted. "Hey, did you ever talk to that chick that gave Sergei those kids?" I asked O'Keefe. He nodded and lifted the notebook out of his pocket. "Yes, she wasn't helpful at all. She lawyered up almost immediately. I have an appointment to meet with them later this afternoon." I nodded. "Do you mind if I tag along?" He shook his head. "Nope, don't mind if you do." "She knows something, and whatever it is, they're holding it over her head," I muttered to O'Keefe. O'Keefe nodded. "Sure as hell does," he agreed. "I'll speak with the judge, see if I can get a warrant on what I got." What he had wasn't much, since Stephanie had refused to speak at all. Her lawyer had done most of the talking, and had refused to give an inch, which I suppose was what a good lawyer did. Still sucked ass for us, though. "You'll keep me informed?" I asked, as I pulled out my phone to check the time. He gave me an insulted look. "Haven't I given you information even before you asked this entire case?" I pounded him lightly on the back and left the interrogation room. Amazingly, I wasn't stopped as I left the building. And even more amazing, I wasn't stopped as I made my way out to my rental, a sweet little Tahoe that I'd debated getting when I'd gotten my truck. It was actually pretty nice, but I liked and missed my truck way more. As I drove home, I thought about all that had transpired that day, and how my life had gotten so out of control. When I got home, I walked straight to my bedroom and collapsed on my bed, where I commenced taking a 3-hour nap. Chapter 18. Bad shit follows me. Seriously, maybe you should walk in front. Nico to Georgia. Nico. This day has been a no-good, very bad day. Georgia collapsed onto the bed next to me. I nodded. Yep. I agreed wholeheartedly. In fact, it had been fucking horrible. I've got the kids spread out throughout the city, all with police officers, believe it or not, she sighed. My head turned to her in surprise. Really? She nodded, burying her head further into the pillow beside me. Yep, Angel's with your chief. I believed it. Chief Rhodes had a soft spot for children. He'd lost his only child, a son, during a training exercise gone badly in Iraq early last year. His wife and him had been understandably devastated, and had been in a depression ever since. It was the calls on children that always made Chief Rhodes react the greatest. He'd always say, "Kids are our future. They've got nothing but rose-colored glasses on and don't have an ounce of corruption in them yet. Teach them right, and they could save the world. Treat them badly, and they can become their own worst enemy." Good for him. He deserves it and more. Are they looking into just fostering her for the night, or an extended period? I asked, turning over to look at her face. Her eyes were closed, but when she felt my gaze on her, she opened them and smiled. It's only until they find pre-approved foster homes in the area. Although the state would be willing to put them all through fast-tracked foster classes if they're interested in making it long-term. I nodded and looped my arm around her waist, pulling her closer. She came willingly, placing her hand on my chest and sinking into the curve of my arm. Her lips skimmed the sensitive skin of my neck, and I closed my eyes, trying not to remember how bad today was. Eventually, we fell into a fitful sleep, but my dreams weren't pleasant. They all consisted of everything I'd ever done wrong in my life. Losing my best friend, getting innocent people killed, nearly losing the love of my life. I woke up around 2 hours later to an empty, cold bed, and got out of bed in a slight panic. The fog of my dream was still upon me, so when I found her in the living room watching reruns of I Love Lucy, I wasn't the most rational when I yanked her over the back of the couch and buried my nose in the crook of her throat. After long moments, her hands started petting my head, giving me the soothing touch of her skin on mine. "Bad dream?" she asked quietly. I walked around the couch and fell down, letting go of her so she fell on the cushion beside me. I nodded, and she laid her head on my shoulder. Yeah, fucking brutal. They never stop, either. They only get worse. Before there weren't kids in them. Now there are. She sighed. I had a bad dream, too, she admitted. I snorted. 2 peas in a pod we are. Taking pity on my extreme dispassion at watching I Love Lucy, Georgia turned the channel until she saw the oldest Spider-Man movie on FX. I curled my arm around her shoulder, and we watched the old movie, comparing it to the new one while we did. I want you to kiss me like Spider-Man kisses Jane, Georgia said, sitting down on my lap. I furrowed my brows in confusion. Upside down? She giggled. No, silly. Like you love me. My hands raised up on their own volition, and I cupped the side of her face. Honey, I whispered, leaning in close. I love you more than my oldest pair of Wranglers. Every time I kiss you, I'm kissing you like I love you. Because I do love you. More than just about anything. She scrunched her nose up at me. Just about anything? Well, I hesitated. I'm pretty fond of my mama's tacos. She slapped me on the chest, and I gathered her close to my body and rolled, pinning her down with her hands above her head. More than I need my next breath. More than I need a drink in the middle of an Iraqi sandstorm. More than I wanted sleep during Hell Week, I whispered, looking directly into her eyes. More than absolutely anything. More than my own happiness. More than my own life. That's how much I love you. Her hands wrapped around my shoulders, and her hips raised up off the couch to brush the heat of herself against my half-hard dick. Sadly, that was all it took to remove my attention from our conversation, sending the blood I needed to think straight down to my cock. My brain had its priorities, of course. This sex was quick, raw, and dirty, and every single bit of it was done by her. After she pushed me back against the sofa, I found her sweet little tits dangling in front of my face. She'd lost the shirt when she straddled my lap, and my eyes had immediately fastened on them. When I would have captured one of her rosy buds in my mouth, she pulled away, but only to pull her panties to the side, push my underwear down below my balls, and impaled herself on my cock. Then she started riding me furiously, like she was in a race to the finish. To be honest, she was, because the way she was riding me, the way her sweet, hot pussy clasped my rock-hard cock, I was a goner. I was so lost in the way she took over control that I didn't realize just how close I'd become until the sensation started boiling at the base of my balls. "Oh, fuck, I'm close," I gasped, leaning forward to capture one of her nipples. She didn't answer, and instead threw her head back and came. I was so surprised that she'd come so fast that I didn't pay attention to my own body's reaction to her. In a matter of moments, I was coming to, shooting inside of her wet pussy. Just like always, I came to long moments later, when the blood finally decided to rush back to my oxygen-starved brain, with Georgia panting on top of me. My cock was still buried deep, and still just as hard. "What have you done to me?" I asked. She snorted. "Nothing you haven't done to me." She was right, and I couldn't wait to do it again.
Chapter 19. The only worthwhile birth control is listening to a baby scream for 6 hours straight while you're puking and haven't eaten anything in 4 days. Reese to Georgia. Georgia. Shit. Just tell him already, Georgia. It's not like he's going to get mad. He's probably going to be happy. I've been avoiding bringing up the subject all night, but I knew I couldn't avoid it much longer, especially when this morning I'd nearly hurled up the water I'd managed to force down right before Nico showed up for our run. I was pretty sure that he'd figure it out. He was a police officer after all. Wasn't that what they did? "Nico," I started to say, but Nico's pager went off. He stood and walked over to it. It was underneath a layer of mail that he hadn't cleaned off in nearly 2 weeks, since he'd been put on leave from KPD. With one glance at the readout, he was heading towards his room, and I was on his tail. Apparently, being on leave from the force didn't mean leave from the SWAT team. "How are you able to run on the SWAT team, but you're relieved from patrol pending indefinitely?" I asked Nico as I followed behind him into the bedroom. He'd already stripped out of his shirt by the time I made it into the room, and he was shrugging into a black one from the closet. He left the flannel pajama pants on, but grabbed his black combat boots from the floor of the closet and slipped them on over his socked feet. He looked at me and shrugged.
"They can't see my face."
I waited for more, but I never got anything else. Since he didn't seem like he was in the mood to expound on his answer, I let it go. I sat down on the bed and watched him pull his gun out from underneath the bed, followed by his badge and a few extra clips. The last thing for him to grab was his cell phone off the nightstand. After shoving everything into one hand, he leaned down and gave me a kiss on top of my head before leaving.
"Bye, baby love. I'll see you when I get home."
My stomach fluttered at the nickname he'd given me. When he'd started calling me that, it was what clued me in on the fact that I hadn't had my period in all the time I'd been back in Kilgore. He said he started calling me that because of the way I loved my kids at work. Little did he know that he was nailing it on the head. He didn't know it yet, but that was going to become truer than true.
Nico. Special Agent Lawrence was the first man I saw in the hospital room when I opened my eyes. Instantly, I wanted to slam them shut again. "What do you want?" I croaked. "Where's my woman?" Agent Lawrence looked at me with pity. "You've got 2 options, and I'm pretty sure you won't like either," he sighed. My eyes scanned the room and landed on the scene that was replaying over and over on the TV. We'd made CNN. The reporter, the one I didn't like because she didn't support neither the military nor law enforcement, spoke about the incident that likely was one of the Mafia's biggest mistakes they'd made in years. Kilgore, Texas SWAT team consisting of 7 men entered the home of one of the most prominent members of the Russian crime mafia and his wife earlier this afternoon, The SWAT team was acting upon a court order for the arrest of Adam Agata and his wife Stephanie Martin Agata. The Agatas were suspected to be linked to the deaths of a disabled military hero and his wife. Upon entering the home, SWAT members were assaulted with a hail of gunfire from not just the Agatas, but nearly 5 other suspected members of the Russian crime family located in Texas. News is still pouring in on the case, and the chief of police of Kilgore PD has declined to comment at this time. My mind was replaying the events as the newscaster recited what she knew. I went back to that morning as we'd entered the home, the gunfight that had broken out between the SWAT team and the occupants of the house. The first one to go down was the wife, the second, the husband. The others followed in short order afterwards as the shots continued to rain down, and it had been a massacre. I'd taken a bullet to the left lower chest and right upper arm. The others had been luckier, getting away with minor scrapes and bruises among the lot of them. The reporter's closing statement shattered my recount, as the news anchor finalized her newscast with a potshot at the KPD Police Department for how the entire situation had been handled. The entire segment took less than 4 minutes to report, but it felt like a lifetime. "I can see you're understanding what this means," Agent Lawrence asked softly. I nodded. "War." He stayed silent for long moments. "From the papers we were able to recover from Stephanie's personal files, she accepted bribes for rushing adoptions and overlooking certain details. She'd done that for all of the Sergei family's children, as well as nearly 12 other children. What the company had thought a flawless adoption rate turned out to be Stephanie giving kids to people who then do some very bad things to them. Some of which included rape, selling them overseas, and collecting the dividends that the state sends every month without the child seeing any of it." I wanted to shoot her again. Too bad she was already dead. "What else?" I asked, as I saw he had more on his mind. "As of right now, we don't have much more information than what was learned shortly after the warrant was carried out. However, we do know 2 things. "What's that?" I asked, having a sinking feeling I knew exactly where this was about to lead. "You're a target, and so is your entire team," Agent Lawrence said, without inflection in his voice. I nodded again. "Yeah." 2, your name is the only one that was released. All other names were sealed, and we've made sure to keep it that way," Lawrence assured. "What does any of that have to do with me?" I asked tiredly. "There was a survivor," Agent Lawrence said. I opened the eyes I hadn't been aware of closing and glared at him. They'd all been dead. "What do you mean there was a survivor?" I barked. "They'd all been dead. I checked the pulses of them myself." Then I remembered something that had been in the back of my mind all this time. As I'd entered the back entrance, I'd seen what I'd originally thought was the husband in the room with the child. But if that had been the husband, who was the man that Stephanie Martin kept calling out to as she tried to crawl across the floor to a man that had been taken out by one of James's sniper bullets? "Took the kid?" I asked. He nodded. "You were the only one who saw him. You counted 7 when the rest of them only counted 6. A knock on the door had me looking up, and I saw the shiny gold badge hanging off the belt of a man wearing a large cowboy hat on his head. A Texas Marshal. "You want me to go into WITSEC?" I stated hollowly. He nodded. "Yes." "Can I take her? Georgia?" I asked fearfully. At the shake of his head, I turned to the Texas Marshal and stared, knowing I only had one option. "Can y'all watch over her? I won't go if you can't watch over her. If my name was the only one released, my family and woman will be the first one they look for to draw me out of hiding." They nodded. "We know. They'll have 24 hours surveillance for as long as it takes. And as of 20 minutes ago, you had an embolism and died." My head fell back, hitting the pillow beneath with a soft thud. I felt sick to my stomach. She'd think I abandoned her all over again. "Can I talk to her one more time?" I asked. "Tell her what's going on?" They both said no instantly, and I became nearly dead inside. Just when I thought I had it all fell away, slipping from my grasp like a paper bag ripping and its contents spilling carelessly all over the floor. All things that could break would. It was a law. The words I'd spoken to Georgia just yesterday replayed in my mind. More than absolutely anything. More than my own happiness. More than my own life. That's how much I love you. I swear to God I wasn't crying. I was watering my beard. Then I laughed humorlessly. I should have known. I didn't deserve anything nice, especially something as beautiful and perfect as Georgia. Then something happened. I don't know what it was. My head started to pound, and my eyes went lightheaded. When I tried to open my eyes, I couldn't. Warmth started to pour down my chest, and I heard some loud sounds coming from above me. Code blue. Code blue. What was code blue? I was beyond caring at that point. My head was pounding, and I couldn't scrounge up the urge to care about anything. Anything, that is, except for Georgia's beautiful eyes. The way her voice sounded in the morning, all husky and rough from sleep. The way she used to laugh over her shoulder at something I'd said. "We need a crash cart in here! Epi! I need some epi! Stat!" Then I slipped into something blissfully close to peace, for the first time in nearly 8 years. I love you, baby love.
Georgia. I woke up 5 hours later on the couch to a knock on the door. My cheek was plastered to the leather by a thin layer of what I could only assume was spit, and I was fairly sure I looked really crappy. I'd fallen asleep waiting for Nico to get back, and had finally laid down on his couch so I could see him the moment he came in through the door. Except he hadn't come in through the door. He most definitely wouldn't have knocked. I found Bennett at the door. He didn't even have to tell me. The look on his face, and the red around his eyes denoting that he'd been crying, or had been trying really hard not to cry, was enough. Nico was dead, and I was alone again. No, I shook my head. No, Bennett, please don't do this to me. Please! His head dropped, and I lost it. But through my tears, I remembered. My hand drifted down to my belly, to the unborn life residing beneath the palm of my hand. Well, not alone. And that had been Nico's promise, hadn't it? That I'd never be alone again. A tear slipped down my cheek, and my breath hitched in my throat. Bennett's arms wrapped around my shoulders and pulled me into his chest. It felt all wrong. He wasn't Nico. His arms didn't feel how they were supposed to feel. That's when it hit me. I'd never have that feeling again. Not now. Not ever. You promised. Chapter 20. They say all good things come to an end. Well, those fuckers can go fuck themselves. Food for thought. Georgia. Day 4. My eyes focused on the mourning band around Bennett's badge. All the officers were wearing them. It was the department's protocol. Today would be their last day to wear it, since it was the burial day. It was a simple band made of black fabric that fit around the middle of the badge at its widest. It covered the entire middle of the badge, although it was less than a half-inch in width. The same went for the cars that were in the motorcade that would take Nico's ashes from the church to the gravesite.
Officer Nicholas Giuliani Pena was a wonderful man. He was an exemplary officer, a loving brother and son, and a protector. When Nico and I first met, it was during Hell Week. Hell Week is known by everyone. We knew going in that it'd be hard. What I hadn't known was that it'd be that hard.
Bennett's smile was sad.
Nico always had a certain drive about him. There was just something. He kept us going. He picked us up. He never left us behind. He saved my life. He saved it so many times that I can't even begin to count. He brought me home to my daughter, then kicked my ass to get me to join KPD SWAT with him.
Bennett's head dropped, and he looked down at his hands.
I was different after I got out. Both of us got out for different reasons. I never knew his, but I knew mine. He took a deep breath. I didn't want to leave my little girl without both of her parents. She needed me, and Nico supported me every step of the way. His voice shook as he said what he said next. I pick up the phone to call him, and it's only when I get the voicemail that I realize what I've done.
I kind of spaced out after that. I didn't want to hear anymore. I was the one who got those calls. I was the one that held his phone in my hand and prayed that he was there to answer it. I'd sit on the edge of the bed and watch the door, remembering how he used to leave it wherever he happened to leave it, then run around the house frantically looking for it. It was like a game to see if he could get to it before it stopped ringing. He never did, but he always was there for the second call. But the second calls didn't come anymore. He didn't run around frantically anymore. He didn't whoop with joy if he happened to make it to the phone in time. I'd hold that phone in my hand, watch the screen light up with an incoming call, and cry. Silence was what made me pick up my head, and I stared at the priest as he looked at me. I must have missed the introduction, but I knew it was my turn. I'd asked to speak. Everyone had tried to talk me out of it, but I wanted to. I needed to. I stood and made my way past the men on Nico's team. They stood to allow me by them, giving me a pat on the back or a reassuring squeeze of my arm. I didn't look at them. When I finally got up to the podium, the priest squeezed my hand and gave me room. I didn't look up. I knew if I did, I'd never make it through my speech. I only had a few things to say, ones that needed to be said. I met Nico the summer I turned 13, I said. He was so forbidden that I couldn't count the number of ways it was wrong. He was older than me. He was my best friend's brother. He was Catholic. I was Catholic. There were rules that we were expected to follow. Rules that we broke. I took a halting breath. Eventually, we fell in love, overcame all the obstacles that were placed before us. Then something tragic happened. My father took the life of 2 of my brothers and my mother before taking his own. I played with the program that was sitting on the podium. I'd have died that day, along with the rest of my brothers if it weren't for him. It was his calm voice that told me what to do, to the letter. He taught me so many things, things that I thought he was being paranoid about. Obviously, I was wrong about that. I finally looked up, making eye contact with Nico's father. I couldn't look away. He looked so much like Nico that it made my heart hurt. Now he won't be there to teach our child those things. But I have high hopes that Nico's friends won't let our baby down. He'll know those things. He'll know who his father was. He'll know that his father was a beautiful man. I had to look away from his father's crying face, instead focusing on Bennett's face. I saw him nodding his head at me. I knew he'd do it. Luke was nodding as well. Then my eyes moved back a row, to the line of Navy SEALs who'd somehow found the time to make it to Nico's funeral. They were sweet, and I loved each and every one of them. I didn't know them well, but I knew I would. They were nodding, too. I could hear Nico's mother's cries in the front row. I knew his sisters were crying, too. I didn't look at them. I couldn't. My heart split in 2 the moment that he left me. One side is filled with memories of him, the way he used to wake me up by playing with my hair, the way he used to look at me when he thought I'd done something stupid, not that he'd ever say it, the way that his face lit up the moment he saw me walking towards him. I looked down again, losing my battle with the tears. The other half died with Nico. It'll never be whole again. Each night I lie awake and remember what we had, and I know it'll never be the same. I have something, though, that's going to keep me going, and that is the piece of him that will grow into something that I know Nico will be proud of. I didn't notice the figure at the very back of the room wipe away tears, didn't notice when his breath caught in his throat at the mention of the life inside of me. But somehow I knew, a sixth sense, if that's what one called it, that my life wasn't truly as hopeless as I made it sound. Day 83. According to Google, my new best friend, a human woman's pregnancy lasted 280 days. I was on day 143. Over halfway done, and I felt no better now than I had 83 awful days ago. Life went on. I still went to work. I still got paid. I went to the doctor when I was told. I went home. I ate. Really, I just went through the motions. I did what I was supposed to do so everyone didn't stay. I didn't want them there. I couldn't cry with them there. The first time I'd felt the life inside of me move, I'd cried for 4 hours straight, and I couldn't do that with them hovering over me, something that all of them like to do. Day 129. Day 129 was the day that something finally clued me in that it wasn't right. His friends started acting different a couple of weeks ago. I'd put it off as stress. I hadn't had a full night's rest in nearly 130 days. My body ached all over from the baby inside of me doing backflips all night. I felt like he was using my intestines as a necklace at times. I'd made Nico's home mine, but there was something every night that reminded me of him, and I'd had these dreams that were so real that when I finally fell asleep, then woke up in the morning exhausted, I felt like I could turn over and Nico would still be there. I felt like someone was always watching me around every corner, and at times, I swore there was someone keeping tabs on me, which wouldn't surprise me since it wasn't unheard of for Nico's SWAT members, and even his old SEAL team members to show up to check on me. I'd met Miller Spurlock. I'd met his brother, Foster Spurlock. I'd met Odin Finley and a man named Bourne. Most of them were familiar, me having seen them getting deployed right alongside Nico. I'd even had pictures of them. It was nice to put names to faces. And they always seemed to know something I didn't know. And I had to know what they were keeping from me. So I started to snoop. Whatever it was big. Fucking huge! Otherwise, they wouldn't have moved me out of Nico's house, the only place I'd found refuge in months. They wouldn't have given me the cold shoulder when I asked them about the case that had taken Nico from me. Whatever was going on, they were not being subtle about it, and I wanted to know why. And when the dog showed up, the beautiful, fluffy brown and white puppy, I knew. I knew because I'd never told anyone, not even my brothers, about my desire to have a St. Bernard. Never told anyone that I wanted to name him Hamburger. Yet, this cute little puppy that would grow to the size of a small horse with a collar around his neck and a tag that denoted his name as Hamburger showed up by chance on my porch? I think not. And I knew one thing. I was going to kick Nico's ass. As soon as I saw him again, that was. Day 151. Hamburger didn't bark, which should have alerted me that Hamburger knew Nico. Hamburger, Hammy for short, was very protective of me. Even at a mere 13 weeks old, he knew who his mommy was. He also knew who didn't belong to him, like Nico's teammates. Although he was nice to them, he still barked every single time they came around. This time, though, as I heard my bedroom door open, he didn't bark. He was awake, because I heard his excited claws clicking on the floor as he turned circles on the hardwood floor. I didn't turn over. My heart, however, was pounding. My fingers went damp, and my mind was whirling. I'd done some snooping over the past few weeks, and what I'd found had staggered me. Nico was in witness protection. I'd learned that when I bought a bug online and planted it in not just Luke's office, but Luke's cell phone, Michael's cell phone, as well as each other member of the SWAT team's house, office, and cell. I'd spent nearly $5,000, but it had been worth every penny to know that Nico was alive. It didn't take the sting away, however. Nico visited me nearly every night now. I assumed he didn't know that I knew he was alive, but Nico knew everything, so maybe he did. I felt the covers pull down slowly from around my shoulders, and then a warm, hard, naked male body slipped underneath them. Nico's strong arms wrapped around me tightly, one going under my neck to cup my breast, and the other going around our child. Nico's child reacted the moment he felt his hand by kicking it with all the force that his 6.5-month developed legs could muster. I didn't know if it was a boy or girl yet. I only knew that it was ours, and that's all I cared about. You really shouldn't tell Hamburger all of my secrets, Nico whispered into my hair. I laughed a watery laugh and turned over in his arms. My large belly was wedged between us, and I couldn't get as close as I used to be able to, but it was nothing less than heavenly. I hadn't felt these particular arms in 152 long days, 3,648 hours, 218,880 minutes. And I would know the particular numbers because I counted them religiously. "Did you plant a bug on my dog?" I whispered into his neck. He snorted. "It's nothing different than what you did to the men on my team." I shrugged unapologetically. "They shouldn't have kept that from me." He sighed. "I couldn't tell you, baby. There's someone still out there that I saw, and the feds are pretty sure he's the boss over the region. Until they catch him, I'm supposed to stay hidden so I can testify." A sob caught in my throat. "I miss you so much." His arms pulled me in tighter, and his leg hitched to push between my thighs. "I know, baby. It wasn't supposed to be this long, but the man's gone underground. Just stay strong for me." He whispered into my hair. "It won't be much longer." I nodded against his head. "Just promise me one thing." "Anything," he answered instantly. "You'll be there for the birth of our child," I said quietly. He didn't say anything for a few long moments, but then he rolled until he was on top of me, big fists planted in the bed on either side of my ear. He said, "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Then he kissed me, or tried to, but my belly stopped him about 3/4 of the way, which caused him to laugh. "This was easier the last time we did it," he recalled. I pinched him on the ass. "The last time we did it, I was on top," I teased. He growled and rolled until I was straddling his hips. His hard cock pressed against the lips of my sex, and his hands were on my hips. My belly was resting on his, and all he could do was stare at the sight. "God, I love you," he said, finally looking up into my eyes. I smiled and rocked forward, the head of his large cock lining up perfectly with my entrance. It would have gone in, too, if I hadn't been wearing panties. Something he fixed moments later by ripping them from my body and throwing them to the floor. I gasped. "Those were really expensive, Nico." He chuckled darkly. "They were ugly anyway." I shook my head. "They covered my belly. I don't care if they were ugly." His hands ran up my sides, skimming his palms up until they came to rest on the outside of my breasts. His thumbs swept out, catching the edge of my nipple with the tops of his nails. My entire body jerked in surprise at how good it felt. "Holy shit." He chuckled as his mouth moved to the other breast. As he was doing that, he fumbled in between my legs and lined his cockhead up again with the entrance of my pussy. Then I slowly sank down, engulfing him in one smooth stroke. We both groaned at the exquisite sensation. "Motherfucker," he gasped as I started to gyrate my hips. My muscles were already pulsing. I'd dreamed of this nearly every night, and I'd not touched myself nor had an orgasm since he'd been gone. Needless to say, it didn't take long before I was slamming down on him, my heavy breasts smacking against my big belly with each bounce as I rode his cock. His hands went behind his head as he enjoyed the view, and I kept riding him. And when my vaginal walls started to clamp down hard on his cock, his back arched in pleasure as he came with me, both of us falling down, spiraling into the depths of our orgasms. I went backwards instead of forward, falling between his splayed thighs. I could feel his release as it poured out of my entrance, and I, of course, had to say, "At least you can't get me pregnant." He laughed roughly. "No, I guess I can't." Our nights continued like that. He'd arrive after 11 and I'd make love to him, or he'd make love to me. Then he'd be gone when I awoke the next morning. It sucked, but it worked. What was the hardest, though, was keeping this information from his family. They were all grieving, just as much as me, and it was torture to keep it away from them. Although it wasn't perfect, I was happier than I'd been in months. I should have known, though, that life didn't always give you what you wanted. It gave you what it did, and it was up to you to make the best of it.
Chapter 21. Don't piss Mama off, because when Mama ain't happy, you're never going to forget it. Note to self. Nico. Day 231. You're fucking joking, I said, shaking my head. Agent Lawrence shook his head in response. Not one single bit. Where is he? I asked. Agent Lawrence opened up a file folder and slid it across my temporary kitchen table. The place where I'd been residing when I wasn't working to find this dumb fuck was not the nicest by any means, but it was enough for now. Everything was in shades of brown. I hated tan. I hated chocolate brown. I hated wood. In fact, I now despised anything that reminded me of this house and what I was missing by living here. Brown signified my imprisonment. This, I said, waving my hands at the folder after reading the first 2 pages. This is where he's at? According to all the information you gave me, and thanks, by the way, I'd have never thought to look at the grave site. This is where he's residing. He's been here for over a month, and is apparently the man who is the actual father of Anita's baby. His name is Andrei Fema, 32 years old. His father is the big cannoli of the southern Russian crime family. Bigwig's kid who thinks he's hot shit, Agent Lawrence explained. I nodded and read as Lawrence kept going. He tried to get custody of the kid the old-fashioned way, but he was denied because he was A, too young, and B, not married, nor did he have a stable job. I snorted. Yeah, I'm sure Russian mob boss's son wouldn't look good on an adoption application. And he couldn't come out as the kid's father without bringing his identity into light. He nodded. You, though, he hated. He used the Sergeys to try to adopt the kid. When that didn't work, his next step was to steal the kid, but the wounded vet saw to it that that didn't go over so well. His final ploy was to talk to the Artems. That's apparently what he was doing, according to the wiretaps on his place. His next step was to get that girl to go back to her job, now that the kid's with the chief of police. Andrei's not giving up, though. Even though the chief's place is guarded, he plans to raid it with around 15 men later tonight. I smiled. Well, that's just a shame that we know about that, now isn't it? I unstrapped my vest alongside my team. It had been a long 9 months, and I was glad to be a part of them again. It was even nicer to see that 2 of my favorite people were now there as well. It was like our old team again. Miller, Foster, Bennett, me, Luke, Downey, James, John, Michael. That was if you didn't count Luke. He was, after all, a Marine. Marines were altogether inferior to SEALs, and it was a damn shame that he couldn't be like us. We worked well together. The raid had gone well, and all parties had been arrested without much of a fight whatsoever. Andrei Fema was arrested with the attempted murder of Kilgore's chief of police, as well as the suspected attempted murder of me, and the actual murder of the young officer who'd been driving my car earlier in the year. Our new team worked well together, and I'd been surprised with how easily I slipped back into my old role. Michael looked at me from his spot across the room, and I watched him as I used to do as we unwound from the day's events. Our lockers faced each other the way they used to. I didn't let him know that his stare was unnerving. Michael's hands were hanging on to the locker door above him, elbows up by his ear. The man had nearly translucent blue eyes, and the sheer amount of tattoos covering his body was incredibly disorienting. I could never decide on what to look at. Literally, from about wrists up and neck down, he was covered in tattoos. You wouldn't know, however, if he had clothes on. There was a new one, though, and it made my skin tingle just looking at it. I would have gotten it removed, but in part, you did die. It's been a long, hard 7.5 months. But I'm glad you're back, Michael said, as he saw what my eyes were looking at. His last remaining free spot, underneath his left arm, on the inside sensitive skin, was a badge, and across it was a thick band of black, with a thin strip of blue running in the middle of it. It made my throat clog, but in a good way. I still felt like a royal shit, though, for deceiving them. I nodded, and started to unvelcro my Kevlar vest. My gun was next to be strapped to my leg, and I followed it up shortly by hooking my badge on the front of my vest. It felt good to have it back. I'd been lost without it these last few months, and I was glad that the chief held on to it for me. Just as I was about to pull my vest over my head, the phone I'd stolen back from Georgia rang in my locker. I looked at it in dread, knowing in my heart what was going to be heard when I answered the phone. Bringing it up to my ear, I answered, "Hello?" I heard panting in the background, and Georgia's sweet voice growling at the other end. "I'm in the throes of a contraction, and we're still not married. You better fix this, by God, or I'll kill you for real." With only one option left to do, I turned to the remaining men in the room and said, "Who wants to help me get married?" The electric headrest slapped down against the back of my head for the 4th time. I clenched my eyes shut and pushed the headrest back into position. Then I looked up just in time to see my mother hit the button that brought them down, again. It was funny the first time, but after the 5th, it was just annoying me. I was in the back of a Suburban heading straight to the hospital. The priest would be meeting us at the chapel in less than 20 minutes. All I had to do was run up and grab Georgia, who'd refused to get married, in her room. Which also meant she'd refused pain meds. I'd been on the phone when the nurse had said that she was too far along to go down to the chapel. Luckily, I'd lost signal right around the time Georgia had started yelling about heifers and stupid bitches. When I'd called her back, she'd been apologizing to the nurse, saying that the devil made her say it. It was actually pretty funny, because normally Georgia was one of the most laid-back women I'd ever met. She'd yet to yell at me about how I'd left, even when I'd deserved it. "All right, boys," my mother said. "Here's your stop." She pulled up under the ER entrance awning and waited patiently for the men to pile out of her Suburban. When it finally cleared out enough, I looked at my mother. "I love you, Mama," I said softly. Her eyes closed, and when she opened them again, tears were pouring out of them a mile a minute. "You really hurt my heart, hijo." I looked down at my hands, resting on my lap. "I know, Mama. I didn't have a choice, though. If I hadn't left, one of us could really be dead now." That's about when I felt the headrest hit me in the back of the head again, and her eyes started twinkling. I just shook my head and laughed. The woman deserved a medal for dealing with my shit. She could hit me in the back of the head as many times as she wanted if it helped her not to cry. There was literally nothing worse in the world than knowing that I had made my own mother cry. "Te he echado de mi hijo," my mother said, as I started to exit the car. I stopped and turned, looking her in the eyes when I said, "I missed you too, Mama." She smiled. "Now get in there and make an honest woman of my daughter-in-law. I'd hate to have to tell the women at church that your child was made and born into sin. I'll see you in a moment. Just have to park the car first." I clenched my teeth and got out of the car before I said something to my mother about what sin really was. And having a child out of wedlock didn't even compare to the sins I'd performed in my life. In fact, I saw it as a blessing, a way to repent, and I was going to take full advantage of proving to God and everybody that I wasn't the bad man that I was made out to be. Then men were waiting for me inside the entrance as I finally made my way to them, and they walked behind me as we made our way to the chapel. We got tons of looks. We were all still decked out in our SWAT gear. The only thing we didn't have on were the net guards and the riot shields. We hadn't had time to strip, or at least I hadn't given them the time to do so. "How do you get to the fucking chapel?" I asked in exasperation 4 minutes later, as we took yet another wrong turn. A small woman, about the size of my left thigh and as tall as my shoulder, cleared her throat. We all looked at her, and she visibly shrunk as she received all of our attention. "The chapel's that way," she stuttered, pointing down the hall. I nodded and started jogging towards the door, opening it up just as a smothered scream started to escape the closed door. "Oh my God! This kid is fucking ripping my uterus apart!" Georgia screamed. "I'm so going to get fired for this. She shouldn't have left her room. I had to run down the hallway after her, and by the time I caught up, we were in the elevator," a frazzled nurse yelled to the priest. The priest smiled serenely at the two of them, and then I watched in horror as some clear liquid started to decorate the floor at Georgia's feet. "Well, fuck me. I think my water just broke," Georgia exhaled. I walked up behind her, careful not to slip and fall on the fluid that used to reside inside my soon-to-be wife's body, and wrapped my hand around her mouth. "Shh, you shouldn't say stuff like that in front of a man of God." Georgia's body slumped into me, and I had to really try hard not to let her drop on her floor when she gave me all of her weight. "Oomph," I grunted. Then she had her legs planted firmly again, and she snapped, "Get on with it, man. We don't have all day. That is, unless you want to go ahead and get our baby baptized after he pops out at your feet." My eyes widened, and I heard choked chuckles at my back from the men who'd followed me in here. "Georgia," I reprimanded. "She can't help it. She's on drugs," the nurse said. I turned my head to take in the young woman who was holding on to Georgia's IV pole and asked, "I thought she said she wanted to do this drug-free." She shrugged. "A lot of women say that before they've actually experienced the pain. They change their mind really quick. She's on some narcotics as well as a tranquilizer. She really should be sleeping, not getting married." Although the reprimand wasn't malicious, it was there nonetheless. Georgia ignored it, though, and turned around to face me. She looked up into my eyes and said, "Marry me." I grinned down at her. "Yes, ma'am." "Who gives this woman away?" the Father Matthew asked. I looked up just as the doors to the chapel closed, and smiled as my mother and father, as well as my sisters and Georgia's brothers, made their way down the aisle. "We do," her brothers said at once. Georgia smiled at her brothers lovingly and turned back to face the priest. The position, although not the traditional one, worked for us. The next 5 minutes was spent receiving God's blessing and pausing to let Georgia work through her contractions. The nurse stayed at her side the entire time, and I stayed at her back. "Do you, Georgia, promise to obey?" Father Matthew started. "Absolutely," she said quickly, panting. "And do you promise to honor?" Father Matthew asked, but was again interrupted by Georgia. "Yes!" she agreed quickly. He smiled, unbothered by her outburst. "Do you, Nicholas, take—" he started. I nodded. "Yes, I promise to love, honor, and cherish her for as long as we both shall live." "Well, that won't be long," a snarling voice said from the back of the room. I turned to find the man we'd apprehended, not even an hour ago, at the back of the chapel. He was wearing a white and green hospital gown, and on his wrist was a pair of cuffs. He had a small .22 pistol in his hand, and he had it aimed directly at Georgia and I. The room exploded into motion, and 9 SWAT team members all had their weapons out and pointing at Andre Fima. "You ruined my life. I'll never get to meet my daughter, and since I don't get to meet my child, you shouldn't get to meet yours," Andre snarled, hands shaking badly as he started to tighten his finger on the trigger. I gritted my teeth and started to pull the trigger, but it proved unnecessary as the door behind Andre pulled open, causing the man to lose his balance. A round from his .22 shot into the ceiling as he fell, and George's brother, Darby's, startled face turned pale as he saw the man that had fallen as he'd entered the chapel. I never thought I'd be happy to see that little shithead, but I was in that instant. He didn't spare the guy that had just fallen backwards and slammed his head into the tiled floor a second glance as he stomped up the aisle, uncaring of the gun still trained on the creep that was out cold on the floor. "I cannot fucking believe you wouldn't invite me to your wedding. Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm the red-headed stepchild or something," he said as he passed Downey. "No offense." Downey nodded his head. "None taken," he rumbled. "Code Black! Code Black!" the loudspeaker announced as the staff and police officers that were supposed to be taking care of Andre finally realized he was missing. Andre groaned on the floor, and then suddenly I had 100 and some odd pounds, 'cause Lord knows I wasn't going for an exact estimate, she might very well castrate me, collapse into my arms. She clutched her stomach, and I lurched forward. A nurse squeaked and grabbed her around the arms, long enough for me to get a better grip. "And I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride," Father Matthew said shakily. I was fairly sure he'd never stopped talking during the entire thing, so I was sure he'd said a few prayers over us like what was supposed to happen, but I couldn't scrounge up the effort to care. "She needs to get up to the floor, now. She was at 9 when we left. There's no telling what she's at now, and we don't have the babies on the monitor anymore," the nurse said desperately. I'd been in the process of scooping up Georgia into my arms, but I froze with one hand at her lower back and the other hand under her knees. The nurse looked at me like I was crazy. "Aren't you the father?" I nodded, pulling Georgia up into my arms in time for her to pant, "Surprise!" I looked down at my woman and said, "Baby love, you've got some splaining to do." She grinned painfully up at me, looping her arms around my neck, and said, "I was going to tell you." I glowered down at her. "Honey," I hesitated at the door, but Chief Rhodes opened it for me and allowed me to slip out sideways before I started heading to the elevator. "I've been at your side every night for going on 2 months now. There was time." She shrugged. "I was holding a grudge." Her brothers and my sisters, parents, as well as the nurse, got into the elevator car with us as the nurse pressed the number 2 button on the instrument panel. I see, I murmured, keeping my eyes straight ahead. We'll talk about this later. She snorted. Whatever. Them's fightin' words, one of the brothers murmured from somewhere towards the front. My sisters laughed, and I wanted to smack them. Alas, my hands were filled with precious cargo, and I settled for stomping on the nearest one's foot, which happened to be Nicky. You knew, didn't you? I glared. She glared back. What would it matter if I did? You've been dead for 9 months. What do you want me to do? Tell your grave? Wasn't it enough that I sent you prayers in heaven? I was a smart man, or at least I'd thought I was. Then I went and said something stupid like that, and just like that, all my anger evaporated. I love you, Nicky Wicky. Her glare dimmed, and her eyes started to fill with tears. It's a miracle. I won't complain. Just don't ever die on me again. I don't think my heart can handle that again. I heard sniffles from down below me, and I looked down to see Georgia silently crying. What is it, mi amor? She sniffled as she said, I want to have your babies. And she did, only a few moments later. Put me down! Put me down! She screeched. I hurriedly put her down on the first thing I saw once we exited the elevator, which happened to be a gurney with no sheet. Not on that! You don't know what's been on that! The nurse yelled, stripping the first thing she saw, which happened to be Ace's suit jacket. Ace, surprised, didn't fight. The nurse laid the jacket down, silk insides up. Then she grabbed the second nearest thing, which happened to be the Kevlar vest that was dangling from one shoulder, where Georgia had shown how much a contraction had hurt only moments before. I didn't have much of a choice about laying her down, because Georgia started to do some acrobats, and she landed on the gurney on her hands and knees. Whoa, I don't think that's the way, Nicky cried, but Georgia was beyond listening. If you don't want to see the goods, I suggest you go the fuck away, Georgia screamed frenziedly as she started bearing down. Her brothers and my father turned their backs, forming a shield of muscle and bone to block the spectacle of their sister bringing forth lives of my children. My sisters stood with their backs to them, as did my mom, and they watched with avid attention. I, of course, was on the end. I got to see fucking everything. You're taking pictures, right? I want documents of this, Georgia yelled. So what do my sisters do? They pull their fucking phones out. Please, for all that's holy, don't get that huge cooch in the shot, Nicky yelled, since she was closer to the head. Georgia snapped her tiny fist out and punched Nicky in the boob. It's not huge! I snorted, and her crazy eyes turned to me. I shut my mouth. I was stupid at times, not suicidal. But motherfucker, her vagina was massive. It had looked like a gaping maw of a black hole. But then I started to realize it wasn't a black hole, but a black head full of hair, covered in stuff that I wished to not think about, but it was a head nonetheless. Oh my God, I need an epidural, Georgia shrieked. I winced at the sheer volume she'd reached, but my eyes stayed glued to the miracle that was happening in front of me. I hadn't thought that I'd be here to witness the birth of our child. I'd resigned myself to missing it. Now that I was here, though, experiencing it, I was humbled. A doctor exiting the cafeteria must have heard the commotion as she came over. She quickly shouldered her way in between my sisters and the line of brothers to Georgia's back, snapping on gloves as she went. She got there just in time to catch my first child. A boy. I had a fucking boy. It's a boy, I whooped, as the very pissed-off infant started squalling. The lady doc turned to me and plopped my kid down in my arms, and I didn't see the gunk and yick on him. I saw his scrunched-up face, his skin coloring that matched mine, the black hair that was also from me. The lips, though, those were all Georgia, every last bit. A shirt was passed over to me, and I wrapped my firstborn son in a KPD SWAT shirt, courtesy of Downey. Luckily, I saw that he was now wearing the Under Armour with his Kevlar vest over that. I cleaned my son's face with the corner of what I guessed to be a sleeve, but he was positively swallowed in the shirt, only making him all the cuter. Oh God, it's back again, Georgia moaned, bringing my attention back to my wife. This baby had much the same color hair as the one in my arms, and slipped out much, much faster than his brother. As in, practically shot out of Georgia like a fucking jet-propelled rocket. Jesus! Was echoed by not just the doctor, but my mother and sisters as well. The doctor caught him, though, cradling him awkwardly in her arms as she handed that one to me as well. Another shirt landed in my arms, and Nina, who was on my right, covered the baby with the shirt, wrapping him up and placing him back in my arm on the other side of the screaming one. This one, though, was much more laid back. He had my black hair and skin tone, but Georgia's nose and eye shape. Neither baby had their eyes open, so I couldn't tell on eye color yet, but I knew they'd be beautiful. When I looked up again, I saw the doctor back between Georgia's legs, and I started to get nervous. However, Nicky saw my panic and started to laugh, which caught Georgia's attention. "What are you laughing at?" she asked tiredly. Nicky laughed. "The look on his face when he thought there was another one in there." Georgia smiled a serene smile, all the sass that she'd had earlier completely gone. What was left was exhaustion and a calmness that I hadn't seen on her in quite some time. "Nicholas?" Georgia asked. I moved closer to her and squatted down so she could see the tiny little lives we'd created together. "Yes, baby love." And without even cracking a smile, she said, "You left those in my vagina." I kissed her nose. Yes, I most certainly did.
Chapter 22. A good day is when everyone gets to go home. T-shirt. Georgia. I covered my eyes as my brothers, yet again replayed all the horrid things I'd said not only during my wedding ceremony, but as I was delivering my children as well. "If you don't turn that off, I'm going to shove that iPhone up your fucking ass," Nico said with a deadly calm voice that sent shivers down my spine. I opened my eyes and smiled at my husband. For the first time in nearly an hour, he wasn't holding one of our children. He hadn't given them up except to receive baths and be weighed before he had them back in his arms again. Now his mother had one, and his father had the other. He was laying down next to me, but trying not to touch me so he didn't wake me. Talking quietly to his mother, he looked down at me when he saw my eyes were on him. "Hey, Nina, you feeling okay?" he asked. I took stock of my body. It felt like I'd been hit by a Mack truck. I grimaced and shifted, moving so I could put my head against his chest. I felt better. My admission caused Lolita to smile. "I remember when my Nicholas was born. He ripped me from my anus to my—" "Mom! Nobody wants to hear about that!" Nikki yelled from her perch by the door. I visibly shivered. I wasn't into listening about anus rippage either. That sounded painful. "He was so hard to push out, too. You're lucky your babies were only 6 pounds. Nico was nearly 9 pounds, and I was in labor with him for 60 hours. Then I pushed for nearly 6. Just imagine if they would have let me do the others vaginally." "They would have come shooting out like a cork from a wine bottle under pressure." Sol laughed lightly. Lolita narrowed her eyes at him, and I couldn't help the laugh that escaped my lips. "Oh, God, that's horrible." "I don't know why you're saying that's horrible. That's what your second did," Callum replied helpfully. Nico launched what looked like a half-empty water bottle at his head, which Callum deflected easily enough. He wasn't prepared for the bag of chips that I launched shortly after Nico's water bottle, and it hit him in the face and chips exploded all over the floor. "Now go get me some more, you big raging asshole. I can't believe you'd do that to me," I whined. He laughed and got up to head to the door. But when he opened it, he couldn't get out because a wall of muscle was blocking his way. That wall of muscle being my baby brother, Banks. Well, he wasn't much of a baby anymore, at 23, but he was still younger than me and always would be. He clapped his twin on the back and walked inside. I couldn't breathe. Awkwardly, I got up out of the most uncomfortable bed in the world and hurried quickly to my brother. He looked good. He was in the ugly BDUs that the Air Force wore, but he was still extremely handsome. And he'd put on a little weight, as well as a lot of bulk, which I found out after I launched myself at him. He caught me easily and lifted me off my feet, hugging me to him snugly. "I missed you, sissy," he whispered. I laughed at the nickname he'd always called me. All my brothers did it, but he did it the most consistently. "How are you here?" I cried into his neck. He was supposed to have another month of deployment left. I'd even made arrangements to pick him up at the airport already. He laughed. "I asked for emergency leave, but they said I could just head home. We were supposed to be leaving in a week. They just hadn't had the chance to tell us yet. So I came home. Could miss my sister's baby's baptism.
Now could I?
Tears scalded my cheeks. I love you, Banks. His arm squeezed me a little tighter and then put me back down on my feet.
Now let me meet these babies.
I walked to the door, curious as to what had kept Nico out there so long, and was startled to see he was talking to someone.
Was disinherited when he did something the Kingpin didn't want done. We're not 100% sure, but from what we can tell, there won't be any retaliation. In fact, if I'm understanding right, there's no controversy whatsoever. They're happy that you took care of everything that they'd been trying to do for years now.
A man in a suit said to Nico. Nico had his broad back to me. His arms were crossed, and he was looking down at his boots as he listened to the man talk. He nodded his head, and as he spoke, I saw the visible difference in him after he heard the words.
So, I don't have to go into Witsack. I'm married now. You'd have to take my family with me,
Nico said, somewhat desperately. I felt my heart get heavy at the tone of his voice. The poor man. Here I was thinking about myself all the time Nico was away. But what must Nico have gone through? Had he laid awake worrying about me, missing the smell of me like I missed the smell of him? He practically missed the entire pregnancy. My God, that had to have killed him. Nico was probably torn up inside. I opened the door all the way. The man I guessed was some sort of cop looked up, but Nico was deep in thought and didn't notice me until I wrapped my hands around his waist and pressed my belly against his back. His arm came back and pressed me to him, slightly harder, as he leaned back and kissed me awkwardly on the top of my head. The cop smiled at me.
Congratulations. I hear you had twins.
I smiled widely at him. Yes, they look exactly like their daddy, too. I could practically feel the pride emanating from Nico's body. He loved them both already, even after only hours of them being born. And if I had to guess, he loved them way before that, too, even when he thought there was only one. The man smiled at me, winking, and said,
Well, I've kept you long enough, son. I'll be going. Let me know if there's anything I can do. I'll keep you updated on the family, but I honestly don't think you have a thing to worry about. It was nice to meet you, dear.
And with that, the man left, walking quietly down the darkened hall, disappearing into the shadows once he was 4 doors down from our room. Nico turned in my arms and pushed us back until he could close the room of our door. Then he wrapped his arms around me, squeezed so tightly that my breath squeaked out in a wheeze. I let him do it, though, realizing on some level that he needed that right then. So I just hugged him back, relishing in the fact that he was there with me to do it at all. His grip around me loosened after a few more long seconds, and I felt him take a long, deep, shuddering breath before letting it out slowly. I was lost without you, he admitted quietly. I laid my head down on his shoulder until my lips were resting against his neck and said, I missed calling you during the day. I missed going to sleep with you. I missed watching you chop wood because I said something to piss you off. I missed you leaving your dirty underwear just outside the laundry room where you dropped them on the way. I missed how you'd open my jars for me, which, might I add, I have about 10 of them on the counter at home just waiting for you to open. He started laughing, which was what I'd wanted him to do.
I'll open them as soon as we get back home, but we'll have to move them back to my house, he rumbled. You don't have the room for 2 kids.
I snorted. That was the truth. My brothers had kind of taken over the little trailer made for a lot less people. The house will be done in another few weeks, I admitted. They planned on making the room next to mine into a nursery. The house had started slow at our property since nobody could agree on what it should look like and where it should go. They'd settled on the same exact spot the old home had been, since there were still existing water and utility lines that they'd have to redo if they put it somewhere else. However, that was where the similarities ended. The old house had been a pier and beam foundation old farmhouse. The new place was sleek and modern, with everything eco-friendly this world had to offer. I'd been the one to suggest that. Now, during the summer months, there wouldn't be an electric bill due to the new solar panels that had been put in place. His eyes darkened as I mentioned not living with him.
You're my wife. You'll live at my house.
I moved my head from his neck and looked into his eyes. And will my husband be there? His eyes became hooded.
You bet your sweet little ass that I will. That's what that meeting was all about. Agent Lawrence just let me know that I was in the clear. He believes there's still some worry about retaliation, but they're minimal at best. The man who came into our wedding today, Andre, was disavowed from his family. He'd come down here in a vain attempt to start up something of his own. However, over time he's gotten nearly his whole organization killed by his actions of trying to get his daughter. The rest that weren't killed are in prison. Agent Lawrence doesn't believe I have anything to worry about, and I'm inclined to agree with him.
What was he saying about some kingpin? I asked with worry.
A kingpin is a man that is the head of an organization. That was what, in essence, Andre was. He won't be doing much of that anymore either, since he was found dead in his cell about an hour ago,
Nico admitted. I gasped. What? He looked fine when he was pointing that gun at us.
I'd been scared to death, but then my brother had come in there and knocked that guy to the ground with his surprise entrance, and all my fears had evaporated. Even though I was still miffed at Darby, he just saved us a lot of heartache by walking through that door.
What did you think about Darby's new look? I asked, wrapping my arms around Nico's neck and leaning down to give him a deep kiss. When I let him up for air, he let his hands trail to my bottom and pulled me closer into his more than obvious erection.
He looked good. College agrees with him.
I narrowed my eyes at him. How did you know he's in college? He smiled a cryptic smile.
Darby only needed a small push.
I disentangled myself from his arms. Oh, really? And what kind of push did you give him?
Only a little tough love, he said evasively.
I shook my head. You were the one who beat the shit out of him, rented him an apartment, and got him enrolled, weren't you?
He shrugged. He understood where I was coming from. Eventually.
I would have replied, but the wailing of babies coming down the hallway towards our room stopped my next comment. Nico let me go so fast, I felt my head spin, turning and grabbing the door open as he heard the cries of his children. I shook my head. If this was anything to go by, he was going to be crazily devoted to these kids, and spoiling them, I'm sure. The nurse pushed my 2 bellowing infants into the room with a laughing expression on her face. These boys don't like baths at all, I snorted. We witnessed that earlier when they were washing the goo off them. Now, I put them in the outfits you send with them, but they're a little big. They were so cute, though, so I left them on anyway. Now they've been checked, poked, and prodded. I'm sure it's time to eat. Can I get you anything else while I'm in here? She asked nicely. I shook my head, and Nico's solid no was enough to send her from the room. Thank you, I called to her back. She tossed a smile over her shoulder and waved before closing the door all the way. Nico wasted no time in lifting the babies from their prospective baskets and sitting down in the chair beside the bed. They stopped crying nearly instantly. Their eyes were open, and they were looking up at Nico with blinking eyes. Their eyes are going to be brown, I observed as I took a seat on the bed. I crossed my legs underneath of me, ignoring the pain that I felt between my legs, and stared at my 3 guys.
Sorry, baby love. The Pena genes are dominant, as they should be.
He winked. I shook my head and laughed. You're deplorable. He shrugged.
You wouldn't have me any other way.
I nodded my head in agreement. No, I wouldn't. 4 hours later, the horde started to arrive. First, it started with Michael. He came bearing gifts, too.
Oh, man! Those are the cutest fucking shirts I've ever seen!
Michael laughed as he picked our firstborn son, Booth Eden Pena, up from Nico's arms. I grinned. It called to me the moment I saw it, I admitted. The shirt was sweet, and the instant I saw it online, I ordered 2. Some heroes wear capes. Mine wears Kevlar.
It's cute, Michael confessed.
Of course they're cute. They're my nephews, Nikki said as she breezed in. Michael narrowed his eyes at Nikki, and that had some sort of silent standoff that Nico and I both watched with avid attention. You know, you should really support his head with your arm. You don't look very comfortable, Nikki said as she saw Michael holding Booth. She immediately walked to Nico, who was holding Born Foss Pena, and gently lifted him into her arms. Nico gave Born up grudgingly, but you could tell that he was happy that his sister was just as in love with his kids as he was. I smiled at Nico and turned my attention back to Michael. Michael, do you want kids? He looked startled and glanced at Nikki before quickly turning back to the little bundle in his arms.
Of course I want kids.
You do? Nikki asked in surprise. Michael leveled a look at her, one that I couldn't quite interpret, but I knew it was significant.
Yes, I want kids.
Thinking now would be a good time to get a shower, I asked the two, "Would y'all mind watching the kids while I get Nico to help me take a shower?" I didn't really need his help, but I sensed the tension building in the room, and I knew it wouldn't help to have Michael's friend and teammate, as well as Nikki's big brother, in the room witnessing the debacle. Nico, realizing this as well, quickly got up and headed to the bathroom with me. I stripped the nursing bra and my yoga pants off, all the while Nico watched. His eyes went hot for a moment before he managed to control it and turned the shower on for me before saying, "What do you think that was about?" I shrugged, which made my enormous boobs lift. I have no clue, but if I had to guess, I'd bet Nikki has a relationship of sorts with him. Nico's eyes, which had been on my breasts, moved up to my eyes.
No shit. I didn't sense that.
I nodded. Yeah, and I'd say they have been for a while. I'd noticed something different about her since you left, but I attributed it to being because of your... I hesitated. Death. I hated saying that. It made me feel hollow inside remembering how that felt, something I never wanted to feel again for the rest of my life. He pulled me into his arms and rubbed the side of my head with his beard, something I thought was extremely sexy on him now that he had it longer.
"I'll never leave you again. Not willingly, anyway," he rasped. "These past months have really fucked me up. I went 8 years without you, and then 8 months after I tasted what it was like to have heaven. I couldn't do it, and I won't. Not ever again," he promised.
So I took a shower, and Nico washed my back. All the while, we were oblivious to the tension in the room beyond, a tension between two of the most important people in our life, one that was nearly close to exploding.
Epilogue. Don't try to explain yourself to stupid people. You're not the jackass whisperer. Coffee cup. Nico. 4 years later. I walked into the restaurant, scanning the area with the trained, seasoned eye of a cop. We'd gotten a call into dispatch moments earlier about a drunken disorderly. That wasn't explaining why my heart was pounding. I was sweating like a pig. That was all because of the fact that my wife and children were in the very same restaurant. The same wife who'd also been the one to call in the altercation. Normally I wouldn't have responded to this, not since I'd somehow got suckered into staying on the south side of the city, the place where crime was lighter. I had a feeling that my wife had something to do with that. Her and the chief had gotten close over the last 4 years, most especially when the chief and his wife adopted baby Angel, adding her into their family. They became good friends, and inevitably, Georgia had some sway in where the chief chose to have me working. Not that I thought Georgia actually asked for it, but the chief gave it nonetheless. I spotted them the moment I entered the door, but I didn't spare them a second glance. I could hear my kids saying, "Daddy! Daddy!" but I ignored it, even though it hurt to do so. I didn't really want the criminals knowing I had a family. Not that I wasn't proud as hell of them, but I didn't want anyone to use them against me. And they would, if given half a chance. So I walked straight in and went to the drunk man. I knew who he was immediately. He was the one cornering his wife against the large fish tank in the middle of the room, with a large salt shaker swinging in front of her face. Calmly, I walked up and grasped the threatening salt shaker, pulling it backward until the man turned around with a snarl that quickly fell from the man's lips. "Sir, would you mind stepping outside with me?" I asked sedately. The man nodded and turned one last glare on his significant other at the fish tank before he started stomping out. He didn't spare any of the other patrons a look, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw Georgia relax minutely and go back to feeding our kids lunch. I nodded at the hostess, who looked quite freaked, and she gave me a shaky smile and a wave before I passed her, staying close to the man's back in case he decided to run. He didn't. Mostly because as soon as we got outside and no one could see, he dropped to his knees and started to cry. I blinked in surprise. I mean, the guy was nearly 6'5" and probably pushing 350. There were many things I expected him to do, but dropping down to his knees and crying wasn't one of them. "I'm sorry," he whimpered. "My wife just told me she was leaving me. For a woman." Words couldn't explain. 1,000 thoughts flitted through my brain, and not one of them were appropriate to say in this instance. The main one, though, was that the man was older and overweight. The girl, from what little I'd seen of her, was very beautiful and young, as in just graduated from high school yesterday young. Well, sir, I'm going to have to put you in the back of my car so I can see if the woman wants to press charges. This isn't the best place to be having any conversations about important things like this, I managed to say without laughing. The voice of a woman had me turning slightly. Keeping the man in my view, I looked at the woman as she said, "I don't want to press charges. I didn't even want to tell him." I blinked and shook my head. "Y'all go home. Next time pick a better place." They both went to a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, the girl driving, and sped off. All the while, I watched as the man hugged himself around the woman tightly, as the woman grimaced. What the fuck? My phone vibrated in my pocket, and I pulled it out as I started into the parking lot. Georgia. I love it when I get to hear you use your cop voice. I looked up and spotted my wife through the window. I winked before getting into my car. Me. I can use it on you later. Wait up for me. Naked. I watched her throw her head back and laugh, making my heart a smidge lighter than it had been before arriving on scene. Georgia. Sure, I'll see what I can do. Will you be home on time? Me. Yep, I'll be home early. I pulled into traffic, but immediately flipped my light on when I saw a man in a faded black Oldsmobile take a drink from a beer directly in front of me. Motherfucker. Georgia. I'll believe that when I see it. It didn't happen. In fact, I was late. There'd been a midget wrestling contest going on at the rodeo grounds, and needless to say, it got out of hand. I arrived home to my plate in the fridge, covered in plastic wrap. My beer that I'd told Georgia to put in the freezer for me exploded, and nobody awake. These were the days that I hated the most. It was the boy's birthday, and I'd missed the entire thing. Sure, they knew that I wasn't able to be there for some holidays and birthdays, but it didn't help my guilt any, knowing I'd missed them opening their presents. Again. I ate my dinner cold and left the half-empty beer on the table. I'd clean it up tomorrow. I checked the house, double-checking the locks, and then walked into my room. I undressed in the bathroom and left my gun up high on a shelf where I always stored it as soon as I got home, then went into the bedroom. I slid in bed beside my wife, thinking for sure I'd be falling to sleep the instant my head hit the pillow. I was, of fucking course, wrong. Firstly, because my side of the bed was inhabited by a 157-pound St. Bernard named Hamburger. The big bastard always took my side of the bed when I wasn't home, if Georgia was already asleep. The second reason I wouldn't be falling to sleep as fast as I'd like was because I felt what distinctly felt like a foot on the other side of the massive dog, one that most definitely was not one of Georgia's, since I'd seen her head on the pillow when I'd walked in the room. And she sure as fuck wasn't that flexible, 'cause I'd sure as hell know that about her by now, with as much as we'd fucked over the last 4 years. A loud snore from Hamburger had me laughing silently as I took a hold of his collar and moved him slowly to the floor. He grumbled, but didn't waste much time collapsing on the floor with a large harumph and a soft groan. I just shook my head and moved our youngest child, Belle, over. I knew instantly why she was in bed with us. She was burning up. My eyes moved over to Georgia, and I called her name softly. Mi amor, when was the last time she had Tylenol? Georgia's eyes blinked open, and she smiled tiredly at me. About 20 minutes ago. I nodded and tried to concentrate, but a crime show was on the television. Belle had to have light, and we didn't have a night light, so we used the TV when we needed to. It was annoying as fuck as I watched CSI and solved the murder within the first 5 minutes of watching it, then continued to watch it until it was over. I also hated watching it and seeing everything they did wrong. Seriously, would it hurt the show's producers to do a little research before they go around rewriting the law to suit their needs? Go to sleep, Georgia whispered quietly. I smiled and rolled over, looking at my baby girl. Her cheeks were pink from the fever, and she was naked except for a diaper, the tail end of her favorite blanket made by my mother poking out from between her clenched fists. My eyes moved up to Georgia's face, seeing the similarities between two of the most important women in my life. God, they were beautiful. I was so fucking lucky. Nico? Georgia asked softly. I looked from my daughter's curly mass of black hair to my wife, the love of my life, the mother of my children. Yeah, baby love? I asked. Does this mean we can't go back there to eat anymore? She yawned. I snorted. Unfortunately, I went back later in the night and arrested the cook for selling pot to a busboy and a couple of waitresses. Took nearly half their staff. They're not really happy with me, to be honest. She just shook her head. She was used to it. We had a string of restaurants we couldn't go to because I arrested someone there, or we just plain didn't like it. I no longer surprised her with my stories anymore. She'd heard it all, and then some. The woman was a miracle. My miracle. Night, Nico. Go to sleep. You're on duty tomorrow, she whispered. I wanted to argue, but I knew it was my turn to get up with the kids. She only got to pull that card once a week, so I'd give her that play. My eyes were closed for less than an instant when they shot right back open. Belle chose that moment to wake up and start wailing the most pitiful little wail I'd ever heard from her. She was Daddy's little girl, and if given a choice, would always choose me over her mother. That's why, when her little eyes opened, she came to me and not her mama. The boys were mamas, though. It was nice to have a child that actually wanted me over Georgia. Belle was 9 months old, going on 14. She was the biggest little diva I'd ever seen, and one of the cutest as well. But she was our sickly baby. Being our third and youngest, she got away with things the boys couldn't. For instance, whereas the boys had to eat what we were eating, I'd give Belle whatever she wanted if she only asked. Not that she did, unless it was for Georgia's boob, which she did ask for on occasion still. The only reason Georgia was still breastfeeding was because it was what was best for Belle. Georgia and I would do anything to make Belle's immune system better. In the past 6 months, Belle had been hospitalized with pneumonia twice, had been on antibiotics for 4 of the last 6 months, and had 2 surgeries, one to place tubes in both ears and one to have her tonsils removed. Needless to say, she definitely earned the right to be babied. I picked my baby girl up, and she curled her chubby little arms around my neck and wiped her snotty nose on my collarbone. I didn't get grossed out by this type of thing anymore. 3 kids had given me immunity to the grossest of things. The same couldn't have been said when we'd brought the boys home. Although I'd done my fair share of diapers with my sisters, I'd never had to deal with other stuff. The stuff that came with being the parent of the child and not the sibling. Such as this moment right here, staying up with my child when they had high fevers or when they had the stomach bug. With 3 children, it was inevitable with the closeness we shared that I'd be getting whatever my kid had. Then I'd be going to work sick. But it was fucking worth it. Every single goddamn minute of it. Getting out of bed, I walked to the window and opened it slightly. The cold January air poured through, instantly making goosebumps pebble over my bare chest. Belle was like a tiny hot pack, though, keeping the front of my chest and face warm. Going back to the bed, I laid down and pulled the large comforter up and over Georgia's shoulder. Then I waited for another hour before Belle's fever finally broke. Only then did I sleep.
Georgia. The next morning. I blinked my eyes open to see my husband sleeping soundly with our baby girl wrapped around his chest. They were skin to skin, my husband shirtless in a pair of soccer shorts, and Belle in nothing but a diaper. Her brown curls were in disarray around her head, and each time Nico breathed in and out, a lone curl would move up and down against his lip. I smiled as I snuck slowly out of bed and shivered at the cool bite to the air. The first thing I did was to walk around the bed and feel Belle's forehead. Not hot, but not perfect either, though she wasn't running a fever that would warrant more Tylenol. Leaving her and Nico be, I closed the window and walked out, closing the door softly behind me. Then I went straight to the coffee pot and made a large pot of coffee, knowing I'd be needing it for the morning that we had planned. The boys had their 4-year-old checkups in less than an hour, and I'd overslept. Last night had been rough. The boys had been bouncing off the wall from all the sugar they'd received at Lolita and Sol's place. Then Belle had started running a fever the moment we'd entered the house. After giving Belle medicine and getting the boys in bed, I spent the rest of the night trying to console my sick little girl. It didn't help that Nico was late, and he was the only person that could ever get her to truly stop crying. It wasn't anything new, but it never stopped hurting to know that she didn't feel well, since she was sick nearly once a month with a cold of some sort. She was so used to medicine that she never put up a fight anymore. Sometimes she even asked for it. "Mommy, I can't find my shoes," Booth cried loudly. I winced. I'd been up less than 5 minutes and they were already awake. Would it kill someone to let a girl have her coffee before they started yelling? "I have no idea, Booth Eden Pena. The shoes were in your room the last time I saw them. If they're not there, then I don't know what you did with them," I replied tiredly. My head hurt. My back hurt. I was cramping, and I was pretty sure I was getting whatever Belle had last night. And I had to get the boys dressed so we could go. At least I didn't have to take Belle with me. Nico would be here to watch her so I could get my errands done since it was his day off. Or would have been his day off. His emergency pager started to alarm on the counter next to me. With a heart filled with dread, I looked at the readout and wanted to throw the fucker across the room. Jesus, would it kill people to stop being stupid for 3 freaking hours so I can take my kids to the doctor? I growled as I walked into our bedroom. Nico was already on his feet and handing Belle over to me before he quickly got into his clothes. He was out the door in less than 5 minutes, and I was left with a screaming baby who wanted nothing but her daddy. A 4-year-old that refused to wear anything but a certain pair of shoes, and another 4-year-old who refused to get up because his feet were tired. 3 hours later, though, as I listened to the news conference on the radio, I knew I wouldn't have it any other way. Nico had been a part of saving a 2-year-old's life. A 2-year-old that had been beaten and molested by his stepfather for nearly 2 hours before the mother realized what was going on, while she was offering her body to make money on a street corner. When the cops had been called, the stepfather had turned his gun on the child, thinking that would get him out. But it hadn't. The Kilgore SWAT had been there. SWAT was always there, even when they had to put their life on the line to do it. Those kind of situations didn't always turn out as well as the one did today. I smiled as I turned down the road that our house was on, liking the view of my children in my rearview mirror, all fast asleep in their seats. I pulled into my driveway and smiled when I saw Nico outside swinging on the porch swing. I got out as quietly as I could and walked over to my hero. "Hey," I smiled. "I heard what happened. Are you okay?" As I came within reach, he pulled me down into his lap and wrapped his arms around my waist. His lips skimmed along the outside of my breast as he answered, "No. Yes. I don't know. The kid was fucked up. Nobody thinks he's going to make it." I didn't doubt it. A child as small as that wouldn't survive that being done to him for a prolonged period of time. "I'm sorry, Nico," I whispered against his forehead. He squeezed me tighter. "It's not your fault, baby love." "How'd the appointments go?" I started scratching Nico's head as I told him about how his sons had to go through hearing as well as vision screenings today, how Belle had thrown up all over the exam room, and we'd had to move during the middle of the exam, and how Belle had been put on yet another antibiotic after they'd worked her into the schedule and discovered she had strep throat. He sighed. "Guessed it was a good thing she went then, wasn't it?" "It was fate," I agreed. That was usually how our life went, though. Things we didn't want happened, but every single time it worked out in the end. I was happy. My kids were happy. My husband was alive and in good health. My brothers and sister-in-laws were fantastic. Nico's parents were doing well. There was seriously not one thing I could ask for that I didn't already have. My life was everything I'd ever wanted it to be, and Nico had made sure of that. The one and only thing we ever fought about was how many kids we would have. He wanted to stop at 3. I wanted as many as God would give me. For now, we were leaving it up to fate. Although fate would be delivering us 3 more little miracles, one after the other, for a total of 6 children. A perfectly rounded, magical number. Lolita. My heart was full to bursting. I watched as my son, his wife, and 2 of their 3 kids ran around their backyard, playing soccer. It was 3 against 1, Booth, Bourne, and Georgia against their daddy. "I think he's finally met his match," Sol said, coming up from behind to wrap me in his long arms. I melted into him, happy, so happy. I'd only thought I was happy when my kids were born, but now, seeing my kids with kids of their own, I was full. Seeing my grandbabies running and playing with their father, something I'd used to do with him when he was a young boy, made me so exultant. Booth, the 4-year-old love bug, executed a perfect sliding tackle and cleared the ball from his father's feet. It was done so flawlessly, so amazingly, that my jaw dropped open. Then Bourne took the ball up the field as not just Georgia but Nico stared in shock. "Holy guacamole!" Nicky exclaimed in astonishment. Booth and Bourne passed the ball expertly to each other until they reached the small goal Nico had built in the corner of the fenced-in yard. Then, like they'd done it 1,000,000 times before, Bourne lobbed it perfectly. Booth expertly headed it into the goal. Then they celebrated, just like their father did, by running around the goal area with his hands over his head. My eyes went back to Nico to see his expression, and I could do nothing but laugh as Georgia laughed in his face. Nico had a chagrined expression, as if he'd finally realized how obnoxious he looked before when he celebrated excessively like his sons were doing now.
"You think that'll make him cool it the next time he scores?"
Sol asked me. I snorted. "Yeah, right. Our boy? He'll do it till he can't score anymore." Sol laughed.
"You're probably right. Are you happy, Mummy?"
Sol asked me. I looked up into my husband's eyes and nodded. Yes, I never thought this would happen after the Valentines' deaths. I saw it when they were younger, hoped that something would come of it when they were both of age. But then that senseless act happened, and I thought they'd never find it again. I'm so glad they found their forever together. No two people deserve it more. We turned as one to watch as Nico ran towards his sons, scooped up each one underneath an arm, and ran yet another circuit around the goal area. Each boy laughed, and Belle, one not to be left out, started crawling as fast as her arms and legs could move her. Nico caught sight of her as she crossed halfway across the field and dropped his boys, taking the ball and running towards her. He scooped her up and ran with her, dribbling the ball slowly, all the while the boys chased after him with abandon. Full to bursting indeed. This